just as an extra safeguard. As for him, he wanted to take this opportunity to go to Antarctica. On the one hand, it is to take a new look at the development of this world and the traces of the Apocalypse organization. On the other hand, naturally I want to find this girl, AI Xiaoxiao. Nowadays, 6th-level aliens have been born, and countless high-level zombie monsters have emerged. It's hard not to worry about AI Xiaoxiao's safety. It would be okay if it wakes up safely. It would be bad if something went wrong while sleeping. Okay, I'll wait until you come back. Faced with Song Bing's request, Shili nodded and agreed without any hesitation. After that, he was about to leave, but when he reached the stairs, he stopped and looked back again. Her temperament was still cold, charming, and ruthless. She looked at Song Bing and remained silent for a moment before speaking. When the day comes that you need me, I will come back to you. After that, Shili left. Looking at the cold and beautiful figure disappearing from the field of vision, Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He immediately stood up, put on a set of clean clothes, ejected the tetanus wings, and headed towards the Antarctic. He did not collect the black gold weapons and supplies from the Campbell family. Since Shili made this choice, then leave it to her. At the corner of a balcony somewhere, Shili raised his eyes and watched Song Bing leave like this. After experiencing this turmoil, Song Bing gave her countless shocks, especially the last one. Therefore, there is always an illusion telling her that maybe Song's disease can be cured in this era, just like the civilized era when it was renovated. After withdrawing his thoughts, Shili left the castle and immediately summoned all Shiman members. After Song Bing's transformation, the current Shiman members are no longer what they used to be. Not only have they all become aliens, the lowest ones are all level 3 beings. It can already be called an alien army. Queen, have we become aliens too? Everyone looked at Shili and couldn't hide their excitement. At first they thought they were poisoned by Song Bing and were going to die, until one by one they started to show the special abilities that other people have. It was difficult to accept this overwhelming wealth. Shili looked down at the members and said calmly and coldly. Everyone's hearts trembled and they were all in disbelief. After all, it's all so magical. They really couldn't figure out how Song Bing turned them into strangers. Faced with everyone's doubts, Shili did not explain anything more, but continued to calmly order. Drive out all the black gold tanks from the underground base and load all supplies and weapons into these tanks. The ones that couldn't be loaded were destroyed on the spot. We will leave in city at dark tonight. As soon as this order came out, everyone was shocked again. They all looked at Shili in confusion. Why are you leaving? This place is so secretive, and it is located on the outskirts of City Inn. It is simply a natural sanctuary. By the way, Queen, the terrain here is favorable, the defense is strong, and a large number of weapons and modern machinery and equipment are stored. It's enough to resist zombies. I think it would be better if we didn't build Shiman development here. Everyone was confused and reluctant to leave. After all, this place is much better than Shiman. It is simply a paradise, not only has food but also electrical appliances. Naturally, they were reluctant to leave. That's why I mustered up the courage to ask Shili. Leave on time at 10 o'clock in the evening. If you don't want to leave, I won't force you. Faced with everyone's confusion and prayers, Shili did not explain, left a word, and turned around and entered the underground base. Only she knows that this is the base for the construction of the Campbell family, and the previous Jack and others are just some of the forerunners of the Campbell family. This base was built just to wait for the other older generations of the Campbell family to wake up and arrive. In addition, following Song Bing through the entire End City also allowed her to see the mutation and growth rate of those zombies. Therefore, staying here means not only facing the visit of the Campbell family's later awakeners. You may also have to face attacks from increasingly terrifying zombies. Therefore, if you want to survive and develop Shiman, it is obviously the best choice to leave the crowded big cities and go to towns with fewer people and close to mountains and forests. Plus these supplies that Song Bing specially left for her. Enough for her development. After settling Shiman, she could go to Manhua to fulfill the promise to Song Bing. Looking at Shili's leaving figure, the faces of the members changed slightly and they hurriedly got busy. Don't dare to be disobedient again. They really couldn't bear to leave here. That's why I prayed. But in the face of Shili's order, they did not dare to disobey, especially after going through this life and death crisis. This strengthened their determination to follow. As a result, hundreds of Shemin members used strange methods to launch a comprehensive search and sweep of the entire Campbell family base. The cars were all prepared by the Campbell family. The evening wind of autumn night blows through the mountains, bringing with it a chill. There is also news that winter is approaching. In the Campbell family base in the hidden forest, a large number of black gold chariots have already driven out of the base and formed a long queue. The food supplies, weapons, and equipment in the base, including several black gold battle armors, were all loaded onto more than a dozen black gold battle tanks. This food alone is enough for Shemin to eat for a year now. All Shemin members followed Shili's orders and were ready to evacuate. Not long after, Shili also walked out of a castle. Shishue followed beside him, and Shili has also put on the familiar black windbreaker suit. Her long, loose hair was tied into a high ponytail, highlight the cold and ruthless queen's temperament. As for the sets of clothes Songbing gave him, she kept everything. Unless there is a crisis, naturally you will not wear it casually. Queen, everything is ready and ready to go. Sulong stepped forward and said respectfully. With this upgrade, he was directly upgraded from level 4 to level 5, and he was still the strongest in the entire Shemin except Shili. Well, let's go then. Shili glanced at it, then took Shishue and got into the black gold chariot at the front. After sending Shili off respectfully, Sulong jumped directly onto the roof of the last car in the long train. He took out a cigar, lit it, and took a long puff, then shouted loudly and said, "Enough for everyone." Yes. After getting the order, all the members immediately got into the car. Soon, a dozen black gold chariots lined up in a long line started up, and bright lights illuminated the black shadows, like a dozen tank-shaped steel behemoths, heading towards the dark night away from the city. Queen, drink a bowl of water. I condensed this. I find it tastes good, and it seems to replenish energy. In the spacious black gold chariot, Shili looked out through the window, but Shishue took out a bowl of water from somewhere and handed it to him carefully. You did this. Looking at the bowl of water, Shili was slightly stunned and immediately thought of what Songbing said before. As if she was afraid that Shili wouldn't drink, Shishue tried her best to explain. But before she finished speaking, Shili had already taken it without any doubt and took a small sip first. Shili's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. It's just like what Songbing said. Not only is it clean and hygienic, but it can also replenish energy. Queen, how are you? Shishue on the side looked expectant. Shili drank the entire bowl of water, then stretched out his hand to touch Shishue, nodded in approval, and said, Xiaoshue, from now on, the water source issue in Shemin will be left to you. Yes, Queen, don't worry. From now on, we will leave all the water matters to Shuer. Shuer will make sure that you and everyone are full. Shishue was extremely happy to receive Shili's approval. She no longer wanted to be the little girl who had always been protected by Shili. She also wants to contribute herself to Shili. Received Shili's approval. Therefore, she was extremely happy to be blessed with this special power. Of course, what she didn't know was that Songbing gave her this ability. What he didn't even know was that during the gifting process, Songbing discovered her special affection for Shili. This is a kind of love, but the object of love is silly. If this was a man, Songbing would definitely be unhappy. Female, forget it. After all, everyone has the right to love, right? Therefore, Songbing bent it a little more. By the way, add some diseases with special attributes, just to make him love Shili more deeply. Able to sacrifice for Shili. In this way, Songbing could safely grant the 5th level condensed water to the other party. Of course, only Songbing knew this secret. Shili doesn't know. Shishue doesn't even know. Sulong sat on the roof of the last car with his legs crossed. When the convoy all drove out of the manor, he took a last puff of his cigar and showed an intoxicated smile. Immediately, with a flick of his finger, the entire cigarette but landed precisely under a gasoline barrel, as if it had its own navigation system. Uft! The flames suddenly acted like a fuse, burning along the gasoline all the way to the depths. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, bombs buried in every corner were detonated. The entire manor base was instantly engulfed by the explosion and completely destroyed. The convoy disappeared into the night under the light of the fire. A little bird blended perfectly into the night and followed the motorcade. Anghua Andu. Ho 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 ho. In a park, Countless zombies were seen rushing towards a pavilion. I saw that there were already piles of corpses around the pavilion. Each corpse seemed to be torn apart by some terrible external force and was dismembered into pieces. None are complete. Scarlet and pungent blood filled the area. And inside the pavilion, there was a figure covered in zombie blood. He was thin, his hair was messy, and his clothes were in tatters. Like a blood-stained beggar. But he was half squatting, moving like a savage. Under the messy hair was a ferocious and bloodthirsty young man's face. Facing these zombies that are constantly coming, there was no trace of fear or timidity on his face. On the contrary, some are endlessly excited and happy. It's like a wild wolf seeing a sheep. Ho 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 ho. At this moment, 3 horribly mutated level 4 zombies arrived first and pounced on the boy without hesitation. Hey hey hey. Facing these 3 ferocious level 4 zombies, the young man smiled ferociously, his eyes suddenly scarlet red. He greeted him excitedly. His figure instantly turned into a scarlet afterimage, and he was the first to arrive in front of a level 4 zombie. The level 4 zombie was stunned for a moment, then opened its mouth in excitement and was about to bite. But the next second, his open mouth was grabbed by the crazy young man. Hey hey hey. TSK. He smiled at the level 4 zombie, and in the next second, he exerted force with both hands and easily broke the zombie's head into 2 halves. But this didn't seem to be enough for him, as his hands turned into extremely sharp claws and continued to tear the corpse of the 4th level zombie into several pieces. It's simply brutal. A level 4 zombie was like a marshmallow in his hands. Ho 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 ho. At this time, 2 other level 4 zombies also took the opportunity to rush over. His movements are extremely sensitive and fast, but the young man seemed to sense it and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Bang! Hearing the cracks of the stone slabs on the ground, the young man suddenly turned around and rushed towards the 2 zombies like a cannonball. The terrifying power actually intercepted 2 level 4 zombies on the spot and crushed them to the ground. Hey hey hey. The young man laughed ferociously again, leaned down, and started tearing at each other with the 2 zombies. He even used his mouth. All of a sudden, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The terrifying power and attack left the 2 zombies unable to fight back. Can't even bite. In an instant, he was bitten into pieces by the young man. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was the zombie. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies continued to swarm in, but the boy, like an even more terrifying monster, excitedly went to meet them. They were tearing each other apart with these zombies. He attacked like a mad dog, completely ignoring the zombies' bites, as if he felt no pain at all. One by one, the zombies were torn into pieces by the others, gradually piling up all over the pavilion. That feels good. So good. Keep going, keep going. The boy grew more and more excited as the battle progressed, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Soon, he eliminated most of the zombies that swarmed around him. Even several level 4 zombies were killed beyond any hope of survival under its frenzied attacks. Looking at the boy, who was covered in zombie blood and exuded no fear or human presence, many low-level zombies even felt fear. They dared not go forward again. This scene was absolutely horrifying. No, don't go, don't go. However, upon seeing the zombies no longer attacking him, the boy's initially excited face immediately turned panicked. He acted like a boy who had been cruelly dumped by his girlfriend and hurriedly and excitedly chased after her. Don't go, hit me, bite me, quick, quick. The boy was like a madman, chasing after the zombies that were trying to escape, tearing and biting them to keep them from leaving. In their excitement, they even knocked down several large trees. Soon, the park was littered with corpses. The entire park was also destroyed and left in a mess. The boy looked as if he had just emerged from a pool of blood. Not a single patch of his skin was intact, and his own blood mixed with the blood of the corpse dripped continuously from his body. But he felt no pain and showed no signs of mutation, and continued to turn his gaze to the last level 4 female zombie. He grinned, a hungry smile on his face. Now no one can bother us. This is a female zombie covered in spikes. She was practically the queen of corpses in this area. With its formidable defense and attack power, it steadily suppressed the few level 4 zombies that the boy had just slaughtered. But at this moment, faced with the boy's twisted smile and terrifying fighting power, Fear, which had previously made her eyes dull, now revealed a human-like expression of terror. At this moment, the boy was no different from a higher-level zombie king in her eyes. She staggered on her limping leg and turned to run away. He had completely lost the desire to eat the boy, but would the young man give her that chance? A pungent smell of blood wafted by, and the boy had already arrived in front of the female zombie. Ignoring its sharp thorns, it immediately tackled it to the ground. The female zombie queen's sharp spikes pierced the boy's body, but this only brought a more satisfied and excited smile to his face. The female zombie queen was instantly enraged and attacked the boy. Yes, that's the feeling. A sinister smile curled at the corner of the boy's mouth. He opened his claws, bent down, and launched a counterattack against the female zombie king. One man and one corpse, like two monsters, engaged in close-quarters combat without any skill or tactics. It rolled and tore and bit along the way, almost every move drawing blood, and buildings and trees fell wherever it went. It was also during the moonlight, when one man and one corpse were engaged in a fierce and unrestrained battle. Outside the park, a burly figure was following a large yellow dog all the way here. The person who came was none other than Zhang Taizhu. The big yellow dog was none other than Wang Kai. Following Wang Cai's lead, Zhang Taizhu finally arrived at the battlefield deep within the park. As he gazed upon the pungent, bloody corpses scattered everywhere, his face was already filled with shock. When the gaze followed the path to the pavilion, it fell upon the blood-stained boy battling a female zombie. Zhang Taizhu's pupils contracted, and the hairs on his body stood on end. As if sensing Zhang Taizhu's arrival, the boy finally stopped toying with her and smashed the female zombie king's head with a punch. He stood up, looked at Zhang Taizhu, and the scarlet gaze quickly faded. The ferocity on his face disappeared, replaced by a happy and innocent smile. He boasted, "Second brother, you don't need to come anymore. I've already killed them all." Zhang Taizhu felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body felt unwell. But having confirmed that the boy before him was indeed his younger brother, Song Shenglong, he suppressed his fear and stepped forward, exclaiming in shock, You killed all of these people?" Yes, it feels so good. I've been feeling really uncomfortable staying at home all the time. But this time I finally feel comfortable. Second brother, if any more zombies come, leave them to me. I can kill them all by myself." Song Shenglong didn't take credit at all. Instead, he looked delighted. It was as if the battle was the greatest reward for him. Zhang Taizhu, looking at Song Shenglong, who now resembled a monster, he suddenly felt somewhat unfamiliar with him. He had originally discovered several zombies wandering and approaching a few kilometers away from the mental hospital where he was being treated. So he thought he would take advantage of the darkness to clean up the area to avoid attracting more zombies. This kind of work was originally handled by him, Luo Xinyu, and Wang Xiaoxiao. After all, on the night Song Bing left, he only personally trained the three of them in actual combat once. But when I think of Song Shenglong, who was once the only person with supernatural abilities in the entire hospital, Zhang Taizhu then offered to take Song Shenglong along for a try this time. The original intention was to take Song Shenglong for some training. Let's also take a look at what superpower Song Bing gave Song Shenglong to upgrade. At first, Zhang Taizhu repeatedly reminded Song Shenglong to be careful. Everything followed behind him. As soon as I left the hospital, I saw those few wandering zombies. Song Shenglong's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, like a wolf seeing a sheep. It transformed directly into an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards the zombies. Even more terrifying, by the time Zhang Taizhu arrived, the several wandering zombies had already been torn to shreds. Song Shenglong had long since disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Wang Kai led the way, which allowed him to follow along. All along the way, there were only zombie corpses everywhere. His original intention was simply to take advantage of the darkness and risk clearing out the few zombies wandering outside the hospital. As a result, Song Shenglong drove straight to a park more than 10 miles away. They dismembered and cleared away all the zombies that were more than 10 miles away. Among them were several level 4 zombies of the same level as him. How could he not be shocked? He originally intended to witness Song Shenglong's supernatural combat abilities and, incidentally, train him. Well, it's more appropriate for Song Shenglong to train him now. Wait, Were all those wounds on your body from zombie bites? But soon, the horrified Zhang Taizhu noticed the scratches and bite marks all over Song Shenglong's body, and his expression changed drastically again. These were clearly scratches and bites from zombies. It's okay. I feel even more comfortable when they bite me. And it will get better soon. Song Shenglong, however, seemed completely unconcerned, even tearing off a piece of skin that had been bitten off his hand. Just as Zhang Taizhu was about to say something, he saw that the wound that Song Shenglong had torn off was visibly scabbing over and healing. The same applies to other injuries. Song Shenglong himself showed no signs of pain or abnormality. On the contrary, I was very happy. He seemed to be enjoying the rampage of the zombie virus of the same level within his body. Zhang Taizhu was once again shocked. He felt that Song Shenglong in front of him was a monster. How come I'm okay even after being bitten by a zombie? Could it be because they are in the same grade? After a moment of distraction, he swallowed hard, then forced a smile at Song Shenglong. Brother, let's go back to the hospital first. It's getting dark. Okay, having thoroughly enjoyed the battle, Song Shenglong no longer rebelled and happily followed Zhang Taizhu back the way they came. Along the way, the two people and their dog did not encounter any zombie attacks, because they were all slaughtered by Song Shenglong. This is definitely not something a level 4 superpower could do. At least Zhang Taizhu believes that even if his electromuscular technique were to numb the muscles, it wouldn't be possible. Sent to a mental hospital. Since the last cleaning and renovation by Song Bing, the entire hospital building has undergone earth-shaking changes. A construction site somewhere in Ximen. Under Sia's command, reinforcement and expansion are currently underway. Before the apocalypse began, the entire hospital was already undergoing renovation and reinforcement. Materials and machines have always existed. However, after that incident, the needed workers were gone. But this doesn't seem to affect it. I saw Sia wearing a white dress, standing on a heavy machine. As her beautiful eyes bloomed, a bright and charming light bloomed in her eyes. Succubus, talent blooms instantly. An invisible brain power spread instantly, lifting the hem of his skirt. At this moment, Shili lost his elegance and became completely charming and noble. Just like the school beauty by Yue Guang during her school days, she took off her school uniform, put on sultry black stockings, and put on gorgeous red makeup. It seems that just one look can make people instantly fall under the hem of her skirt. This is the terrifying thing about Succubus, not good at attacking the body, but good at attacking the mind. But the next second, Shili looked at a pile of bricks needed for construction and a pile of cement, with the charm blooming in her beautiful eyes. The mind-blowing brain power instantly enveloped these bricks and cement. The next second, the needed bricks and cement floated to a high place through the air, directly saving manpower and material resources. The nurses who had also been reformed by Song Bing also quickly took action. They all used their various powers to build shelters. Some turn into mixers and mix cement crazily. Some transform into tentacle monsters and lay bricks like crazy. Some of them turned into rollers and painted like crazy. Believe it or not, the efficiency is several times that of before. Sia stood on a high place and continued to use Succubus to move bricks while giving instructions. This will also help her exercise her brain power. I just don't know if it will be good enough to seduce people in the future. Miss Sia, what's wrong? The wall in the Forbidden Ward area was knocked down by that guy's fart again. Just when everything was going on in an orderly manner, a caregiver came running in a panic and seemed to be very skilled. When Shili, who was moving bricks, heard this, his pretty face changed slightly. He immediately put down the bricks he had just controlled and shouted, "Put down what you are doing first and follow me to the taboo ward." Yeah, here we go again. The several caregivers at work didn't seem surprised. They looked at each other and spread their hands, with expressions of despair. But they had no choice but to follow Shili. Only this time, everyone was wearing gas masks. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. Taboo wards. No, it should be called the taboo ward area now, because the commotion and destructive power caused by Zhou Xian and a group of psychopaths was too great. It's either endless farts in the middle of the night, or a burst of poisonous gas carried by the wind. I fell asleep in the middle of the night and accidentally got gas poisoning. I don't even know how to die. This is simply not possible to live with. Therefore, for everyone's safety, everyone was forced to cede several hospital buildings and land around the taboo hospital building. Almost one-third of the hospital's land was given away. Designate a taboo ward area. And outside the entire forbidden ward area, a high wall comparable to the outer perimeter was built, just to protect everyone. But even so, such an impregnable high wall will still collapse from time to time due to the restless Zhou Xian. The perspective zooms into the taboo ward area. It occupies one-third of the entire ward, nearly 700 acres. It can be described as vast. But at a glance, the place was filled with smoke and a mess. The faint yellow air floating in the space seemed to be aggrieved when it refused to dissipate for a long time. If you look carefully, you can't find a living plant or insect. Not even a single mosquito. This mosquito repellent effect is definitely better than mosquito coils. But I guess no one would dare to use it. The seated wards have long been reduced to rubble. Only the former taboo hospital building struggled to hold up in the yellow mist. This lifeless scene is completely different from the vibrant hospital. Even worse than the dilapidated environment outside the hospital. It is estimated that if any zombies are brought, they will be hell level. The view continued to the taboo hospital building riddled with holes. Hey ha, bang chi touch porcelain. Bang bang bang. Hi yo, one I yo, one la la yo. In the hospital building, explosions and shouts continued to be heard. Various smoke mixed with it floated out from those holes and cracks. Those who didn't know better thought it was a disco bar. The view continues into the ward. On the topmost floor, all the wards that were originally scattered around were gone. Instead, there is just a huge training ground. It's like an indoor sports field. As for why it was transformed into this, those little black people who were crazy about farting and the shattered walls already gave the answer. At this moment, 300 little black men are training hard. But their training goal seems to be to practice farting. It's just that the movements are different. Some practice shooting at targets, but it has been difficult to hit the 10th ring. Some are in conflict with each other. Some are like immortals who sit cross-legged and turn their farts into gas, trying to ascend, but they run out of gas every time they rise a few meters. Some are even lazy, farting from time to time, pretending to be working hard. And on that high platform, Zhou Xian sat in his dark wheelchair, as domineering as ever, like a master overlooking the training apprentices. But when he looked at the 300 disciples who were training, especially those lazy guys, Zhou Xian's brows furrowed in displeasure. His originally dark face became even darker. "Stop!" he shouted loudly, and his words instantly shocked the entire audience. All the disciples immediately stopped and looked at Zhou Xian in fear. Did we put it somewhere wrong? Uft. Zhou Xian didn't say anything. With a little help, he fell steadily from the dragon chair to the ground. Show everyone style. He walked towards these little black men who had been practicing and making no progress, and asked angrily, "What is fart skill? What kind of triangle fart technique are you practicing?" All the little black people were frightened and shook their heads in confusion. Seeing this, Zhou Xian became even more angry. He walked directly to a little black man and said, "Block." The little black man quickly raised his hands to block. Bang! Zhou Xian flicked his butt, just a random fart, and it flew several meters away. It was so terrifying. "You block it." Zhou Xian continued to face another little black man. Uft! Before he could raise his hand, another fart sent it flying. "Show your invincibility." The other little black men turned pale with fear. "What is fart gong?" "This is fart gong. If you want to learn fart gong, you have to work hard." Zhou Xian continued to speak, looked at the remaining people, and said solemnly, "The fart skill only has 3 words: connect, transform, and send. Only by firmly grasping the essence of these 3 words can you unleash the true power of fart skills." Zhou Xian said. His luck started, and he saw him performing the standard action of 5 lightning whips. When the 300 little black men saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically, as if they knew what Zhou Xian was going to do. They quickly begged for mercy and fear. "No, Your Majesty, no." But obviously, it was already too late. At this moment, Zhou Xian had already finished 5 consecutive whippings and looked at them with a domineering look. This 20-year-old fart skill is ready. The sky was gray and bright, and the whole land was still dead silent. The main entrance of the mental hospital, Wang Xiaoxiao, dressed in night clothes, was sitting on the wall, holding a straight knife and guarding alone. There are also several caregivers on duty at several lookouts. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his narrow and sharp peach blossom eyes, staring at somewhere in the darkness. A flash of red quickly appeared in the depths of his eyes. You can enter the Red Slaughter state to fight at any time. It's me. But at this moment, a familiar voice came from the darkness, and then Zhang Taizhu was seen arriving with Song Shenglong. Open the door quickly. When Wang Xiaoxiao saw this, the redness in his eyes receded, and he hurriedly spoke. As the heavy metal door opened, Zhang Taizhu and Song Shenglong were able to enter the hospital. Are those zombies strong? Why have they been there for so long? Looking at the two people who had just returned now, Wang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, and his eyes fell on Song Shenglong at the same time. Although the other party has been cleaned, but the smell of blood and the scabs on his body were difficult to conceal. Yes, it is indeed a bit tricky. The Holy Dragon and I worked together to eradicate it. Zhang Taizhu nodded in agreement. Naturally, I dare not tell the truth. The first is that this is incredible. Let me tell you, we actually fought for more than 10 kilometers and eradicated tens of thousands of zombies along the way. The zombies we killed were scared, can you believe it? The second point is probably out of hiding from Song Shenglong. It would be better not to let more people know about such a terrifying, bloodthirsty, and warlike Song Shenglong. Especially Lu Su and Song En, who already regarded Song Shenglong as their own sons. Brother, I'm going to find my parents. Song Shenglong, who had already finished his release, didn't think much about it. He was like a drug addict who had just been satisfied with drugs and became the good and obedient boy again. So regardless of the conversation between the two, they happily went to find Lu Su to cook for him. After fighting for so long, he was hungry. Seeing Song Shenglong leaving happily, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes moved slightly, as if he had seen through something, but he still didn't say anything more, nodded and said, "Well, let's act together next time. It's safer this way." After spending many days together, as a former experimental subject, how could she not feel Song Shenglong's hidden uneasiness? By the way, where's Sister Sinew? Zhang Taizhu, who was not good at lying, took the opportunity to change the subject. Usually the three of them are responsible for guarding. The drinking water is almost gone. She went to produce water. Before Wang Xiaoxiao could answer, a gentle female voice came first. The two of them turned around and saw that the person coming was none other than Luo Sinew's mother, Luo Yin. As a CEO who is also good at management, Luo Yin and Sia both manage everything in the hospital together, up to the arrangement and coordination, food, drink, housing, and transportation. Under the management of the two strong women day and night, the entire hospital was able to develop and stabilize like this. At this moment, Luo Yan's face looked a bit haggard, with a few drops of condensed water on her skin. Apparently the production of water resources is also added. After all, she has the same ability to condense water as Luo Sinew. Aunt Luo. Zhang Taizhu and Wang Xiaoxiao also greeted Luo Yin politely. After getting along with each other for a few days, it was obvious to everyone that Luo Yin was humble and kind in dealing with others, as well as her strong management ability. Well, thank you for your hard work. Luo Yin smiled slightly, then thought of something, looked at Zhang Taizhu and said, "Yes, Taizhu, I have something to ask you about. The battery stored in the hospital is about to be used up. Please see if it's convenient and send some more." "No problem, I'll go right away." Hearing this, Zhang Taizhu agreed without hesitation. That's right, since the advent of electric muscle, the entire hospital's power supply issues have been left to him. He has become a human dynamo. It can be said that the superpowers given to each of them by Song Bing have perfectly contributed to the life and development of the hospital. The mother and daughter of the Luo family, who produce water. Zhang Taizhu, who generates electricity. Sia, who moves bricks. Bang! The first ray of sunlight in the sky dispersed the darkness, and a violent vibration came from the forbidden area of the backyard. It was also accompanied by a slight tremor of the earth. What's going on? Enemy attack. The three of them looked at the forbidden area in the backyard and hurried over. Sia led the construction team to rush to the forbidden area. I was completely dumbfounded by the sight in front of me. I saw a large round hole once again appeared in the high wall that had been repaired. It was like being bombarded by artillery shells. There were still a few little black men scattered around who were still wailing because they could not be killed by the smoke. There was even yellow smoke rising from the entrance of the cave, which was worse than ever before. Is this still a human? Why is it collapsing more and more violently? Wan la. If it collapses like this, one day it will collapse and penetrate the entire hospital. All the nurses looked at this eye-catching scene with their mouths open, and they were no longer calm. Although Sia said nothing, her pretty face under the gas mask was full of solemnity. As the only level 5 person currently sent to a mental hospital, she was extremely shocked when faced with the destructive power of Zhou Xian's fart. Is this the destructive power level for can create? It's a double blow to both physics and chemistry, which can be said to be incomprehensible. Even Sia wanted to retreat. No, 3 houses seems not enough. Let's go with 300 houses. With the spread of her brain power, Sia quickly captured Zhou Xian in the forbidden area. I saw that the taboo hospital building was riddled with holes. Under this fart, another layer was missing. From the original 18-story high-rise building, it has become the current 5-story villa. This is all the fault of Zhou Xian. At this moment, on the top floor, Zhou Xian climbed out of a piece of cement ruins. He looked at the collapsed floor and the wall 100 meters away, which had a big hole in it. His 300 disciples had already been scattered by his ass. Everyone fell to the ground and howled. But as the best product that has been brewed from the basement, their fart resistance and vitality have already reached a terrifying level. None of the desperate ones died. To others, this is a devastating blow. But the intensity is just right for them, and it's not nerve-wracking. It's over, don't stop it, it's violent. Zhou Xian's eyes widened. He originally planned to show off his fart skills, but he didn't expect it to get out of hand. Zhou Xian, who realized that he had gotten into trouble again, did not dare to practice anymore and hurriedly found his dragon chair from the ruins, a sliding shovel, and ran to the next level. Hey, don't worry about it for now. Let's fix it first. Don't let the smell spread here. After sensing everything, Sia sighed helplessly and could only quickly order the renovation. At this time, Zhang Taizhu and the other 3 people who rushed over also witnessed this scene. Zhang Taizhu asked in disbelief. It's incredible, isn't it? Sia smiled bitterly. Continue, succubus, to move bricks. Zhang Taizhu was stunned on the spot. He witnessed the defiance of Song Shenlong and Zhou Xian in one night. He didn't understand why his brother wanted to change the 2 of them like this. This is too terrible. It was also when the psychiatric hospital was developing in an orderly manner. On the outskirts of Andu, a mysterious army quietly arrived. Andu, outside the western suburbs, on top of a higher mountain forest. After 5 days, the Gao family team successfully arrived here. But they didn't set off in one go. Instead, I chose to camp here. A heavily armed Gao family guard quietly came to a valley with several Gao family members who were injured along the way. The valley is dark, and there are gusts of cold wind blowing in the face. Walking at the front, a man wrapped in a coat couldn't bear it any longer. He suddenly turned around and looked at the guards. He knelt down and begged, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm really not infected. This is just a scratch I accidentally made. This is definitely not a zombie bite." As he spoke, he tightly wrapped his coat around his body. His lips turned white and trembled, as if he was very cold. Facing the man in the coat, he suddenly turned around and broke the silence. The guards leading the way immediately raised their guns and aimed at the man in the coat and others. The weapons in their hands are not ordinary black gold firearms, but the terrifying black gold barrettes. The armed guards were in perfect harmony, just like soldiers about to be executed on the execution ground. The resistance of the man in the coat and the reaction of the guards instantly awakened the injured members. The cold wind came from the bottomless valley and hit the soul directly. Everyone immediately showed fear and followed the man in the coat to pray. "No, don't. We are not infected. We can still be saved. We were injured because of the Gao family. You can't abandon us because of this." The eldest lady and the young master promised us that there is an antidote to the zombie virus. Where are they? I want to see them. At this time, a man carrying 2 scimitars walked out. Surprisingly, it was Yanlang who was responsible for this cleaning operation. He looked at the man in the coat and others with unbearable expression in his eyes. After all, these people were his teammates. but he still had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry. This is the order from the eldest lady and young master." As soon as these words came out, these people's illusions were completely broken. So, there is no cure for being bitten and infected by a zombie, right? There's no antidote, right? The man in the coat revealed more of his face from under his clothes, and with a pair of trembling eyes, he stared at Yinlang and asked, "Xiaohu, we are warriors trained by the Gao family. Now it is our responsibility to sacrifice for the glory of the Gao family." After a long silence, Yinlang finally spoke and answered the man in the coat in another way. I thought so before, but now I realize that we are just dogs raised by the Gao family. A bunch of brainwashed wretches." Hearing this, Xiaohu no longer covered himself with his coat. He put down his hand, revealing the corpse marks that had been infected by the zombie virus. He stared at Yinlang and smiled sadly. Yinlang frowned slightly, but silently retreated, raising his hand at the same time. The guards immediately loaded their guns. Ah no! The faces of the other injured were pale, and their desire to survive made them run towards the dark valley. But they were greeted by the sound of another gun being loaded. Another guard had already been waiting for them in the valley with guns mounted, and beneath their feet were the bodies of several injured people like them. These bodies are already cold. They stayed together and chatted with each other in the morning, thinking about the future. The injured were desperate and finally knew where the path to treatment was. It was the mass graves prepared by the Gao family for them. The grace of the eldest lady and the young master allows you to have a chance to commit suicide. Yinlang outside the valley raised his hand and said. The minds of the injured people who were surrounded went blank, crying that they were really just injured. Some even exposed the wounds they had accidentally scratched in order to prove their innocence. But this did not get any response from Yinlang and others. The order they received was to kill anyone injured. The only reason to blame is that the zombie infection is too scary. Ha ha ha. If you want to kill me just like that, I'll leave a few people behind. Just as Yinlang was about to wave his hand, Xiaohu, who was unwilling to die, suddenly went berserk. He violently tore the coat that covered his body and suddenly turned into a ferocious afterimage, rushing towards Yinlang and the others. The corpse marks spread rapidly under his excitement. Shoot! Yinlang saw this and immediately waved coldly. Bang bang bang. Oh! In an instant, the violent black gold beret burst out, and the injured and infected people were immediately penetrated through the body or shot in the head. The dead can no longer die, but among the blood mist and bullets, a ferocious figure did not stop. In an instant, he arrived in front of the shooting escort. Death! The expressions of the guards changed greatly, but what greeted them was Xiaohu's fierce claws. He easily penetrated the protective suit and killed 2 guards in an instant. The rest of the guards were frightened and dispersed. Yinlang frowned slightly, pulled out the 2 swords behind him, and faced him. Whoops! The 2 scimitars cut through the air, and with a touch of sharpness, they crossed and slashed towards Xiaohu's head. But the next second, Xiaohu held 2 knives with one hand. At the same time, the bloody stimulation made Xiaohu excited, and his eyes were gradually covered with black blood. Yinlang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Xiaohu's corpse to change so quickly. Xiaohu looked at Yinlang with a ferocious smile and kicked out suddenly at the same time. Yinlang raised his foot to block, but was kicked away by this terrible kick. Level 5, how is that possible? Yinlang's pupils shrank, finally realizing the seriousness of the matter. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Roar. At this time, Xiaohu had continued to kill. At this moment, he completely transformed into a level 5 zombie. Yinlang was desperate. The gap between level 4 and level 5 left him powerless to resist. But just as Xiaohu's sharp claws were about to pierce into his head, 2 powerful figures suddenly arrived. Xiaohu was instantly knocked back. Then the chase continued. The 2 figures were as fast as lightning and cooperated tacitly. After fighting fiercely with Xiaohu for about 10 minutes, they finally killed him completely. Only then did the 2 figures appear completely exposed. Both of them were wearing protective clothing belonging to the Gao family, and under the hats they wore deliberately were masks that concealed their faces. Can't see the face clearly, but judging from their bodies, they should all be men. Yinlang, who had survived the disaster, looked at the 2 mysterious men in shock. He had never seen the 2 of them, and he didn't expect that the Gao family would bring 2 level 5s with them this time. While he was shocked, the figures of Gao Ling and Gao Shungjie arrived without knowing when. "Miss, little master." Yin Lang quickly got up and saluted respectfully. The remaining injured who survived under the cover of Xiao who were also excited when they saw the appearance of Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie. It's like grabbing the last straw. He crawled to the two of them with all his strength and prayed. "Miss, you said you could save us. We were all injured because of the Gao family. We don't want to die. Miss, I am really not injured. I can continue to work for the Gao family. I am still useful." Looking at these people, the highly spiritual and sensitive red lips were slightly raised, and he soothed in a very soft and charming voice. "Good boy, don't be afraid. The Gao family will not give up on you. I will rescue you right now." "Really? Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you, Mississippi." Hearing this, the remaining 4 survivors kowtowed excitedly. But what they didn't see was that under Gao Ling Liyin's red skirt, a colorful and slender tail slowly stretched out. Puff, 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 puff. The next second, the slender tail turned into a colorful shadow, entering from the mouth, connecting the 4 people together. The 4 of them stared up at Gao Ling, who had been kind and charming for a second. Uft. The tails were retracted, blood splattered everywhere, and the 4 finally fell to the ground in unwillingness and despair. The pleasure of killing brought a sick smile to Gao Ling's face. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from her tail in disgust. The colorful and slender tail was retracted under her red skirt and disappeared. "Bury it." Glancing at the corpses in the valley, Gao Shungjie said coldly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Yin Lang quickly stood up and ordered the guards to bury him. How many people died on this journey? But looking at the corpses that died because of the Gao family, Gao Shungjie continued to ask coldly. "Back to master, there are 176 people in total. 36 of them were directly swallowed by zombies on the way. The remaining 140 people were all treated for injuries and infections." Yin Lang reports truthfully. Hearing this, the expressions of Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie couldn't help but darken. They didn't expect that before Song Bing was found, the elite members of the Gao family they brought had already lost so many people. Of course, what they didn't expect was that these zombies had mutated so horribly. They originally thought that they relied on many elite weapons and chariots, able to break through the city and head straight towards Andu. You can also search for some supplies and capture some slaves. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is skinny. The team had just left the Magic City and arrived at the first city. What greeted them was a large number of hungry corpses. Countless high-level zombies easily tore apart their defenses. They were almost trapped to death in that city. He almost died halfway through. The originally confident team became obedient. From then on, they no longer dared to travel in the bright daylight, nor did they dare to go straight through the city center. I only dare to set out slowly on the trails at night. But the huge team still cannot avoid being discovered by zombies. Then lay siege. Along the way, they relied on their weapons and advantages to break through the encirclement. But every time they broke through, the Gao family's team suffered a lot of losses. This made both Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie have the idea of retreating. But every time they thought of Song Bing and Candy, the brother and sister gritted their teeth and persisted. The losses are so serious. How could these zombies mutate so horribly? If this continues, where will there be room for us? Gao Xingjie spoke with a gloomy expression. To be on the safe side, they all gave up flying in fighter planes. But the result was still far beyond their expectations. 36 people were left behind and became dinner for zombies. The remaining 140 infected guards were all left in this valley. During this period, several black gold tanks were lost, and a lot of weapons and food. This is definitely not a small loss for the team. If the rumors are true, that woman can really control zombies. Then it will all be worth it. Gao Ling spoke at this time. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, not showing any timidity. Instead, he looked towards Andu City in the distance, feeling even more excited. Well, if that's the case, then we must win it no matter what. With that woman, it will be enough for my Gao family to unify Anghua, even the whole world. Thinking of Candy's special nature, Gao Xingjie's heart trembled and his edge showed. Now that the internal troubles have been cleaned up, we can set out tomorrow after some tidying up. Gao Ling said, Looking towards Anda's city, a sickly edge flashed through his narrowed eyes. Song Bing, I'm here. Are you ready to welcome me? After so many days of hardship, they finally arrived in Anghua. Everything is just for Song Bing. North of Antarctica, in the sky where the cold wind swept, a white shadow shuttled through it. Like a fish flying freely in the storm, it flies towards the Antarctic continent. And Baiying was none other than Song Bing, who had come all the way. Since being promoted to level 6, Song Bing's flight speed and time have obviously improved to a higher level. So it only took one day and one night to reach Antarctica. Looking for memories from the past, Song Bing wanted to go to the site of the original Apocalypse War to find out. Then follow the last message that AI Xiaoshou left before falling asleep. Just as Song Bing was about to dive into the Antarctic, Song Bing's attention was finally attracted to a certain area below. After pondering for a moment, Song Bing flew towards that area. South Island, former international transfer station. At this moment, the prosperity of the past has been lost. The streets with dilapidated buildings were gradually covered by the wind and snow. Many low-level zombies were also frozen into ice sculptures in this extremely low environment. There was only dead silence. But at this moment, in the center of the island, a strong and fortified shelter stood in it. The high ice wall is like a chasm, perfectly isolating the deadly and terrifying environment outside. But inside the shelter, there was another prosperous scene. Wow! The biting cold wind carried snowflakes and moved across this silent Antarctic continent, set off waves of desolation. But at this moment, on the border of Iceland, a sudden sound of ice cracking broke the dead silence. I saw that the thick ice suddenly cracked and fell apart from the connection with Iceland. Thinking of the sea slowly floating around, exposing cracks in the sea. Wow! The next second, the sound of water breaking broke the dead silence again. Goodbye. Under the lifeless sea water, a small, white and tender hand suddenly broke out of the water and grabbed a piece of ice that was about to float out. Hula. Immediately afterwards, a small head continued to poke out from under the icy water. She opened her big, watery eyes and looked around curiously and cutely for a moment, before finally crawling out from under this dead, cold sea of ice. Climbed onto the broken piece of ice. As the cold wind drifted freely towards the sea little by little, her figure also completely emerged, and she turned out to be a little girl less than 1.2 meters tall, who looked to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing tattered clothes that didn't match her, a pair of bare little feet, but it can't cover up her smart and cute appearance and temperament. The little girl looks very cute. Exquisite snow-white little face, a pair of big sparkling eyes, a head of thick black hair. It looks like an elf descending into the mortal world. One can't help but want to pinch her chubby little face. She was like a newborn baby, looking at everything around her curiously and expectantly. Even though it was still deathly cold, she still looked in the direction she was going. He showed a cute and bright smile. The floating ice cubes were like a sailboat, carrying her and drifting into the distance. During this period, under the cold and deep sea water, huge creatures hidden in the darkness quickly emerged from time to time. But when they approached the little girl and were about to open their huge mouths and devour her, they seemed to suddenly feel some terrible aura. He immediately shut up and quickly dived into the depths of the sea again. The little girl had a smooth journey, and after several days of wandering, she finally came to a huge island. Looking at the island, her big black eyes were slightly bright. As if she thought of something, she immediately abandoned the ice under her feet and set foot on this lifeless island with her bare feet. She walked deeper into the island step by step. Abandoned ship buildings appeared one after another around. There are also the skeletons of corpses frozen in ice. But the little girl didn't show any fear and continued towards the island. And on a tilted signboard she passed by, there were 2 big characters written South Island. The little girl came to the interior of the once prosperous island, but it seemed to have lost human protection, and the surrounding buildings had long been frozen and abandoned. Those low-level zombies and fleeing humans have been frozen for some reason, but they retain their last movements during their lifetime. The desperation of the survivors to escape, the madness of the zombie chase. It was as if they were all frozen instantly. The entire island is filled with death, despair, and terror. But the little girl ignored it and came to a children's clothing store in the past. Pushing aside a few zombies blocking the door, he climbed into the store from under the snowdrift. After a while, she came out. She had already put on a girl's suit. Although the clothes were a little dirty, she still looked cuter. Ho 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 ho. However, at this moment, four sled dogs suddenly rushed out from the frozen ground and rushed toward the little girl at high speed. They have ferocious faces and well-developed muscles, and they have already met the conditions of high-level zombies. So it is more appropriate to call them zombie dogs. The four zombie dogs were extremely fast, and their large mouths were filled with foul-smelling pus and blood, as if they wanted to tear the little girl into pieces and swallow them. Faced with such a terrifying scene, not to mention a child, even an adult would be paralyzed with fear. But the difference is that the little girl is still looking at him curiously, with no fear on her delicate little face. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the four zombie dogs were about to pounce on the little girl, four harsh gunshots rang out. Four zombies were knocked out on the spot. Then, in the thick snow, four figures rushed out at the same time, killing the four zombie dogs. A cold light appeared in their hands, and they instantly fought with four zombie dogs. The strength displayed is obviously possessed by a different person. In the darkness, there was continued gunfire support. Facing the ferocious and terrifying zombie dog, the four of them dealt with it extremely skillfully. They all seemed to be trained aliens. Facing this sudden scene, the little girl always watched curiously, as if she was just a bystander. Soon, with the tacit cooperation of the four people and the support of gunfire in the darkness, two zombie dogs were finally killed, and the remaining two fled. Unfortunately, one of the four people was also scratched. The other three people did not immediately step forward to check, but looked at the man coldly. They even distanced themselves slightly. No, no, let me go, give me a way to live, give me. The man also looked frightened and looked at the three people and prayed humbly. The leading woman in white didn't say a word, and instantly turned into an afterimage and descended. The sharp black gold dagger in her hand penetrated directly through the man's head. Let's deal with it. After settling everything, the woman in white stood up and spoke coldly. The next second, several snowmobiles came from the snow in the distance. Several people in white combat uniforms got out of the car. The two zombie dogs and the injured and beheaded man were tied to the snowmobile. Captain Aaron, everything is ready. After it was moved, someone looked at the woman and reported it. But at this moment, Yilin had followed her two teammates and curiously walked towards the little girl. Yilin looked at the girl for a moment and was instantly attracted by the girl's smart and cute appearance. I was even more curious about the existence of the little girl. In such an environment, if the little girl is not a zombie, there is only one possibility, which is to gain life-saving powers. Thinking of this, Yilin and everyone's eyes lit up. Yilin deliberately showed a kind smile, came to the little girl and knelt down, as if coaxing a child, and asked with a smile, "Baby, whose child are you from? Where are your parents?" "I don't have parents." When asked, the little girl rarely spoke, her ethereal and childish voice full of innocence. "Then what are you doing here?" Erin's eyes flickered, and she continued to talk. "I'm looking for someone." The little girl paused for a moment, and expectation immediately appeared in her big watery eyes. "I want to find my master." "Master?" Yilin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said coaxingly, "I know where your master is. Can you come with us? I'll take you to find your master." "Really great." Hearing this, the little girl nodded in agreement without hesitation and looked happy. Seeing this, Erin became even more sure of her guess. The little girl was just lucky enough to be infected with a high-level virus and gain high-level powers to survive until now. But even though he has become a high-level alien, he is still a child after all. Then this will be easy to handle. Lucky to have caught such an obedient little alien girl. Today's task is completed. Let's go. Annie will take you to eat something delicious. Yilin raised the corners of her mouth slightly, like a human trafficker, and picked up the little girl and got into the car. Together with the team, head towards the shelter in the center of the South Island. Central South Island. Inside the towering and thick shelter walls, there is a whole new world. It is like a small enclosed city. There are buildings left in the South Island before the apocalypse. All zombies and mutated monsters have been cleared. Wherever you look, there are busy figures. In this besieged city, They no longer have to worry about the threat of zombies. But the despair in their eyes did not seem to dissipate. Hulala. The biting cold wind was like a sharp blade, accompanied by icy snowflakes, beating mercilessly in this seemingly safe siege. The speakers high up in the building were always playing inspiring songs. People in the besieged city wore thin clothes and endured the low temperature and wind and snow of dozens of degrees below zero, listening to the songs. Working tirelessly, they never stopped for a moment. Like workers on the assembly line before the apocalypse. Various items and food were constantly sorted and then transported along an entrance to the underground. Although the entrance of the cave is small, it is like a bottomless pit that cannot be satisfied. The busy people all look hardworking, but numbness was already written all over their faces. No one dared to touch the delicious food in their hands, because there are countless pairs of vicious eyes on the wall that protects them. The guards on guard, wearing snow-white cotton-padded jackets, were warming themselves by the fire between the watchtowers on the high wall. Occasionally, a replacement patrols the perimeter of the wall. Look at the environment outside the wall from time to time and beware of the invasion of zombie monsters. From time to time, he looked at the busy people inside the wall. Anyone who dares to stop will inevitably be warned by whistles and curses. During this period, groups of people who went out to look for supplies came back from outside the wall from time to time. They were dressed and in the same spirit as the busy crowd on the walls, already dilapidated. The only difference is that under this apocalypse, they were all lucky enough to gain superpowers. But unfortunately, they must venture out in search of supplies, and it has to be found every day. Only by handing over the supplies to the rulers of the siege can there be hope of survival. At the same time, in a snow forest a few miles away from the siege city, a man and a woman were running towards the siege. Both of them looked to be in their teens. On the young man's thin shoulders, he even carried a ham obtained from an unknown source. Behind the two of them, a ferocious level 3 zombie was leading a group of mutated sled dogs in a mad pursuit. Just like hunting. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, the young man still refused to let go of the ham on his shoulders. Ho, Ayin, you go first. Feeling that a zombie dog was coming from behind, the boy gritted his teeth and threw the ham on his shoulder to the girl. He turned around sharply and accurately caught the mouth of the charging zombie dog. But he was still thrown to the snow by the zombie dog's terrifying power. Brother. The girl's pretty face changed drastically, and she wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by the young man who was struggling to survive under the zombie dogs. Let's go? Mom's body needs medicine. One of us, brother and sister, must go back and save Mom's life. Looking at the young man's firm eyes, the girl showed pain on her face, but she still gritted her teeth, picked up the ham, and continued to escape towards the besieged city. Ho 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 ho. At this time, several zombie dogs continued to chase the girl. Seeing that his sister was about to be chased, the boy didn't know where the strength came from, and a fire flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, his body suddenly turned red, as if he had turned into a red-hot Iron Man. The zombie dogs that rushed towards him were so hot that they started to smoke. Get out of here. The young man roared and threw the zombie dogs away, knocking one down on the spot. His figure continued to run rampant, knocking down 2 other zombie dogs that had already pounced on the girl. Come on, come to me if you can. Don't hurt my sister, you idiot. The young man stood behind the girl like a berserk. She has torn out a way out for her sister Luoyin. Ho 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 ho. The zombies under his command were also successfully attracted to the boy. With a roar, all the zombie dogs pounced on the boy. Here, Luoyin was still running away, and she couldn't bear to let the young man's efforts go to waste. It is even more unbearable for the mother inside the wall to die because there is no medicine to survive. But hearing the roar of the young man behind him and the roar of the zombies, Luoyin's heart felt like a knife. Weakness and pain hit her all the time, until she carried the ham and saw the high wall hundreds of meters away through some tall trees. But unfortunately, the so-called guards on the wall who protected them did not come to rescue them. They didn't even notice them. They were still warming themselves by the fire in the warm lookout, drinking wine, playing cards, chatting, and playing with a few women. Luoyin was desperate. She wanted to shout, but the distance was too far and she was too weak. And even if they were discovered by those people, would they really come to save them? But just when Luo Yin was suffocating in despair, her peripheral vision suddenly focused on a big tree above her head. There was a figure standing there at some point. He was wearing a white coat that was only available before the apocalypse, and he was so neat and clean, just standing on a tree branch so calmly and quietly looking in the direction of the wall. Luo Yin was stunned for a moment, then seemed to grasp a life-saving straw. He was hoarse for a moment and finally shouted. Feeling the movement behind him on the big tree, Song Bing finally looked away from the tall, besieged city. Then he turned around and looked at the situation behind him. The reason why he came here was because he was attracted by this besieged city. He did not expect that the South Island, which was once invaded by zombies, would now develop such a small shelter city in this desperate situation. This is no longer as simple as a shelter, but more like a small social country established in troubled times. Scale, order, and hierarchy are all present. This kind of development speed is definitely not something that a few mutants can achieve in such a short period of time. In other words, this refuge and siege city was most likely developed by another hidden apocalypse family force, even originating from the apocalypse organization. This successfully aroused Song Bing's interest. Please, save my brother is dying, save him. I can give you this ham. Also, there is me. I can also give me to you, woo woo woo. Luo Yin's desperate calls for help continued to be heard. Looking at my brother in the distance who was being bitten and attacked by zombie dogs in the snow, she put down everything she could at the moment. Song Bing didn't say anything. He took a step forward and fell straight down, landing firmly on the snow. Here you go. I'll give it all to you. As long as you can save my brother, this ham and I are all yours. I keep my word. Seemingly seeing how extraordinary Song Bing was, Luo Yin became even more excited and continued to kowtow to Song Bing and pray. This is all she can do. Song Bing still didn't speak or move, but calmly looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this moment, the tenacious young man was still struggling with several mutated vicious dogs, but it has already reached its end. The high-temperature flames released from his body are gradually dissipating. As long as he recovers, he may be torn apart by these vicious dogs at any time. At the same time, the level 4 zombie limped towards the boy. He looked at the young man, his murderous eyes full of bloodlust and greed. When he came to the young man, he raised his head and looked at Luo Yin ferociously. It seems to enjoy the fear of its prey. Seeing this scene, Luo Yin was desperate. The zombie's eyes continued to meet Song Bing's ferociously. It seems that he also wants to feel Song Bing's fear. The peripheral vision of the level 4 zombie fell on Song Bing. This new prey that suddenly appeared was captured in an instant. But what disappointed him was that there was no fear on Song Bing's calm face. On the contrary, a strange cold light suddenly flashed in those deep eyes. The level 4 zombie froze. It seemed like I saw something terrible. He was so frightened that he limped back. Ho 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 ho. Several zombie dogs also looked here and instantly tucked their tails. Let go of the boy and follow the lame zombie, fleeing in embarrassment. It was like a pack of wolves meeting a pride of lions. It all happened in an instant. No one can see that the zombies who were so vicious 1 second are running away inexplicably the next second. It was as if he had seen something more terrifying. The young man who was about to die from exhaustion was stunned. Luo Yin, who was in despair and pain, was also stunned. She seemed to have captured something keenly and glanced at Song Bing beside her. But they found that Song Bing was still standing there, doing nothing. But those deep eyes are particularly attractive. Her mind fell into a brief thought, but was quickly interrupted by the boy's safety. Brother. She didn't care about anything immediately, put down the ham in her hand, and rushed towards the young man lying in the snow. With Luo Yin's help, the young man sat up with difficulty and tried his best to smile. Due to the high temperature released by his skin, the zombie dogs did not bite him. At this time, Song Bing did not know when he would arrive. Luo Yin was startled, but he immediately knelt down to Song Bing, kowtowed heavily, and said. The girl's voice was filled with sobs. Although she didn't see Song Bing take action, she was sure that it was Song Bing who scared away the zombies just now. She saw that look. Otherwise, how could those zombies leave so easily? Eyeing you. The young man also discovered Song Bing and immediately sat up vigilantly, but Luo Yin's words made his heart instantly fall to the bottom. He just heard clearly that Luoyin shouted out the bargaining chip in order to save him. This made him instantly understand the reason why those zombies suddenly scared away just now. It was clearly the masterpiece of the young man in front of him, and the price was the ham they worked so hard to find. And his sister. This was hard for him to accept for a while. I don't want anything from you, as long as you answer me a few questions. Just as the brother and sister were in a complicated state of panic, Song Bing's calm voice came. Successfully broke down their worries. Really? The young man's eyes lit up again. Luo Yin's heart moved slightly, and he also tried weakly. Who built this siege? Song Bing did not answer, but looked at the tall siege city in the distance and continued to ask. But to Song Bing's surprise, the young man answered like this. Song Bing frowned. The young man was immediately frightened, protected Luo Yin behind him, and hurriedly explained. After that terrible snowstorm, zombies began to break out all over the South Island. We escaped all the way out of the city and took shelter at the edge of the island, where we escaped. But without shelter, we still have to avoid the threat of zombies every day. Until suddenly, a group of mysterious teams wearing white clothes came from the city. They told us that shelters have been built in urban areas and brought us here. As soon as we arrived, we saw this tall walled city standing tall in the city. So, we have no idea how this was built. When the young man said this, he gritted his teeth and added, however, this siege city is not as nice as those guys said. They lure us to come and live here, treating us as free labor to serve them. Hearing this, Song Bing frowned slightly. From the boy's eyes, it didn't look like he was lying. There was no need for him to lie. So Song Bing continued to ask, how many people live inside? I don't know, but there are thousands of us refugees alone. Moreover, people are squeezed to death every day, and those people continue to guide other survivors to come and replenish. The entire South Island is isolated. There are unknown dangers in the sea, and there are zombies that may appear at any time around us. We have nowhere to go. Even if we are squeezed, we can only grit our teeth and stay here. The young man clenched his fists unwillingly. The rulers within the besieged city were not worried about their escape at all, because there was only one shelter in the entire South Island. There was no way they could escape. They are like cattle and horses in captivity, running to stay alive. You are the alien who just woke up, right? As long as humans are allowed to enter this besieged city, they can take refuge there. You just need to pay asylum tax. But we have no choice. If we stay outside before dark, we will be greeted by the carnage of zombies. Thinking that Song Bing wanted to take refuge inside, Luo Yin opened his mouth to explain. Rather than seeking refuge, it's more like luring us here in disguise and then ruthlessly squeezing us. If Grandma hadn't been here, I would have taken you away long ago. Even if you are bitten to death by zombies, don't let these guys treat you like cattle and horses anymore. The young man gritted his teeth. Brother, it's getting dark soon, Grandma. Luo Yin grabbed the young man's wrist and reminded him worriedly. The young man also looked excited and immediately became frightened, as if his weak spot had been pinched. Yes, Grandma, it's getting dark soon. We have to go back quickly. He grabbed Luo Yin and stood up to leave. But Luo Yin did not forget Song Bing, and still looked at Song Bing cautiously. The temptation asked, My dear friend, do you want to go in with us? Newcomers entering the siege can enjoy 3 days without paying the asylum tax, and can even receive free food. Song Bing's heart moved. He nodded and said, Okay. Now, he was even more curious about this siege city that appeared out of thin air. Curious that this is the work of a certain apocalypse family? Or is it the work of the apocalypse organization? Night is falling. The entire South Island began to be swallowed up bit by darkness. Refugees seeking refuge tax are also coming from all directions. One is more embarrassed than the other. Some are missing arms and legs. Some can no longer come back. But they have no choice at all. Even if I die, I still have to come back here. Because they are trapped in the South Island. There is only one refuge in the entire South Island. Song Bing followed the brothers and sisters, as well as the embarrassed crowd, and finally arrived at a gate of the besieged city. Andu. Under the illumination of the early sun, a team vigilantly shuttled through the suburbs, taking the lead in breaking the calm. They hurried along and finally came to an extremely conspicuous building outside the Fifth Ring Road. Red flags fluttered around the high walls of the building. It was rare that there were no zombies within a radius of several hundred meters. And on the door of the building, there were 6 conspicuous characters sent to mental hospital. We're here, Miss, Master, we are finally here. The guard who took the lead in clearing the way was very excited and quickly reported the incident. After a moment, Gao Ling and Gao Shengjie walked out from the roof of a black gold chariot. Looking at the psychiatric hospital where they were sent to, the 2 siblings raised a smile on their lips. The night is gradually swallowed up by the light, heralding the arrival of morning light. In a hidden hilltop 100 meters away from the mental hospital, with the gradually brightening morning light, the Gao family's team has quietly arrived. Dozens of black gold chariots of different models are scattered. The black gold thermal weapons on the vehicle, and even the several black gold fighter planes on board, were all aimed in the direction of the mental hospital. It faintly turned into a bloody mouth, showing signs of swallowing and surrounding it. How good is the development? It seems that Song Bing is really here. On the top of a black gold chariot, Gao Shengjie, wearing a special suit, said with a smile, looking at the complete construction of the mental hospital. Gao Ling didn't know when she put on a conspicuous red dress, and her sexy and slender feet were matched with a pair of 12 centimeters red high heels. She wore seductive makeup, crossed her beautiful legs, and leaned on the rocking chair on the roof of the car. There was someone holding an umbrella next to her, and she just narrowed her narrow fox eyes and looked at the mental hospital, and then said after a moment, "Brother, have you noticed that since arriving here, you have rarely encountered zombies, and it is rare that there is not a single zombie harassing you around this hospital?" With such a reminder, Gao Shengjie's pupils narrowed, and his eyes quickly fell on the fluttering flags on the high wall. It seems that the news announced by the organization is true. He must have relied on that woman to easily clear out all the zombies within 100 meters. Those flags may be tainted with that woman's breath. This is incredible. Gao Shengjie couldn't help but breathe quickly, staring at the flags, and quickly connected the information released by the Apocalypse organization. This strengthened his determination to get candy. Currently, we should be the first family force to find this place. It would be a quick decision, otherwise it would be bad to wait for other Tianqi family groups, or even the Tianqi organization to arrive. Gao Ling sat up from the rocking chair and narrowed his beautiful eyes. She didn't believe that they were the only ones who came after receiving such news. The other family forces are definitely on their way, especially the Tianqi family group located in Anghua. The Gao family is not the only one. Instead of slowly entering, I prefer to watch Song Bing come out in a panic. Gao Shengjie looked at Yanling meaningfully. The latter understood instantly and stepped back immediately. Soon, several tanks carrying black gold missiles were pointed at the mental hospital. Try not to be too disruptive. The location here is so good, it is very suitable to become a base for my Gao family. Gao Ling also stood up on high heels at this moment to remind. The morning wind blew up the hem of her skirt, but she kept looking in the direction of the hospital. Li Yin's red lips raised slightly. Song Bing, you can't escape this time. I will capture you and train you into the type I like best. When the morning light gradually illuminates the sky and the earth, sent to a mental hospital, everyone got up as usual and began to perform their duties and do their own things. They have all personally experienced the horror of the outside world today, so even in the face of Song Bing, they are given a safe life at the moment. Everyone is prepared for danger in times of peace, cherishing this hard-won safety and always being alert to unknown dangers. Especially since Song Bing was away, everyone was even more vigilant. Of course, except for Song Shenglong and Zhou Xian in the taboo hospital area. After Song Shenglong experienced the pleasure of killing zombies that time, he was out of control. All the time I am looking forward to going out again to be released. He wanted to kill so bad. But Zhang Taizhu had always been used to seeing him and wouldn't let him act recklessly. He doesn't want his crazy side to be seen by others. As for Zhou Xian, let alone hold in his farts every day. His ultimate move had nowhere to release, so the only ones who suffered were his disciples and the wall that had been collapsed countless times. For the two of them, there was nothing to fear, and their hearts were always restless. They are born to fight. Located in a ward deep inside the hospital, in a rest ward on the top floor, surrounded by instruments that detect various vital signs. In the center of the ward, There was only one hospital bed. Lying on the hospital bed was Ruoi, who was still sleeping. Her long, straight black hair was hanging loose, and her whole body was covered with a white cloth like a corpse in a funeral parlor. There was no blood on the fair skin, and no heartbeat could be seen. But its pure and beautiful temperament is difficult to conceal. Her face was still the standard look of Bai Yue Guang in the eyes of countless boys during her school days. At this moment, beside the bed, was Wang Xiaoxiao wearing night clothes. Every time she took a break, she would come here to check on Ruai. He didn't even sleep in the living area, but chose to stay in this hospital building with Ruai. Therefore, she always carried the 2 knives given by Song Bing on her back. Now, several months have passed since Ruai fell into deep sleep. But it's disappointing. They all woke up one after another. Even Luo Yin, who was put to sleep by Song Bing in the back, woke up one after another. But Ruai has been sleeping. No vital signs could even be detected. This made her increasingly worried. Zoe, you must come through. Grabbing Ruai's cold little hand, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't hide his worry and muttered to himself. It's a pity that Ruai still didn't respond. Her body was as cold as a corpse. After accompanying Ruai for a while, Wang Xiaoxiao finally let go of Ruai's hand, closed the door, and left. Because it's her turn to change shifts, Zhang Taizhu has been guarding him all night. The entire ward also returned to deathly silence with Wang Xiaoxiao's departure. However, at this moment, Ruai's eyelashes, which had no vital signs, moved slightly. At the same time, a strange energy spread around his body like a magnetic field. The pot of withered flowers by the window was visibly full of life again. The withered flowers miraculously bloomed again. Under Ruai, who was covered with white cloth, there was an unknown object that slowly set up a small tent. The tent grew taller and taller, like a cockroach mushroom bursting out of the ground. The observation deck on the high wall of the mental illness gate. Zhang Taizhu, who had been guarding him for half the night, was still patrolling back and forth. I happened to meet Wang Xiaoxiao, who came to change shifts. Sister Xiaoxiao, you are here. Seeing Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Taizhu grinned. Well, let me do it. You go and rest. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled. What happened to the princess? Seemingly seeing the worry on Wang Xiaoxiao's face, Zhang Taizhu asked with concern. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with sadness, but he still smiled and said, It's okay. I believe in Song Bing. Sister Xiaoxiao, why don't you continue to take care of the princess? I'm not sleepy and can continue to take care of her. Besides, with these flags given by my brother, the zombies won't dare to come close, so it'll be fine. Seeing Wang Xiaoxiao's depressed mood, Zhang Taizhu said quickly, Go quickly. On the way here, I saw Jasmine waiting for you. Wang Xiaoxiao joked with a smile. Mentioning Zhu Moli, Zhang Taizhu suddenly became energetic, and when he reacted, his old face couldn't help but blush. Go ahead. There are no skills in chasing girls. You just have to be brave and don't be timid. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately transformed into an emotional expert and enlightened Zhang Taizhu. Okay, thank you, Sister Xiaoxiao. I'll go then. Zhang Taizhu was also instantly confident. Then looked forward to leaving. But at this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao's smile suddenly disappeared, and his eyes instantly looked sharply at the sky in the distance. He was sent to a mountain a few hundred meters away from the mental hospital. Looking at the half-rising sun in the sky, Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie looked at each other and smiled. Because they know that the opportunity has come. Sister, I'll leave the front to you. In order to prevent Song Bing from escaping through the back door, I surrounded him from the backyard. Although Gao Xingjie wanted to witness the moment when the sun rose, he still spoke just in case. Gao Ling nodded and did not forget to remind him. Don't worry. He tortured us 2 sisters so badly before the apocalypse. How could I kill him so easily? Gao Xinglong gave a twisted smile and immediately led a group of Gao family elites, who disappeared into the forest and headed towards the back of the mental hospital at high speed. They had to get there before sunrise. Let's cooperate inside and outside to completely cut off Song Bing's way of survival. Of course, what Gao Xingjie didn't know was that because Zhou Xian was so fierce, the entire backyard was given to him. Now the entire backyard of the hospital is also a forbidden area. No one dares to step in on weekdays. So there is no Song disease there. Waiting for him is the good brother he once despised and tortured. When the morning light completely dispelled the darkness, the first ray of sun, symbolizing vitality, finally slowly rose from the horizon and first shone on the high wall of the mental hospital. Looking at the hospital illuminated by the morning sun, Gao Ling's red lips raised slightly. He immediately raised his hand and slowly lowered it. Fire! Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than a dozen black gold tanks carrying missiles fired their cannons. The dark level 4.0 black gold missiles are like life-threatening ghosts, blending into the bright morning sun. He shot towards the mental hospital where he was sent. The first rays of sunlight in the morning illuminate the high walls. Warmth spread on Wang Xiaoxiao's cold and white cheeks. Looking at the rising sun, Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes suddenly became sharp. Staring directly into the dazzling light, she stared in the direction of the horizon. And just above the sky, several black shadows were shooting towards the mental hospital at high speed through this ray of morning sun. The terrifying heat energy enveloped in it faintly distorts the blooming sunlight. Wang Xiaoxiao captured it instantly. Clang! She quickly pulled out the two black gold straight knives behind her. Her pupils instantly turned red, and then this ray of red instantly spread all over her body. His entire personality changed drastically at this moment. Sister Xiao Xiaoyu, Zhang Taizhu, who was planning to change his shift, was attracted by the sound of Wang Xiaoxiao drawing a sword. He turned around and was about to say something, but he felt something instantly the next second. He raised his head and looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, and his pupils shrank in the same way. An arc of electricity flashed in his pupils, and the several black gold missiles hidden in the sunlight have already been magnified infinitely. Approaching. Sound the alarm quickly, notify everyone, and enter a state of combat readiness. Wang Xiaoxiao's cold voice came. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped out, using the force of her whole body to shoot out. Take the initiative to face the coming black gold missile. Chong chong. The two missiles landed first. Wang Xiaoxiao did not hesitate and chopped them off accurately with two swords in his hands. Bang bang. The black gold straight knife sliced through the missiles, and in an instant, the two missiles exploded in the void, like two exploding suns. In an instant, the sky above the hospital was swallowed up, and Wang Xiaoxiao's figure was also swallowed up. Sister Xiaoxiao. Zhang Tieju's expression changed drastically. Duan Ran didn't expect this missile to have such terrifying power, but he still quickly ran to the alarm and sounded the danger alarm that had been set long ago. Do. In an instant, sharp and ear-piercing explosions resounded throughout every corner of the mental hospital. Everyone in the hospital was instantly awakened. But there was actually no alarm, and the explosion had already made them stand up. But at first I thought it was Zhou Xian farting again. Until the alarm goes off. Everyone who reacted immediately put down what they were doing and rushed towards the alarm. At the same time, in the aftermath of the explosion, Wang Xiaoxiao's figure finally appeared. She fell heavily back onto the high wall, stabbing two black gold straight knives into the ground before she stabilized her body. But her whole face had already turned pale, and she was vomiting blood. She looked up at the other incoming missiles, her pale and bloody face also filled with horror. Obviously, he didn't expect the power of these missiles to be so terrifying. Black gold. She thought of something for a moment. But at this moment, several missiles also broke through the explosion of fire and continued to arrive. They are about to be bombed into the hospital. It is obviously impossible to eliminate them one by one. Zhang Taizhu became anxious instantly. This is their only refuge in these troubled times. It is also his home. He is survived by his relatives, friends, and the woman he loved. How could he possibly watch these horrible things blast into it? Zhang Tieju's widened eyes were instantly covered by golden thunder and lightning. As he was so anxious, a terrifying electric energy bloomed in his body instantly. His shirt was torn apart in an instant, revealing the bronzed muscles that had truly been baptized by electricity. He thought of a way to clear them all. Get out of here. Seeing countless missiles coming one after another, it was like a rain of arrows from the sky. Zhang Taizhu roared angrily and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting away, just as fearlessly faced these missiles. At the same time, Xia, mother and daughter from the Luo family arrived. I just happened to see this shocking scene. Boom, boom, boom. TSK. I saw countless missiles about to destroy the hospital. A ball of golden lightning was like a golden missile erupting from the hospital, catering to these countless missiles alone. Bang! The golden thunderous figure was the first to collide with a missile. Like Wang Xiaoxiao, it exploded in an instant, swallowing half of the sky in an instant. And just as other missiles were coming in an unstoppable manner. In the explosion of fire, countless thunder and lightning also bloomed. Like countless detonated fuses, it continued to move towards other missiles. Iron Pillar. Wang Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank, and he instantly guessed that Zhang Taizhu was going to use his body to catch all the missiles. She immediately wanted to take action again, but the impact just now prevented her from entering Red Slaughter again for a while. Siyame's eyes trembled, and she easily sensed Zhang Tieju's existence through succubus. He also saw through Zhang Tieju's thoughts. Just as the lightning it releases is about to explode other missiles. A flash of purple light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her brain instantly locked onto Zhang Taizhu in the explosion. Tisk. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Using lightning as a fuse, in an instant, the missiles fired were ignited and detonated in midair. It's like the chain reaction that occurs during a nuclear explosion. Rumble. The explosion of several black gold missiles instantly engulfed the sky above the hospital. Also during this gap, Zhang Tieju's body flew out. It was like being pulled back to the high wall by an invisible big hand from the aftermath of the explosion. The terrible aftermath also followed. Even though it was nearly 100 meters away, the airflow it released was still terrifying. Crack. In an instant, the seemingly solid high walls cracked inch by inch under these terrifying shock waves. Sia continued to use her invisible brain power to shelter everyone. This avoids the impact. In the mountains 100 meters away, on the roof of the car, Gao Ling elegantly took the goblet of red wine brought by the maid next to him. Immediately, he crossed his long legs and sat back on the rocking chair. Song Bing cheers. She raised her glass and smiled at the person sent to the mental hospital. Bang bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. The next second, as his red wine glass was raised, several missiles exploded on the mental hospital. The deafening explosion resounded throughout the world, causing the whole place to shake. The gorgeous firelight once swallowed up the light of the morning sun. Many Gao family members subconsciously covered their ears and opened their mouths to ease the impact of the aftermath. Only Gao Ling took back the red wine glass and took a sip on Liu Yin's red lips. At the same time, he shook his slender legs and looked at the direction of the explosion with admiration. It's like enjoying a fireworks show. It's so beautiful. It's worthy of being a level 4.0 black gold hot weapon. Its destructive power certainly doesn't disappoint. Song Bing, this is my first gift to you. Do you like it? Gao Ling pursed her red lips, savoring the aroma of wine in her mouth, her beautiful eyes never leaving the bombed mental hospital. I'm already looking forward to the scene where Song Bing emerges in embarrassment. Not only Gao Ling, but other members of the Gao family also looked on with smiles. Already thought of the scene. When the dust settled little by little, the scene after the explosion was finally revealed little by little under the gaze of Gao Ling and others. I saw that the entire mental hospital was still standing intact under the impact of the explosion. There were only cracks appearing between the high walls. How could this happen? This is a level 4.0 black gold missile. The smiles on everyone's faces froze, and they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking for a time that they were dazzled. Dang! The red wine glass in Gao Ling's hand fell out of his hand, and the mess was on the roof of the car. She couldn't laugh anymore either. A pair of narrow eyes stared intently at the mental hospital where he was sent. Soon, he locked sharply on the figures on the high wall. The aftermath of the explosion finally dissipated, and Sia finally revoked her mental power to protect everyone. A group of caregivers also arrived at this time. Taizhu Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu hurried forward, quickly condensed water with healing and energy replenishing power, and drank it for the two of them. It's okay. After drinking the highly condensed water from the mother and daughter, the energy lost by Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Taizhu was quickly replenished. The two of them looked in the direction of the sky, still feeling frightened. If they hadn't discovered it early, the entire hospital would have been destroyed. These are the weapons of those apocalypse forces. Who are they so vicious? Wang Xiaoxiao stood up with two swords in hand, looking into the distance with her beautiful eyes. Apocalypse forces. Hearing this, Xia and others also stared at the secret information. Wang Xiaoxiao had already vaguely revealed it to them. Everyone immediately looked around cautiously, but no enemy was found. Fortunately, a ray of purple light flashed through Xia's beautiful eyes, which instantly penetrated hundreds of meters and accurately targeted the hidden forest 100 meters away from the hospital. He happened to be looking at Gao Ling on the roof of the car in the forest. The moment they looked at each other, both women frowned, showing two completely different temperaments. There. Xia spoke first. After everyone heard this, they all looked in Xia's direction. Finally, it was locked in the hidden mountain 100 meters away. Is it her? In the forest, a flash of surprise flashed across Gao Ling's face, and he was sure that Xia had discovered them. She has met Xia. What surprised her was how lucky this woman was. As a woman, not only did she not die tragically in this apocalypse, but she also gained such powerful powers. At this time, several people responsible for firing panicked and explained that they wanted to fire again. But Gao Ling raised his hand to block him. No need. They've already discovered us. Huh. Everyone was stunned and looked in disbelief at the direction of the hospital 100 meters away. It's hard to understand how they were discovered. Let's go. Since we can't invite them out, then go in and invite them in person. Gao Ling did not explain further, but suppressed the surprise in his eyes and stood up lazily. He took the lead to signal the car at his feet and headed towards the mental illness. Seeing this, other members of the Gao family also hurriedly sorted out and followed. In an instant, a dozen mighty black gold chariots drove out of the hidden mountain forest. No longer hiding, he went straight to the mental hospital. The violent movement caused the trees to sway. Looking at these black gold chariots that they had never seen before, Zhang Taizhu and others' expressions changed slightly on the high wall. Even Wang Xiaoxiao, who is well informed, has seen these black gold weapons for the first time. Gao Ling. When the chariot gradually approached in a faint encirclement, Wang Xiaoxiao's sharp, beautiful eyes instantly captured the beautiful figure sitting on the chariot in the center. In just a moment, Wang Xiaoxiao recognized Gao Ling. This vicious woman killed Marshall and almost killed her as well. Is this the Gao family? Everyone's eyes were slightly cold, and they finally understood the identity of this mysterious team. In an instant, everyone stood ready. Rumble. At this time, dozens of black gold chariots drove dozens of meters away from the hospital and finally stopped with Gao Ling's wave. From the chariot, dozens of heavily armed Gao family guards quickly disembarked. They all wore black and blue combat uniforms belonging to the Gao family and were equipped with various black and gold firearms, aiming at the Xia people on the high wall. At the same time, dozens of third-level aliens stood on each black gold chariot. The people following Gao Ling were terrifying beings beyond the third level. Also included is a mysterious man wearing a mask and hat from the past. Such a huge lineup of strangers instantly made Xia and others' pupils shrink. A group of nurses who had been upgraded by Song Bing, and out of the vigilance of their former soldiers, immediately stood at the gate of the city wall. Armed with firearms from the past, you are always ready for battle. But facing the heavily armed Gao family team, it seemed a bit shabby. At a glance, it looks like a modern high-tech army fighting against an ancient army. On the chariot in the center, Gao Ling's narrow, beautiful eyes swept over Xia and others, but he didn't care about them at all. She was looking for Song Bing. Unfortunately, after looking around a few times, Song Bing was nowhere to be seen. This made her frown. With all this commotion, Song Bing still hasn't come out? Gao Ling, you killed Marshallin and became a sinner of an country. How dare you come back? On top of the high wall, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes glowed coldly, breaking the cold silence between the two parties. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Zhang Taizhu and others became even colder. Regarding the Gao family's murder of Marshallin, Song Bing had already overturned the case and wiped out the entire Gao family. But they didn't expect that Gao Ling and others would appear in front of them in this way. Facing the cold looks from everyone, Gao Ling's cold face remained unmoved. Not even the slightest bit of guilt. She slowly sat up from the rocking chair, looked up at Xia and the others, and just asked with a smile, "Where is Song Bing? Let him come out." While all this was going on, deep in the backyard of the hospital, Zhou Xian, who was picking his feet on the yellow seat, heard the noise coming from outside. He raised his head sharply and stopped picking at his feet. South Island. Under the cover of night, where snow and wind raged, the last few rays of light were eventually swallowed by darkness. A few scattered, disheveled figures finally managed to enter the city before the siege closed. Like a homeless wanderer, forced to enter. Guarding the city gate was a group of soldiers responsible for gatekeeping. Clang, clang, clang. Hurry up, only 10 seconds left before closing time. On the city wall, several soldiers responsible for ringing the alarm bells began the countdown with cold smiles. The people who returned late were immediately frightened and started running. Even when weak and falling to the ground, they chose to crawl, daring not to stop for the slightest. Because once they were locked outside the besieged city after dark, only death awaited them. Hurry up, hurry up. 10, 9. The soldiers on the city wall showed no pity whatsoever. Instead, they deliberately sped up the countdown. This is a way to mock those who want to seek refuge in the besieged city. Their faces were full of mockery, as if they were watching a horse race before the apocalypse. Some even placed bets. There are a few people who can't get in, or betting that a seriously injured person won't be able to get in. Song Bing followed Luo Yin and his sister, heading towards the city gate. The only difference was that Luo Yin and his sister were not afraid to run like those other people. Instead, he led Song Bing the way at a leisurely pace. Even the boy's defiant gaze, fixed on the soldiers on the city wall who had used them as bargaining chips, was filled with resentment. 5, 4, 3. The countdown is gradually coming to an end. Many who arrived late finally managed to enter the besieged city in the last few seconds, but they were already in a sorry state. The heavy iron gate also began to slowly descend at this moment. Unfortunately, a middle-aged man with a broken leg was still struggling to crawl through the snow. A clear trail of blood was left on the snow. Even with all their might, they were still several meters away from the city gate. But the heavy iron gate and the soldiers on the city wall did not stop because of his tireless efforts. No, wait for me. My leg is broken. Don't close the door. My wife is still inside. I've found the supplies. Despite the relentlessly descending iron gate, the man with the broken leg continued his efforts. Inside the besieged city, he waited for his wife. Hurry up, come on. Ugh, what a piece of trash. Pa, what a waste of my cigarettes. Such a short distance, it's totally useless. On the city wall, the soldiers who were betting that the man with the broken leg could climb over were still nervously cheering him on. Unfortunately, once the city gates were closed, their attitude changed again. Looking at the closed city gates, the man with the broken leg was utterly desperate. In his hands were several pieces of clothing that he had risked his life to find under the snow. But it doesn't seem to be as important as food. Fuck, trash. Might as well just crash and burn. On the city wall, the soldier who suffered the most crushing defeat even drew his gun, wanting to shoot the man with the broken leg in revenge. The other soldiers did not stop it. Since the city gates were already closed, the man with the broken leg couldn't get in, and his fate was no different from death. But just as the soldier was about to pull the trigger, 3 figures continued to emerge from the darkness. The soldiers on the city wall looked surprised, clearly not expecting there to be 3 more. Unfortunately, it was too late. At the foot of the city wall, the boy clenched his fists and glared at the soldiers. Without a word, he stepped forward and helped up the man with the broken leg who had fallen to the ground in despair. The soldiers above were drawn to this scene and immediately revealed mocking smiles. They all jokingly remarked, "Hey little guy, are you trying to save him? Too bad the city gates seem to be closed." The boy didn't speak, but the girl behind him stepped forward. "Then you might have to reopen it." Luo Yin stepped forward, looked at the soldiers, and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. The soldiers were about to laugh when they heard this, but the next second they saw Luo Yin raise the ham high. He questioned, "The shelter's rules state that if the collected supplies are of high value, the shelter can be reopened. Is this enough?" The soldiers remained silent, their eyes wide as they stared at the large, juicy ham that Luo Yin was holding up. My mouth watered uncontrollably. A ham was nothing special before the apocalypse. But in the early days of the apocalypse, when resources were scarce and a large amount of food was infected, a packaged pack of instant noodles can cost an exorbitant price. Not to mention a perfectly packaged ham like this. It can no longer be described as an astronomical price. Are you opening or not? The boy's angry voice interrupted the shocked soldiers. Open the door. Without the slightest hesitation, the officer in charge coldly ordered the city gates to be opened. The other soldiers did not voice any objection. They usually eat mostly vegetarian food, and they've never even seen ham like this before. Those adults living underground must love it. How could they possibly refuse such a delicious treat? Click-clack. The heavy city gate, a symbol of hope, was slowly raised again. No one expected it would be because of a ham. Thank you, thank you. Wow. The man with the broken leg, who had been miraculously saved, was so excited that he choked up and knelt down before the boy. She wanted to give the boy some clothes she had collected, but the boy rejected her. As a refugee, he knew how important these clothes were to a man. Song Bingping calmly watched this scene, then glanced at the soldiers on the city wall. Without saying anything, he followed the brother and sister into the besieged city. The soldiers on the city wall kept their eyes fixed on the ham the whole time. They didn't even glance at Song Bing, the newcomer. Haha, that cripple came in, we won. After Song Bing and the others had gone far away, the losers immediately burst into excited laughter. He snatched back the spoils he had lost. Bang! The city gate behind them slammed shut again, as if completely isolating them from the outside world. Andu. The morning sun bathed the entire city in its light, making it appear exceptionally vibrant. At this moment, the entire mental hospital was filled with a chill. You dare to face Dr. Song? Do you want to have your entire family wiped out by Dr. Song again? Faced with Gao Ling's condescending questioning, Wang Xiaoxiao deliberately mocked him. But these words did not anger Gao Ling. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, soon I will recreate the tragic state of my Gao family here." After saying that, Gao Ling said no more, stepped off the chariot, and headed straight for the hospital gate. Since Song Bing wouldn't come out, she would go in to look for him. Today, I will avenge Commanderin. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes turned cold. Holding two swords, she transformed into a sharp and swift figure, charging towards Gao Ling. Gao Ling didn't even glance at Wang Xiaoxiao as she charged at her, continuing to walk forward in her high heels. A pre-apocalyptic experimental subject? You dare to challenge me. At the same time, behind Gao Ling, the tentacle woman took the initiative to attack and meet Wang Xiaoxiao. Before she even arrived, several tentacles had already intercepted Wang Xiaoxiao, who was charging towards her. I could feel the power of the tentacle woman and the oppressive presence of the black and gold weapons behind her. Zhang Taizhu and his men no longer waited to be killed and took the initiative to attack. However, they were also attacked and countered by the fourth-level superhuman from the Gao family behind Gao Ling. They were immediately restrained and intercepted. Si Yadai, who hadn't made a move on the high wall, frowned slightly. Possessing the mental ability of a succubus, she was even more able to see through the Gao family's strength this time. But seeing that Gao Ling was about to reach the gate, she still launched the succubus attack on Gao Ling. This time, Gao Ling still didn't give it a second glance. The masked man behind her raised a cold smile beneath his mask, then transformed into a black shadow, blocking Si Ya's view. Gao Ling easily arrived at the gate. This also signaled the start of a major battle. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, instantly covering the rising sun on the horizon. The entire Andu was gradually covered by shadows, losing the last few rays of warmth. Under the main gate of the mental hospital, under the cover of dark clouds, Zhang Taizhu and the others had already been intercepted by 4 fourth-level strangers from the Gao family. This time, there were 9 fourth-level aliens following Gao Ling and dozens of third-level aliens. In terms of the number of people alone, they are far superior to Zhang Taizhu and all the caregivers. There is an even bigger difference in equipment. Therefore, facing Zhang Taizhu and others, the 4 fourth-level aliens who took action did not even notice. After all, they were trained by the Tianqi Gao family. How can the mutated viruses obtained be comparable to those caused by natural infections? Therefore, they are confident that they can easily take down Zhang Taizhu and others. It's as simple as capturing the surviving aliens. But at the moment of confrontation, they finally felt something was wrong. Wang Xiaoxiao with the blessing of double red slaughter. The attack and speed are unparalleled. Under the inhuman torture of the experimental subjects in the previous life, the killing technique became even more decisive. After just a few exchanges of moves, the two black gold straight knives in his hands easily cut off the two tentacles of the tentacled girl. The tentacled girl's expression changed, and she looked at Wang Xiaoxiao in shock, feeling like the hairs all over her body stood on end. Don't dare to release the tentacles again. In the other two directions, Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu, who possess condensed water, are equally terrifying. Relying on Song Bing's personal development and guidance before leaving, the two of them had already mastered the terrifying passive of condensed water. Two fourth-level aliens from the Gao family saw that Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu looked like a pair of beautiful twins, so they took it lightly and wanted to arrest them. But as soon as they got close, the liquid in their bodies began to boil. The nosebleeds had already spurted out first. Their hearts were beating extremely violently, and they looked at the Luo family's mother and daughter with disbelief on their faces. They were colorless, but fortunately they reacted quickly. Then he backed away and saved his life. Zhang Taizhu, who has been carefully transformed by Song Bing, needs no words. The electric muscle, obtained by the fusion of multiple identical diseases, has a unique combination of strength, attack, defense, speed, and other multi-attribute combat capabilities. The black gold man who was able to smelt black gold before. He Yao was one of the top 3 in combat power among the 4 lines of the Gao family. The whole body can turn into black gold, making it invulnerable and terrifyingly powerful. He took the initiative to attack Zhang Taizhu, wanting to deal with the seemingly honest Zhang Taizhu. But after only a few rounds of fighting, Zhang Taizhu was suppressed by Zhang Tiezhu's confident power. The last strike of the electric muscle fist turned the black radiant electric fist into black gold on the spot, causing him to lose directly. The whole fight lasted for less than half a minute. He Yao, who was among the top 3 in the 4th level of the Gao family, was the last level 4 and was sent flying out by the electric shock. The confident smiles of all the Gao family members disappeared. Every superpower displayed by Zhang Taizhu and others shocked them. Gao Ling, who had reached the gate, also stopped and was attracted by the battle. She frowned slightly, staring at Zhang Taizhu and the others, as well as the guards who also rushed out of the high wall, with a wave of emotion in her beautiful eyes. To say that Xia obtained such advanced and unique abilities was just luck. What about Zhang Taizhu and others? Are they all strangers? Are each of them so unique? How could this not surprise her? You know, her Gao family and many Tianqi families spent a huge price to cultivate so many strange people. And what about Zhang Taizhu and others? How? You don't even want to step foot into the hospital. After repelling and intercepting the 4th level stranger, Zhang Taizhu and others immediately killed Gao Ling, who was approaching the gate. Guard the hospital. On top of the high wall, all the guards were fearless. Various 3rd level superpowers were released at this moment, which once again deeply shocked Gao Ling and all the Gao family guards. They obviously didn't expect that even these caregivers were strangers, and they were all level 3. The various abilities seemed to be at the top level among level 3. Many Gao family guards were not calm anymore, especially those guards below level 3 who only have black gold weapons. But it was just a moment of shock that many Gao family strangers reacted and immediately chose to take action. Facing the terrifying combat power that Zhang Taizhu and others had just displayed, no one in the Gao family, whether they were level 3 or level 4, dared to hold anything back. Directly choose the number of people to crush. Under the crushing numbers, Zhang Taizhu and others were surrounded again. There is no way to get even close to Gao Ling. Gao Ling looked at this scene. Although she was surprised that there were so many strange people treating people with mental illness, the result would not change. And these people will have only 2 fates. Either die or become a slave of the Gao family. So, she regained her composure and ordered, "Try to catch as many alive as possible." After saying that, she came to the door without turning around again. Her targets were only Song Bing and that woman. On the high wall, Xia, who was confronting the masked man, wanted to stop him. He was interrupted again by the masked man. One lost his mind and almost had his clothes on his chest torn shamelessly by the masked man. Hey, beauty, I'm very strong, and being distracted is not good." The masked man still smelled the lingering fragrance on his hand, and said with a smile under the mask. Siyame's eyes grew cold, knowing that she could only deal with the person in front of her first. The next second, a purple light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. A burst of brain power was released instantly, shrouding the fifth-level masked man. On the other side, Gao Ling, who had no obstruction, looked at the door in front of him, his red lips slightly raised. The next second, the skirt behind her lifted up. A colorful and slender tail suddenly shot out from it. Tisk! The tail easily penetrated the large iron door, and immediately, like a cutting machine, it easily cut out a woman's shape on the large iron door. Plop! The cut iron sheet fell to the ground, and Gao Ling strolled in, just passing through the cut space. Nice environment, Songbing, here I come. Looking at the beautiful environment in the hospital, Gao Ling raised the corners of his mouth slightly and headed towards the residential area with precision. The colorful tail behind her was raised high and trembling at a high frequency. At this moment, he is like a proud cat. Enjoy catching mice. And Song Bing now became the mouse she imagined. Go away. Outside the city gate, looking at Gao Ling who broke in easily, Zhang Taizhu struggled to fight off He Yao and another fourth-level alien. He wanted to stop him because there were Song En and Lu Su in the living area of the hospital. But before he could step out, he was intercepted again by a third-level 4 alien. That He Yao and another level 4 continued to encircle and suppress them. 3 of the 9 level 4 strangers immediately attacked Zhang Taizhu. The same goes for other people, basically more than a dozen. He could be stabbed in the back at any time, let alone escape to stop Gao Ling, whose strength was unknown. Holy Dragon, it's up to you. You have to protect Uncle Song and Aunt Song. In desperation, Zhang Taizhu could only stare in the direction of the hospital, pinning his hope on his good brother, whose strength was unknown, and the mysterious force in the backyard of the hospital. Thinking of this, Zhang Taizhu was excited and quickly looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao, hurry up, sound the siren and release Zhou Xian and the others to fight against these bastards. Wang Xiaoxiao, who was anxious during the battle, his eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Taizhu's words. Not only Wang Xiaoxiao, but also Xia and others. Everything just happened so suddenly that they didn't have much time to think before they were involved. Only then were they suppressed by the large number of Gao family members. Now that Zhang Taizhu reminded them, they remembered that there were still more than 300 terrifying lunatics in the hospital. Everyone is still a stranger. There are many more strangers from the Gao family than the ones in front of them. Especially that Zhou Xian. I'm afraid it's not weaker than these weapons of the Gao family, right? Okay. After reacting, Wang Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate at all and immediately pressed the taboo button she was in charge of today. Seeing this scene, Zhang Taizhu and others were instantly filled with strength and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the confrontation. At the same time, deep in the mental hospital, the nurse responsible for guarding the forbidden area looked at the red button in his hand that never lit up. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly thought of something, quickly ran to the gate that isolated the forbidden area, and opened the door that had been dusty for many years. Click! The moment the door opened, a stream of yellow gas first floated out. Sent to a mental hospital backyard. Compared with the strict guarding of the front yard, there is no caregiver guarding the entire backyard. Everything was eerily quiet. Only wisps of yellow smoke were faintly seen coming from some ventilation ducts between the high walls. Outside the courtyard wall, the vegetation covering dozens of meters in radius was inexplicably withered and yellow. It seemed as if no living thing had set foot here for hundreds of years. Like a cursed land. The few strong small trees left were swaying in the yellow wind, looking malnourished. It seemed like he could die at any time. Ka. At this moment, dozens of hidden figures emerged from the dense forest 100 meters away from the backyard, breaking the rare tranquility. Speed up your pace. The missile has exploded. Don't let Song Bing escape from here. Listening to the explosion just now, Gao Xingjia was sure that the raid was successful and immediately led everyone towards the backyard as far as he could see. Beware of Song Bing escaping from it. When a group of elites from the Gao family who followed heard this, they immediately followed Gao Xingjia without taking a break. This time Gao Shenglong brought a total of 100 Gao family elites. All of them are alien beings, just to cut off all the vitality of Song Bing. They soon entered an area where the dead grass was yellowing. A stench hit his nostrils first. Hey, what does this smell like? The faces of all the elites changed, and they no longer dared to take a deep breath. Even Gao Xingjie and the other level 5 masked man beside him couldn't help but cover their noses. And stopped. They finally noticed the yellowing flowers and trees around them. Some people expressed their suspicions and surprise. But he was quickly interrupted by other strangers. Spraying pesticides? Bitch, have you ever seen such poisonous pesticides? Others also quickly caught the wisps of yellow smoke drifting from the ventilation ducts in the hospital. Is this the development of some kind of chemical gas bomb? Immediately, someone's expression changed slightly, and they spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously covered their mouths and noses, held their breath, and stepped back cautiously. Because the smell is really awful. The rotten smell is like rotten eggs, making people feel sick and want to vomit. That's enough. Seeing the messy team, Gao Xingjie said coldly, even the chemical poisons developed are only harmful to ordinary people. We are all aliens, and we have been baptized by the apocalypse potion. What should we be afraid of? Under Gao Xingjie's cold voice, everyone calmed down. But facing the withered and yellow ground, I felt inexplicably afraid. Don't dare to step forward again. Haha, what bullshit chemical gas. In my opinion, this is probably Song Bing's plan. But at this moment, a man with a mustache suddenly sneered and spoke. Everyone looked at him, including Gao Xingjie. Gopher, what do you mean? Yanlang asked with a frown. The gopher ignored Yanlang, and instead faced Gao Xingjie with a flattering look on his face, and said, Little master, think about it. Under the bombing of black gold missiles and the frontal encirclement and suppression by the eldest lady, how could that little Song Bing and this shabby hospital be able to withstand it? They must have been frightened and hid in the backyard. But Song Bing must have guessed that there might be danger in the backyard, so he deliberately created these foul-smelling gases to scare us away. Don't forget, everyone, Song Bing is a miracle doctor. For him, creating these stinky poisonous gases is just a matter of control. This speculation and guidance really succeeded in making everyone's eyes brighten. Among them is Gao Xingjie. He looked sharply at the high backyard wall in front of him, and even vaguely noticed Song Bing trembling and praying behind the wall. Seeing that Gao Xingjie somewhat agreed with his guess, Gopher's eyes lit up, and he naturally would not let go of this opportunity for progress. He immediately continued to offer advice. Little master, Song Bing must be trembling inside right now. Why don't we just go in and capture him easily? To avenge that guy from the past for destroying my Gao family. This sentence successfully ignited Gao Xingjie's hatred, and he instantly lost the desire to continue lying in wait. Now, like his sister, he was eagerly looking forward to seeing Song Bing humble and praying. Follow me and fight in to capture Song Bing alive. After pondering for a moment, Gao Xingjie immediately ordered decisively, no longer waiting, resisting the stench, and quickly led everyone to the iron gate of the backyard. Nowadays, he is already a 5th-level alien that countless people can't match, and he has long lost his fear of Song Bing. Haha, it's just as I expected, young master, Song Bing must be hiding inside. When he saw that there was no one guarding the backyard, the gopher immediately became more convinced of his suspicion. Gao Xingjie raised his lips slightly and pulled out the long black gold knife from the waist of the masked man beside him. He stepped forward and opened the big iron gate with his own domineering force. Hula! The moment the lock of the iron door was opened, before Gao Xingjie could open it himself, a strong yellow gas blew from it. The iron door was blown open on the spot, and it hit Gao Xingjie's face. His carefully cared-for middle-parted hairstyle was easily messed up by the yellow wind. Of course, what's even worse is the smell. Gao Xingjie suddenly turned red and warm, which made his eyes irritate. Ouch, it smells so bad. This was especially true for the guards of the Gao family. This sudden yellow wind caused several level 3 guards to suffer from morning sickness frequently. It was hard to even hold my breath. Gao Xingjie's face was a little livid. Obviously, he didn't expect the smell to be so bad. But his desire for revenge still made him resist his nausea and stepped into the hospital domineeringly. When the others saw this, they could only bear to follow. Of course, 2 people were left to guard it. Prevent Song Bing from escaping. The moment you step into the backyard of the psychiatric hospital, an even more foul-smelling, dead breath hit his face. Looking around, it is even more desolate, with collapsed buildings and no life. It's like a wasteland world shrouded in yellow air. Under the strong yellow air, it was even more spicy, and it was difficult to keep my eyes open for a long time. The elite members of the Gao family were stunned by this scene, but they did not dare to look any further, because it's too harsh on the eyes. Gao Xingjie was also a little confused. What about Songbing? Why is this different from what he thought? The gopher who originally wanted to take credit was also stunned. Who? At this time, the masked man's sharp eyes suddenly focused on the ruins in front of him. There is a dark shadow hiding. Zhao, realizing that it had been discovered, the black figure screamed, then accelerated with a fierce fart, and fled away at a very fast speed. I want to escape. The masked man snorted coldly, and immediately turned into a faster afterimage and came to the black shadow. He raised his hand out of thin air, and the soil on the ground instantly became like a squirming liquid, obediently wrapping around the black shadow. The black shadow was instantly trapped. Jiajiao. The shadow screamed, trying to get away, but the soil was too solid. At this time, Gao Xingjie and others just arrived. Looking forward to the black shadow, his brows furrowed slightly. I saw the shadow covered in black, with a big bald head. Black person, but wouldn't it be too dark? And looking at them like this, they don't seem to be affected by this smell. Everyone spoke in surprise. Apparently, he didn't realize there were black people here. Where is Songbing? Gao Xingjie didn't care about this. He put the black gold knife on the little black man's neck and asked coldly. The little black man looked towards the direction of the taboo ward and screamed wildly, finally being so frightened that he uttered his native language. Gao Xingjie and others looked surprised. They were surprised that the black man in you in front of them was so sexy. They looked in the direction of his shouting and found the forbidden hospital building with the strongest yellow air. Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, only 3 floors of the taboo hospital building were left in the bombardment. It seemed that he heard his disciples cry for help. Zhou Xian, the fart king who was picking his feet on the yellow seat, stopped abruptly and suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of eyes are particularly sharp. The 300 young black men training below seemed to have heard it and immediately stopped training. They all looked in the direction of the sound. Under Zhou Xian's rigorous training, all of them were already extremely pregnant. It's just that there is no place to use it. Great, then Songbing must be hiding here. The gopher spoke with excitement on his face. Gao Xingjie squinted his eyes and looked at the building in front of him where the yellow energy originated. Looking around, this is the only building that exists. More importantly, he captured signs of activity within the building. The restrained little black man was still struggling fiercely, but suddenly lost his sense of martial ethics and spit thick yellow phlegm at Gao Xingjie unexpectedly. He also happened to spit on Gao Xingjie's hairstyle. Instantly adds a splash of conspicuous yellow. Gao Xingjie came back to his senses and reached out to touch his hair, feeling a sticky feeling coming over him. He took it off and saw that it was yellow, as if someone was running around on his head. The key is that it is accompanied by a disgusting stench. Gao Xingjie's eyes widened, and he looked at the little black man in disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would launch such a sneak attack. But the lethality is definitely enough. The faces of the elite members of the Gao family changed when they saw this scene, especially the thick phlegm on Gao Xingjie's head, which made them feel sick. Oh, I'll pee again. During this gap, the little black man once again acted out of common sense, and while Gao Xingjie was surprised, he shot another shot of thick phlegm. This time, the precise shot hit the corner of Gao Xingjie's mouth. Gao Xingjie's pupils shook violently and turned red and warm instantly. Hey. As soon as he got into his soul, the little black man laughed happily. Oh, you are so sick? I will kill you. This time, the gopher finally came to his senses and hurried forward to kill the spitting black man. However, Gao Xingjie raised his hand to stop him. He then pulled out the knife of a guard beside him and was about to chop the idiot in front of him alive. I jiao. Seeing Gao Xingjie take action directly, the little black man was so frightened that he screamed again. Whoops! At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air, suddenly bursting out from the yellow mist in the distance. Carrying the sound of fierce wind, Gao Xingjie's precision was as good as the sword. Be careful, there is a hidden weapon. The masked man was the first to feel the power and immediately spoke sharply. Feeling that the hidden weapon was aimed at him, Gao Xingjie could only give up killing the little black man and quickly raised his knife to slash at the explosive hidden weapon. Bang! A straight sword slashed through it, easily cutting the hidden weapon in half, but countless yellow dust trembled from the hidden weapon. Like pollen, it rushed toward Gao Xingjie. But these yellow powders are even more foul-smelling. Gao Xingjie, who was stunned on the spot, staggered back repeatedly. His head was blown. Fortunately, the masked man acted quickly and helped Gao Xingjie. Everyone looked at the severed hidden weapon with great vigilance. I was shocked. What kind of hidden weapon could injure level 5 Gao Xingjie so seriously? But when they took a closer look, they were dumbfounded. Because the terrifying hidden weapon in his imagination turned out to be a broken shoe. That's right, it's a shoe that's unimaginably broken. The only difference is that there is still a faint black air on the two shoes. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. But for some reason, the black energy that kept coming out made them faintly afraid. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Xingjie also regained his consciousness at this time and looked at the broken shoe in shock. He just saw his grandmother, who had been dead for many years, waving to him. Little master, are you okay? Looking at Gao Xingjie's pale face, the masked man vaguely realized something was wrong. Go away. The furious Gao Xingjie pushed the masked man away, glared in the direction of the flying shoes, and roared. Who? Get out of here. Song Bing, get out of here. I'm here, don't be so pretentious, you can't escape. Who dares to bully my child? As soon as Gao Xingjie finished speaking, an extremely domineering voice came from the direction where the broken shoes flew. The expressions of Gao Xingjie and all the elite members of the Gao family were condensed. Instant alert. The little black men bound by the soil heard the voice that ruled them and immediately burst out laughing with excitement. Pretend to be a ghost, come on. Gao Xingjie ignored it and gave the order coldly. The stench made him gradually irritated. Jiao. Woo woo woo. However, before the elites of the Gao family stepped out, bursts of piercing and strange screams continued to be heard from the direction of the Forbidden Ward area with strong yellow air. And this time it's even denser and harsher. Immediately afterwards, a dark wheelchair floated unsteadily from the yellow air. On the wheelchair was a figure with messy hair and a body darker than a black man. The wheelchair was carried by two equally dark-skinned men wearing tattered psychiatric clothes. Of course, all this did not stop. Behind the wheelchair, there were also a group of well-trained little black people. Dense figures appeared in front of Gao Xingjie and others in an instant. Facing an enemy several times their own, the elites of the Gao family immediately became vigilant. But when they gradually saw the dark complexions of these people, they were all dumbfounded. Why are they all black? On the yellow seat, Zhou Xian raised his hand, and the screams of the little black men suddenly stopped. Zhou Xian then looked at the group of strangers in front of him with curiosity. There was unconcealable excitement deep in his eyes. After so long, someone finally came, Jia. But he still pretended to be domineering and asked, Who are you? Dare to invade my territory and bully my children. Who are you? Where is Song Bing? Let him get out. Gao Xingjie frowned slightly, looked at Zhou Xian who looked like a ghost before him, and said coldly, How dare you, a native, to be rude to the king? A veteran black man stood up and glared at Gao Xingjie. Ha 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 ha. Even I have never heard of it. How did you come out to fool around? When he heard someone asking him, Zhou Xian became even happier. He immediately looked at another elder who was carrying him beside him and said, Zaire Yuanzi, tell him, who is this king? As commanded. The elder saluted respectfully, then looked at Gao Xingjie and others, and said with an arrogant look, Listen up, natives. Our king is the Farty Emperor who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace 800 million years ago, the Farty Emperor who once ruled for eternity. If you natives don't want to die, it's still too late to kneel down now. Hail, long live. Mentioning Zhou Xian's fame, all the little black people also raised their hands and shouted, Hey, keep a low profile. Zhou Xian was on the yellow seat, smiling modestly. Seeing this nervous scene, Gao Xingjie frowned. Little master, why do I feel like these people are a bunch of lunatics? Yanlang came to Gao Xingjie at this time and reminded him in a low voice. Look at the clothes they wear. They seem to be hospital gowns specially worn for the mentally ill. They all have numbers on them. After everyone heard this, they took a closer look at these people's clothes again. Although it is yellowish and black, it seems to be the same style. There are also a few with obvious 007, 250 markings on them. Damn, it's true. After doing this for a long time, these are a bunch of lunatics. The gopher was momentarily not calm, but the keen-masked man discovered an important problem. But these people don't seem to be ordinary people. Gao Shengjie's eyes narrowed slightly, and he naturally noticed it. Otherwise, why would he be wasting his time with these lunatics? Where is King Fart? King Fart, come out quickly. The hospital needs you now. Just when Gao Shengjie was thinking about how to deal with this group of psychopaths, a rapid shout came. The two parties looked at each other at the same time. I saw a man wearing a gas mask rushing over. The man was none other than the hospital nurse who received the signal and was responsible for letting Zhou Xian and others go out to fight. At this moment, the nurse happened to see Gao Shengjie and others who broke in, and his expression suddenly changed. Seeing Gao Shengjie and others who had broken into this place from the backyard, the male caregiver's mind went blank for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect these intruders to be so cunning. This is an attempt to encircle and suppress them. But soon, he noticed the large number of Zhou Xian and others. He immediately reacted and shouted at Zhou Xian. King Zhou Xian, they are intruders and want to occupy our hospital. Hurry, fart at them. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xian's originally nervous face froze for an instant, and the memory hidden deep in his genes instantly ignited him. He immediately thought of Song Bing's instructions. Are you an intruder? Are you still trying to invade the hospital? Zhou Xian stood up instantly, stared at Gao Shengjie and others with wide eyes and asked. All the little black people also became serious. Although they are mentally ill, protecting the hospital is engraved in their bones. These people are elites trained by divine Dr. Song himself. They kill without blinking an eye. It's too late for you to get out now. The male caregiver also took the opportunity to look at Gao Shengjie and others from a distance and threaten them. He felt a strong sense of oppression from Gao Shengjie. But now that Zhang Taizhu, Xia and others are away, he can only place all his hopes on Zhou Xian and others for the time being. However, facing Zhou Xian's serious questioning and the warning from the male nurse in the distance, Gao Shengjie didn't care at all. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. He calmly raised his hand, looked at these lunatics, and ordered with an expressionless face. Although I feel that Zhou Xian and others are not ordinary people, so what? Just a bunch of lunatics. Behind him were 100 elite members of the Gao family, and beside him was a level 5 strongman. Do we need to be afraid of such a group of lunatics? Yes. After hearing this, all the elites from the Hai family became cold and sharp in their eyes. Looking at Zhou Xian and others, it was as if they were looking at dead people. The same idea as Gao Shengjie. They are elites trained by the Gao family. How can they care about a group of lunatics? At that moment, 100 elite members of the Gao family stepped out at the same time, surrounding Zhou Xian and others. With sneers on their faces, they drew their weapons and were about to start a massacre. Okay, very good. You are indeed intruders. You even dare to invade my territory, so don't blame me for being rude. Seeing these people going under the knife, Zhou Xian couldn't hide his happiness in his eyes and immediately shouted with a serious face. Children, prepare to meet the enemy. Yes. The 300 little black men looked excited, and they immediately seemed to turn into flexible monkeys, spreading out and taking their positions in an instant. Some set up the 18 Arhut formation. Some set up arrays of firecrackers. Some put up a stack of Arhut formations. 300 little black men performed their duties. But the posture was all about taking off his pants, then raising his big buttocks to face Gao Shengjie and others. This scene made the elite members of the Gao family who were about to step forward to massacre instantly dumbfounded. Is this really crazy? Is this to face the enemy or to seek death? Looking at these light ingots, Gao Shengjie couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and immediately said angrily, "What are you doing standing still? Hurry up, our target is Song Bing. Don't waste any more time with these idiots." The elites of the Gao family reacted and became a little angry. They immediately stopped hesitating and rushed out one after another. Go to hell, you bunch of lunatics. 100 elite members of the Gao family came out, releasing their own powers and turning into 100 fierce afterimages. To avoid getting their hands dirty, they all carry sharp black gold knives. These idiots must be dealt with in the shortest possible time. Looking at the elites of the Gao family who were approaching fiercely and quickly, Zhou Xian, who was sitting in a wheelchair, seemed to be a different person at this moment. The eyes under the messy hair were extremely sharp, and the corner of his nose-picking mouth also evoked a touch of contemptuous ridicule. What era are you in, and you still use knives? Your Majesty, the enemy is already 100 steps away from us and has entered the shooting range. At this time, the elder beside him reminded Zhou Xiandao. A group of little black men who had set up their formations had already begun to breathe in and prepare. Can be launched at any time. No rush. But Zhou Xian shook his head and said with a sophisticated look, 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast and fierce. Hearing this, the elder's eyes widened with a wise look on his face, obviously unable to understand Zhou Xian's profoundness at this moment. But Zhou Xian ignored him, looked sharply at the hundreds of elites from the Gao family who were running towards him, and continued to keep track of time in a low voice. 100, 50, 30. During this period, the little black men could only continue to breathe and brew, and their faces began to turn red. But Zhou Xian didn't call Qi, but they didn't dare to launch, so they could only continue to accumulate power. In the distance, Gao Xingjia, who didn't bother to take action, saw this stupid scene and didn't even bother to look at it. Only the masked man was still looking at it with some confusion. Noticing the raised corners of Zhou Xian's mouth, he frowned slightly. Something doesn't feel right, but you can't tell what's wrong? Seeing the red faces of the young black men from another direction, the male caregiver instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Immediately fasten your gas mask tightly and exit to a safe distance before continuing. On the contrary, 100 Gao family elites were instantly within 10 meters of Zhou Xian and others. Seeing these lunatics still holding their big butts in the air, the sneers on their faces got even worse. So much so that they didn't even hear Zhou Xian's countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Just when 100 elite members of the Gao family arrived with a ferocious smile, the black gold straight swords in their hands were about to ruthlessly slash at the buttocks of the little black men. Zhou Xian, who was on the yellow seat, finally stood up with a ferocious smile and shouted loudly. The ferocious-looking young black men who had been holding back for a long time finally couldn't bear it any longer when they heard the cannon fire. Total release. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, swish. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, cannons burst out, chrysanthemums burst into the mountains, and yellow flames shot into the sky. The elite members of the Gao family, who were within 7 steps of the young black men, witnessed this unique bombardment at close range. Terrifying high-pressure artillery shells, mixed with deadly chemicals, rushed towards us unexpectedly. Hold the grass. Their pupils shrank instantly, and the smiles on their faces instantly turned into horror and unparalleled shock. It was like seeing the most terrifying scene in the world. They wanted to hide, but they had rushed too hard and had too much inertia to stop. The people at the front are still being pushed forward by those behind, and the speed of these projectiles is too fast. Within 7 steps, fast and accurate. The lethality is strong. The extremely sharp black gold weapons in their hands were turned into scrap metal at this moment. There is absolutely no use for it. All the futile struggles of 100 Gao family elites turned into this unwilling cry. Bang! Under the desperate gazes of 100 Gao family elites, they instantly merged with the oncoming cannonballs. Oh! In an instant, screams broke out everywhere, and the 100 elites of the Gao family who were originally fierce and powerful were like crumbling dogs in front of the 300 little black men. Those who were blown away, and those who were drowned. The few people who rushed at the front were killed by this fatal blow on the spot. The high-pressure cannons fired by 300 little black men were like jets of yellow laser cannon. There are also many deadly private goods mixed in. Not only is it incredibly powerful, it also has a suffocating and corrosive effect. At the moment of the explosion, 100 Gao family elites were instantly refined. It was like a flood that started in an instant, opening its grinning yellow fangs and swallowing up 100 elites. Gao Xingjie and the masked man, who had not taken action, stared at this sudden scene with wide eyes. Faced with this killer move that shocked the world, the faces were full of horror and disbelief. The brain fell into a brief blank. But looking at the rich yellow gas that was also rushing towards them, there are also lumps of free flying mixed in. They were instantly excited. Even though they had a powerful level 5 combat power, they did not want to be tough at all. They quickly retreated towards the outside like male caregivers. This is probably the 10th level. I want to hide. In the distance, the male nurse who had expected it looked at this powerful scene. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide under the gas mask. He instantly gained a new understanding of the combat power of Zhou Xian and others. Shockwaves come and go in a hurry. As the release of the 300 little black men ended, the sound of farts also stopped abruptly. In its place is another voice. When the sky is covered with yellow air, it rushes through like a flood. Everywhere he passed was a mess mixed with rice fields and flowers. And the 100 elite members of the Gao family had already scattered in all directions, as if they had fallen into a latrine and climbed out of it. They were all lying on the wolf-stained ground vomiting. Even a few elites at the front had suffocated and died on the spot. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with the extreme pain before death. Most of the remaining people were still struggling on the ground, unable to breathe after being crushed. A few physically strong people could barely get up from their daze, but they were instantly vomited by the smoke. At a glance, 100 elites, whether they are level 3 or level 4, no matter how elite they were before and how many powerful killing techniques they have learned. Under this indiscriminate impact, all of them lost their combat effectiveness instantly. Faced with such a sneak attack, it is estimated that the 5th level is coming, which is enough to drink a pot. In the distance, Gao Xingjie and the masked man, who had escaped the impact, also saw clearly the screams and wails of 100 elites. Their eyes suddenly widened. His body couldn't help but tremble. Watching these scattered yellow gases blend perfectly with the surrounding yellow gases, adding a bit more richness and flavor. Their bodies trembled again. Suddenly, what kind of bullshit poisonous gas is this? This was clearly contaminated by the farts of these psychopaths. At this moment, Gao Xingjie's heart was racing with 10,000 mothers selling batches. Fake, too fake. He carefully brought 100 elites from the Gao family, but the elites were just destroyed by a bunch of lunatics? How could he accept this? He came here to capture Songbing. But at this moment, if Songbing can't see him, will he be destroyed by Zhongdao? Jia, do you know how powerful I am now? You even dare to invade my territory. I'm afraid you won't be able to recognize the king. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Zhou Xian stood on the throne, laughed proudly, and immediately pointed at Gao Xingjie and said, "Now, I am merciful and will give you one more chance to surrender. Otherwise, it will be my turn to take action myself this time. I'm not afraid to tell you that I am very strong and can't control myself." Wah! Long live the king. Your Majesty, Ding Guagua. All the little black people immediately started complimenting him. Zhou Xian's words and the cheers of the young black men made the stunned Gao Xingjie's face gradually turn cold. Damn it! You are a bunch of dirty, ugly lunatics. You have to pay for your stupidity. Gao Xingjie looked at Zhou Xian and others, his expression completely gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by a group of lunatics. This is a huge shame for him. So, now he just wants to kill these crazy people. You are all going to die. Gao Xingjie stepped out and pulled out the black gold knife from his waist. There are purple lines on the blade. The moment the straight knife was unsheathed, a sharp edge emerged, causing the surrounding air to tremble faintly. He didn't want to do it himself. Because these people were so dirty, he was afraid of getting his hands dirty. But now, he had to take matters into his own hands. Okay, since you are not convinced, I will convince you. Seeing Gao Xingjie about to take action, Zhou Xian's face showed no fear at all, but was filled with happiness. Because he can finally show off his unique fart technique. Children, step back. This king is about to show off his might. Zhou Xian raised his head, puffed out his chest, and waved his hand. All the little black men immediately looked frightened and began to retreat. But when the masked man saw this scene, he frowned. Immediately stepped forward. Ka. The moment his feet landed on the ground, the 5th level superpower was released, and cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, heading towards Zhou Xian and others at extremely high speed. Woo woo woo. The little black people looked at the sudden scene and instinctively wanted to avoid it, but the ground cracked very quickly. He came to them in an instant. Facing the level 5 masked man, the little black men had no power to resist. Instantly fell into the cracks in the ground. The cracks then closed, instantly attracting all the little black men to the ground. Zhou Xian's eyes widened a bit when he saw this scene. But before he could react, 2 masses of soil on the ground were like vines, covering him at high speed, wrapping him up instantly. When the male caregiver in the distance saw this sudden scene, his expression changed drastically. He instantly felt the terrifying power fluctuations of Gao Xingjie and the masked man. This far exceeds their powers. Xiao was the only one in the whole hospital who showed such fluctuations. Therefore, he is very aware of the gap between superpower levels. The difference of 1 level is like a dimensionality reduction attack. There is no way to cross it. Zhou Xian was only at level 4, and all the little black men were at level 3 like them. Even if he is continuously trained by Zhou Xian, he can only be regarded as the pinnacle of the 3rd level. At this moment, the 2 enemies in front of him were both level 5. The masked man easily controlled Zhou Xian and others with just one thought. This has no chance of winning. The male caregiver's originally hopeful heart suddenly dropped to freezing point. There was only despair on his pale face. Little master, kill them, kill. The elite members of the Gao family, who had barely recovered from being collapsed on the ground, finally spoke excitedly when they saw the masked man taking action. All the humiliation turned into resentment at this moment. Death. Gao Xingjie also moved at this moment. His body flashed and turned into a very fast afterimage, and the terrifying murderous intention was attached to the black gold knife in his hand. Zhou Xian and others will definitely be cut into pieces. He felt the struggling cries of the little black men. But he didn't notice that Zhou Xian, who was sealed by the soil, had a ferocious smile on the corners of his dark mouth under his messy hair. A low, middle-aged voice slowly came out of the corner of his mouth. Have you ever heard of a fart technique that falls from the sky? Whoops! In the forbidden area with strong yellow air, Gao Xingjie's figure was incredibly fast. I saw the surrounding yellow air being continuously pushed away, and a gleam of cold light headed towards Zhou Xian, who was bound by the soil. Looking at Gao Xingjie, who was approaching at a very fast speed, Zhou Xian remained unfazed and showed an inscrutable look. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The soil bound to its body gradually began to be filled with cracks. Clang! At the same time, level 5 Gao Xingjie arrived instantly, and his speed was not at the same level as level 4. But the black, gold, and purple sword in his hand cut through the yellow air and stabbed Zhou Xian's lower body with precision. I want to see if you are really crazy or are you pretending to be crazy? Gao Xingjie's cold voice came. He didn't want to kill Zhou Xian directly, but wanted to cut Zhou Xian into pieces with 1,000 swords. Watching this psychopath die in pain and despair, the male caregiver in the distance turned pale and could only watch in despair. Bang! However, just when Gao Xingjie's fierce knife was about to penetrate Zhou Xian's body, the entire mass of solid soil that bound Zhou Xian suddenly exploded easily. Zhou Xian's whole body soared into the sky like a rocket at an extremely fast speed. Behind its butt, there is a black and rich exhaust gas. At the same time, Zhou Xian's loud laughter came. Haha boy, you have good strength. You are qualified to let me take action. Get ready to take action. This scene happened too fast and too suddenly. Gao Xingjie's vicious sword hit the target. He was even nearly hit by the black gas that exploded. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged extremely quickly to distance himself. Gao Xingjie looked up in disbelief and found that Zhou Xian had flown to nowhere. The masked man controlling from a distance was also stunned. How did that impact explode just now? Breaking through his level 5, earthbinding, in one fell swoop? Is this the power that level 4 can unleash? The male caregiver and the elite members of the Gao family also raised their heads and widened their eyes. For those who didn't know, they thought it was a rocket launch. This exhaust gas must have exceeded the standard. Tathagata's first divine fart move. The crow flies on a plane. Just when everyone was still looking up in shock to find traces of Zhou Xian, a loud figure broke the silence in the sky, shrouded in yellow air. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, a black thunder was heard in the yellow mist. A huge butt, with endless hot black air, sat accurately towards Gao Xingjie. The black air around the butt even condensed into a larger black air butt. It enveloped Zhou Xian and all the elites of the Gao family. Wow! Before the fart arrived, the air below began to surge, accompanied by a breathtaking stench. This stench is definitely not comparable to what was released just now by a group of little black men. Help! The breeze ruffled everyone's hair, and the moment they smelled this scent, the elite members of the Gao family who had just recovered suddenly collapsed. With just one sip, it felt like he had been smoking opium for hundreds of years, and all his strength was drained on the spot. My eyes were so hot that I couldn't even open them. Several severely injured elites began to twitch violently, bounced a few times, and then rolled their eyes and died on the spot. The remaining people crawled towards the outside in despair. Each of them seemed to have smoked heavily, and the corners of their mouths could not stop bubbling. I want to escape from the shadow of this big ass. However, the speed at which they crawled could not match the speed at which Tathagata descended. Level 5 Gao Xingjie and Meng Nen also inevitably smelled this smell. For a moment, her delicate body trembled, as if a restraining spell had been cast on her. This smell, this lethality, is not on the same level as these yellow gases. Even if they were at level 5, they could only feel their skin burning and their stomach juices churning at this moment. Damn it! How could there be such a power? Gao Xingjie's face instantly turned livid, and his whole body felt bad. We can't let him fall. And looking at the big but that was constantly expanding and falling, the masked man instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. As soon as this fart comes out, even if they can avoid it, the remaining elite members of the Gao family will definitely destroy the entire army. Shu Tu, get up. The masked man stood up immediately, his pupils turned gray, and then he suddenly grabbed towards the ground. Bang Chi. In an instant, the ground was like a piece of cloth, which was easily torn open by the masked man. A group of Gao family elites who were about to be smoked to death retreated to both sides as the ground cracked, finally escaping the shroud of death. Get up. However, all this was not over yet. After saving a group of Gao family elites, the masked man spoke coldly again. Wow! The next second, from the huge crack, a lump of soil was like a bamboo shoot growing out of the ground, growing rapidly and thrusting towards the big black, but that was about to come. Bang! The two collided instantly and exploded one after another. The masked man's pupils shrank, and he finally knew what the power that had just broken his earth bond was. It was Zhou Xian's fart. But how is this possible? The opponent is obviously only level 4, but he is level 5. How could a fart be so powerful? When the black air gradually dispersed, everyone finally saw Zhou Xian's figure in the sky. He actually used the jet method to ignore gravity and levitate in mid-air domineeringly. This scene shocked everyone again. I guess Newton had to doubt life when he came. Haha, are you ordinary people surprised? During these hundreds of years of seclusion, I have not only mastered the supreme fart skill, but I have also already broken through to the nascent soul realm and acquired the immortal ability of flying farts. In midair, Zhou Xian was extremely domineering, overlooking everyone. And Gao Xingjie and others have already been made doubtful about life by Zhou Xian's superb fart. Only a group of little black people kept cheering. In the distance, the male caregiver who originally thought he would die looked at this scene and had already forgotten his words. Is this still a human? Death. But at this moment, the masked man's expression became fierce, and he suddenly launched an attack. A sharp ball of dirt suddenly flew out from the ground and hit Zhou Xian's face directly. A sneer curled up at the corner of Zhou Xian's mouth. He accelerated his fart and easily dodged it. He had already mastered the use of farts. He is not stupid. How could the same sneak attack happen again? Humph! How dare you try to outdo the others with your little skill, and then take another move from me. The second move of the fart technique, the mighty dragon, the great magic spell, and the Boruo Baluo fart. Zhou Xian, who escaped the sneak attack, looked at the masked man and Gao Xingjie with disdain and immediately launched his ultimate attack again, accompanied by the chanting of its formula. He began to inhale. My belly starts to swell. Seeing this scene, Everyone instantly understood what Zhou Xian was going to do. Get up. Meng Min immediately continued to control countless pieces of soil and shot towards Zhou Xian. I don't want to be rushed by Zhou Xian. Bang. However, this time, before the soil even got close, a jet of dark and ferocious gas shot out from under Zhou Xian. Like Godzilla's atomic breath, it easily annihilated the soil and shot toward Gao Xingjie and the masked man. Is this even okay? Gao Xingjie and the masked man were dumbfounded again. Seeing the black atomic breath, carrying terrifying lethality, continued to shoot towards them. The masked man could only grit his teeth and hold his breath, and continued to control the soil and fly out to fight. Bang, bang, bang. However, in front of this extremely corrosive black breath, the weak soil was instantly corroded and dissipated as if it had encountered strong sulfuric acid. While the masked man was shocked, he didn't dare to be careless at all, and used all his strength to continue to control the filling of the soil. It was like the impact of blocking a flood. The level 5 masked man was also able to deal with it with ease. However, the sputtering black soil and black air gradually caused the air quality in this world to decline rapidly. Keiru's masked man couldn't show his true strength at all. A group of elite members of the Gao family were already screaming. On the other hand, in midair, Zhou Xian had already forgotten everything. Suddenly, Gao Xingjie seized the opportunity and threw the black, gold, and purple sword in his hand. Clang! The black, gold, and purple sword let out a soft cry, carrying terrifying power, and shot towards Zhou Xian at extremely high speed. This sudden charged attack, with Gao Xingjie's endless anger, caught people off guard. Even Zhou Xian, who was addicted to rushing in midair, found out that it was already too late. Zhou Xian's eyes widened, knowing that he couldn't dodge, so he quickly increased his power, trying to drive away the knife. But he still underestimated the power of level 5. Tisk. The black gold purple sword only slowed down slightly, but still broke through the surrounding black air at an extremely terrifying speed. He directly gave Zhou Xian a 1,000-year kill. Ugh, it's so comfortable. Zhou Xian instantly closed his anus and clamped his legs, showing a smile. The horrific scene came to an abrupt end. Ha ha ha, it's shot, cough cough cough. Great, if you still let me go, I'll shoot you bastard to death. The little master is mighty. Below, a group of Gao family elites who were desperate to escape were excited when they saw Zhou Xian being shot in the vital part by Gao Xingjie. If Zhou Xian doesn't die, it's their turn to die. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Gao Xingjie finally sneered. When the male caregiver and the restrained little black men saw this scene, they instantly panicked. Zhou Xian is now their backbone. With magic attack and home field advantage, one person can fight against 2 enemy level 5s and can kill some enemy level 4s indiscriminately. If Zhou Xian loses, they will be doomed. At the same time, Zhou Xian, who lost his power, fell directly from the sky like a shot bird. The posture was very touching. He was lying on his back with his butt raised, and the black gold straight knife stood on his butt. Gao Xingjie held his breath and came to Zhou Xian gloomily. In today's environment, who dares to breathe next to this guy? Looking down at Zhou Xian's lifeless state, Gao Xingjie drew his sword and struck it a few more times without saying a word. As a result, he stretched out his hand and held the black, gold, and purple sword, but couldn't pull it out? Too deep? This was Gao Xingjie's first thought. He immediately raised his foot in disgust, stepped on Zhou Xian's butt, and continued to pull out. The masked man not far away was always looking at Zhou Xian curiously, wanting to see what kind of weird thing this was. The power of a fart is far greater than that of the soldiers with black gold thermal weapons they trained. This guy is worthy of a division of the Gao family. No, 1 division is not enough, at least 10. And while he was observing, he suddenly discovered that Zhou Xian's slightly exposed side face evoked an imperceptible smile. The masked man's expression changed instantly. The fight just now made him understand that this was clearly the expression on this guy's face as he was accumulating energy to hold back his ultimate move. No, young master, don't. He's not dead. Be careful, he might explode. Looking at Gao Xingjie, who was still drawing his sword, the masked man wanted to shout to stop him, but it was obviously too late. I saw that Zhou Xian, who was supposed to be dead, had explosive bulges in his butt muscles. The cock is higher. Bang! The next second, with direct force, the originally strong black, gold, and purple sword flew out on the spot. Gao Xingjia's face changed drastically as he drew his sword, but when he looked down, he saw a burst of black energy, and his face was filled with shit on the spot. Bang! There was only a violent loud noise, and the fart exploded instantly with Zhou Xian as the center. The unsuspecting Gao Xingjia was blown away 100 meters away on the spot. Accompanying it was the black, gold, and purple sword. It all happened so fast. The elite members of the Gao family who originally cheered and celebrated were dumbfounded. The originally desperate male caregiver was also dumbfounded. When the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, Gao Shengjia's painful and angry voice came from the ruins 100 meters away. The masked man hurriedly arrived and found the collapsed old Gao Xingjia from the ruins. Ouch! The masked man wanted to help him, but as soon as he got close to Gao Xingjia, who looked like he was coming out of a latrine, he couldn't help but feel like vomiting. It really stinks. Gao Xingjia stumbled up alone, roaring angrily while holding back vomiting. From the corner of his eye, he happened to see the black, gold, and purple sword inserted not far away. The lower half of the latter has completely turned black, still steaming. This made him understand everything instantly. At the same time, Zhou Xian's evil laughter came from the center of the explosion, from the gradually dissipating black air. The pupils of the elite members of the Gao family shrank, and the excitement on their faces disappeared instantly, replaced by panic. It has obviously been broken out of the shadow. When the black air gradually dissipated, Zhou Xian's figure reappeared. He sat there carelessly, looking as if he had died just now. You said there is nothing wrong with attacking me, but you attack my strongest point? You idiot. Zhou Xian picked his nose and mocked Gao Xingjia. His but can withstand the crushing force of his domineering energy. It has long been invulnerable to all poisons and is indestructible. How can it be broken by a mere knife? Damn it. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, ugh. Being ridiculed by Zhou Xian, Gao Xingjia was completely furious. He pulled out the black, gold, and purple sword and went towards Zhou Xian again. Anyway, it's like this now, and he doesn't care anymore. The masked man also moved, wanting to take advantage of Zhou Xian's opportunity on the ground to deal with him. Otherwise, if they are allowed to fly into the sky, it will be useless no matter how high their level is. The only option is to let this guy bomb. Boom. The ground cracked and the air surged. Gao Xingjia and the masked man took action at the same time, and their level 5 combat power exploded. Facing level 4 Zhou Xian, he no longer dared to show any contempt. They don't want to be ruined again. Ha ha ha. Okay, I haven't met an opponent for a long time. Let's fight again. Seeing that the two of them still dared to resist, Zhou Xian smiled evilly with excitement. An invisible black energy was released from under his body, and immediately it began to spin and linger around it, just like true energy. It was enveloped in an instant. At the same time, Gao Shengjia's knife and the 2 pieces of soil condensed by the masked man came down at the same time. Whoops! Bang! There was a loud noise and black energy exploded, but Zhou Xian was nowhere to be seen. On the contrary, the surrounding black air began to rotate and surge rapidly. Then came the shadowy voice. Second style of fart show, tornado destroys the parking lot. Zhou Xian's domineering voice fell, and the black energy around him surged faster and faster. The sound of engine exhaust fumes could be heard in the black air. It really gradually condensed into a tornado. All the elite members of the Gao family were terrified, and the stench of terror was oppressing them from all directions. And they couldn't see Zhou Xian at all. Gao Xingjia and the masked man looked intently and finally caught Zhou Xian's figure in the gradually forming black energy. It was his extremely fast running that led to the formation of this black storm. He seemed to be blending into the wind, and he was still releasing black energy crazily behind him. Gao Shenglong and the masked man had expressions on their faces. It's hard to accept. Why can Zhou Xian, a level 4 player, be so fast? This speed is comparable to level 5. Transport to mental hospital, residential area. In a large flat floor, Song En and Lu Su were by the window, alertly listening to the sound of bombing and fighting coming from the direction of the main door. Both of their faces were filled with worry. because they received the message from the caregiver. There are enemies attacking the hospital. The enemies seemed so powerful that almost everyone in the hospital went to fight. Mom and Dad, how about I go help my second brother and the others? I'm really strong. Song Shenlong came over at this time and prayed pitifully. Listening to the fighting outside the hospital, there was no fear on his face. Instead, the battle gradually aroused his war-loving nature. I really want to fight right now. Don't make trouble, Xiaolong. Those enemies are not just playing tricks. They are all very powerful aliens. You are still too young. Wait until you grow up later. Afraid that Song Shenlong would mess up, Lu Su took Song Shenlong's hand and comforted him. Xiaolong, be obedient. Fighting is very dangerous, not like you think. Song An also spoke. Of course, the two of them didn't know how powerful Song Shenlong was. Just listen to Zhang Tieju's words and don't let Song Shenlong act impulsively. Oh, okay. Although Song Shenlong wanted to kill someone, at this moment, facing Lu Su and Song An's words, he did not show any disobedience. He could only nod obediently and suppress the bloodthirsty fighting spirit in his heart. Wang Wang Wang. At this moment, Wang Kai suddenly broke through the door and shouted excitedly to the three of them. The enemy is coming in. As a rural person, Wang Kai suddenly rushed in and screamed wildly. Song An immediately thought of this. Wang Wang Wang. Wang Kai also responds very humanely. Let's go, get the gas mask and go to the forbidden area. Song An reacted instantly. This is what Song Bing told them before leaving. If you are in danger, go to the forbidden area. At the same time, inside the hospital, the cobblestone road was deserted. Gao Ling, wearing a red dress and high heels, arrived at the residential area unimpeded. Looking at the building in front of him, Gao Ling raised his red lips slightly and was about to step into it. Rumble. Suddenly, deafening cannon sounds were heard from the direction of the backyard. Gao Ling's raised foot fell down and was successfully interrupted by the somewhat weird sound of the cannon. She turned her eyes towards the backyard and frowned slightly. Did Gao Xingjie discover Song Bing's escape and take action? But she seems to remember that the 100 elites led by Gao Xingjie didn't bring cannons, right? Just as he was doubting, Gao Ling's narrowed, beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp edge, and he quickly looked at the residential building in front of him. Whoops! The next second, her figure turned into a red shadow and entered the residential area. Wow! The rear entrance of the residential building. Song An and others who had just walked out also heard the explosion coming from the forbidden area. What's going on? Song An and Lu Su couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Wang Wang. But before they could think about it, Wang Kai suddenly shouted to the woods ahead. When Song An and others looked over, a red figure walked out from under a tree. Facing this stranger, Song An and Lu Su's expressions couldn't help but change slightly. He quickly protected Song Shenlong behind him. On the contrary, Song Shenlong became excited instantly when he saw the woman suddenly appearing in front of him. His natural war-loving mentality makes him unable to recognize men and women. He just felt that the woman in front of him seemed very strong. This should last him a long time. Gao Ling looked at Song An and the other three with great interest. She didn't see Song Bing, and disappointment flashed across her face. But when she saw Song An and Lu Su, her originally disappointed, beautiful eyes immediately glowed with light. She recognized it. The two people in front of her seemed to be Song Bing's parents. That would be easy. After arresting Song An and Lu Su, she didn't believe that Song Bing wouldn't come out. Thinking of this, a sickly smile appeared on Gao Ling's charming face. Who are you? As a man, Song An still stood up and asked cautiously. Kiki, your son has never mentioned me to you? Then let me introduce myself. My name is Gao Ling, and I come from the Gao family. I came here specifically to find your son. You should know where he is, right? Gao Ling looked at Song An and asked with a smile. The Gao family. Song An's face changed slightly, and he caught something in an instant, but he still said, I'm sorry, my son is not in the hospital. It doesn't matter. I can make him come out obediently, but it may make you two suffer a little. Gao Ling was not surprised at all by this answer. Her red lips raised slightly, and the moment she finished speaking, they suddenly turned into a seductive red shadow. Song An and Lu Su's expressions changed greatly. Gao Ling's speed was too fast. Facing such terrifying speed, they, who were only at level 3, couldn't react at all. Dare to touch my parents? I will tear you apart. Just when Song En and Lu Su's minds were blank, a thin figure appeared in front of them, one step ahead of making money. Little Dragon. Seeing this familiar figure, Song En and Lu Su's expressions changed drastically, only to realize that Song Shenglong behind them was no longer there. Of course, this time, it wasn't just the two who were shocked. When Gao Ling came to see Song Shenglong's familiar face clearly, his beautiful eyes trembled violently. The shock on his face was even worse. Gao Ling quickly stopped and looked at Song Shenglong, who was blocking her in front of her with an expression of disbelief. Just like her brother who was supposed to be dead. No, this was her brother who was supposed to be dead. She couldn't mistake him. But at this moment, why was this younger brother who was so obedient to her before looking at her so coldly? Taboo area. Puff, puff, puff. Hulala. The strong wind swept the black air and gradually turned into a huge black tornado. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, was like a madman riding a will-o'-the-wisp motorcycle, running around in circles and releasing exhaust fumes. This black tornado gradually becomes darker and darker. The moment the tornado formed, everything around it was sucked into the tornado. Soon, the elite members of the Gao family who were lying on the ground were swept up by this terrifying black tornado. They tried to hold on to the ground, but the wind was too strong. Several elites who had been smoked without any resistance were desperately involved in the black energy on the spot, under the squeezing, beating, and rotation of the black air. It's like being thrown into a supersized washing machine to spin and smoke. It's basically a narrow escape. Of course, this is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that during the rotation, they may encounter Zhou Xian. That would be absolutely dead and lifeless. In just 2.5 minutes, half of the elite members of the Gao family were sucked into this spinning fart and received an inhumane baptism. Under the tornado, the expressions of Gao Xingjie and the masked man at this moment are extremely exciting. Watching more and more elite members of the Gao family being involved, they gritted their teeth and rushed into the tornado. He endured the erosion of these black farts and gritted his teeth to kill Zhou Xian. Outside the black tornado, Boss Chitos, a group of little black people were buried in the soil, with only their little black heads exposed, cheering excitedly. They were witnessing this amazing tornado created by their boss. The admiration for Zhou Xian has reached a new level. There were even a few veterans who took a deep breath of the pressure and immediately closed their eyes, as if they had understood the mystery. Their skin color suddenly became darker. Further away, the male caregiver who luckily escaped was hiding under a big rock. Only then did he survive. He looked at the tornado from a distance, and his worldview was constantly being impacted. Is this still level 4? At the same time, inside the tornado, an elite member of the Gao family who was swept up saw Zhou Xian who appeared in front of him. Suddenly, his face turned pale with fright, and he burst into tears. Okay, I am merciful, so I won't attack you. Seeing that the other party was so afraid of him, Zhou Xian immediately showed the bearing of a strong man and put away the fart he was about to let out. This made the elite seem to grasp at straws. But before he could be happy for a second, Zhou Xian's next words instantly pulled him into the bottom of the valley again. Under the horrified gaze of the elite, Zhou Xian kicked a dark and steaming jade foot. This smell is stronger than these terrible black gases. Before his feet could reach him, Athlete's foot had already set in, blinding his sharp eyes in an instant. Oh! Under Jingli's desperate gaze, Zhou Xian kicked him away. His face seemed to be branded with a branding iron, and there was a big black footprint. After spinning a few times in the tornado, it completely lost its breath. Zhou Xian continued to accelerate, looking for the next target. Roll up one and waste the other. Roll up two and collapse one pair. Directly use all kinds of strange skills except fart tactics, like the athlete's foot method, the armpit method, the bad breath method. The elites of the Gao family who were swept up one after another died, tragically one after another, due to his strange skills. Regardless of level 3 or level 4, no one can survive a single move. On the ground, the remaining elite members of the Gao family looked at this horrifying scene, and each one was so frightened that they burst out with great power. Some of them couldn't stand it and were swept away, so they committed suicide the moment they took off. I don't want to be tortured by Zhou Xian even to death. But what they never expected was that Zhou Xian didn't care about life or death at all, and would directly reward anyone with a big move whenever he encountered one. The body still rushes. Li Kuei from Huashan, please give me some advice. Under the tornado, Zhou Xian went crazy and became more and more perverted, like a crazy psycho who imagined himself to be a great master. His brain works rapidly, and he creates countless unique skills. Whoever is caught will be raped, and it will not be the same. Without a transition, even if they were at the same level, a group of Gao family elites would have no power to resist Zhou Xian's close combat. The little black man was smoked to death on the spot. Before dying, everyone was filled with despair. Obviously, he didn't expect to die in such a way. In just a few minutes, nearly half of the elite members of the Gao family were lost. At this time, Gao Xingjie and the masked man finally waited for the opportunity. The two of them shot out of the surging black energy at the same time, suppressing their nausea and killing Zhou Xian. Under his own domain, Zhou Xian captured the two men who came to kill him. This time, he didn't hide anymore and looked at the two of them, with an evil smile on his lips, because he just realized another trick. Bitch, I want you dead. Gao Xingjie had already become impatient with Zhou Xian and stabbed out with a straight knife. This time, he would not be able to let this beast escape again. Facing the masked man who came to kill Gao Xingjie, Zhou Xian still raised his hand with a neutral expression and then spoke slowly and domineeringly. I'm Fart Man. The third form of the fart technique, Buddha's angry fart lotus, explode. The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Xian snapped his fingers. A ray of fire emerged from his fingertips. In an instant, it was like a nuclear reaction, instantly igniting the surrounding black energy. Zhou Chao, you big fool. You don't want to live anymore? Run. The fire quickly magnified in the eyes of Gao Xingjie and the masked man, and their angry gazes instantly turned into fear. Obviously, they didn't expect that Zhou Xian could set fire. What I didn't even expect was that this girl really dared to let go. Looking at the rapidly blooming fire, which was also filled with unspeakable corrosiveness, the ferocious two people were instantly frightened into grandsons. Turn around and run. There was almost no hesitation. These gases have accumulated for an unknown amount of time. With such a watery explosion, if you don't escape, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. But obviously, it was too late. The black gas condensed by Zhou Xian is a highly concentrated flammable gas, and it burns at an unimaginable speed. Flames instantly surrounded them. In an instant, the condensed black fart tornado exploded like a detonated nuclear bomb. The dark flames, with their final power, rotated rapidly into the sky. Suddenly the sky and the earth became dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. Under the fierce flames, the remaining elite members of the Gao family were so frightened that they could only bury their heads into the ground in fear. On the periphery of the explosion, a group of cheering little black people saw this horrific scene, and they were also frightened and hurriedly dug their heads into the ground. Fortunately, the masked man dug a hole for them in advance. Further away, the male caregiver's heart trembled violently, and after realizing it, he quickly dug a hole under the big rock and hid in it. The fire destroyed everything in an instant, and the black and yellow energy in the entire world was ignited. But fortunately, there was no grass growing everywhere, so this gorgeous scene was just a flash in the pan. Oh, when the flames of the explosion dissipated, dust filled the sky above the ground. In the center of the explosion, only dozens of Gao family elites who were still alive were wailing. At a glance, they have already been blackened. The dead elites of the Gao family were even smoked into black charcoal. The hair on the body has turned into curly hair. All turned into little black men. At the same time, Zhou Xian climbed up from the ruins in darkness. Because it was originally black, it didn't look any different. If I have to say it, it's even darker. Zhou Xian coughed violently and was obviously repelled by his own move. But soon, looking at the tragic scenes around him, Zhou Xian showed his big yellow teeth and laughed happily. However, this move has its shortcomings. It is best to compress and condense my domineering qi so that the power can be concentrated. However, in the process of laughing, Zhou Xian miraculously discovered the shortcomings. Learn more quickly. Wah! The boss is awesome. Boss, your butt explodes. A group of little black people popped their heads out of the ground and cheered. Zhou Xian raised his hand to comfort him, but the happiness on his face could not be concealed. He immediately looked at the surviving elite members of the Gao family, raised his hand, and made a motion of sinking his dantian, and then said with a serious face, "The overbearing fart king, give in." When the surviving elite members of the Gao family saw Zhou Xian, they were already frightened into grandsons, dragging their bodies one by one and crawling out in fear. At this moment, I just want to escape from this terrible place. This is simply not something people can tolerate. I promise to be your mother. But at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the ground. Bang! The moment Zhou Xian was bound by the soil, a dark figure rushed out 20 meters away. After taking a closer look, it turned out to be Gao Xingjie. But at this moment, Gao Xingjie had already lost his previous grace and grace. Not only was his skin dark, but even his proud center parting had been burnt into a head of nutritious curls. Gao Xingjie was extremely fast, his dark face filled with overwhelming anger, and he arrived next to Zhou Xian in an instant. Chengzheng, your mother, Chengzheng, you $1 die. Bang, bang, bang. With overwhelming anger, Gao Xingjie's fists and kicks fell on Zhou Xian mercilessly. Kacha kacha. Zhou Xian's bones were immediately shattered by the blast, and he vomited blood and flew out, slamming into the taboo hospital building. Rumble. The entire crumbling building collapsed instantly, and the dust died. All this changed in an instant. No one could have imagined that Gao Xingjie would be so powerful and that he would be fine even if he was destroyed like this. In just a few seconds, Zhou Xian was killed. The face of the male caregiver in the distance changed drastically, and he didn't react at all. The cheers of the little black men suddenly stopped, and when they saw their boss being blown away, they screamed in excitement. They wanted to get up, but the soil that bound their bodies suddenly became extremely compressed. Immediately afterwards, the masked man crawled out from under the land. He was also smoked into a little black man like Gao Xingjie. The mask was all gone, but it seemed like there was no need for a mask on the black face. Gao Xingjie looked gloomily in the direction of the collapsed building and wiped the blood that belonged to Zhou Xian on his face. His face suddenly became a little more gloomy, because he discovered that even the blood of this bastard stinks. Gao Xingjie tried to wipe off the blackened skin, but found that he couldn't wipe it off at all. It's like having tattoos all over your body. Damn, damn, damn. Gao Xingjie became violent again and rubbed hard, but in vain. He immediately looked in the direction of the ruins with scarlet eyes. Drag him out for me and whip the corpse. The surviving elite members of the Gao family obeyed the order and crawled away. They were also smoked into little black men. Looking in the direction of the ruins, I felt even more angry and hateful. Let me do it. The surviving gopher took the initiative to step forward and headed towards the ruins. Not only was he blackened, but all his teeth were broken. At this moment, he just wanted to whip Zhou Xian to vent his anger. As if afraid of being robbed of his credit, the gopher is extremely fast. Can't wait to come to the ruins. Hulala. However, before he could get close to the ruins, a figure in the ruins stood up with a little twist. Surprisingly, it was Zhou Xian who should have been crippled. This stop made the world quiet again. Mom. He's coming. He's coming again. The gopher who originally took the initiative saw Zhou Xian's appearance at close range. He was so frightened that he urinated and hurriedly ran back. The same was true for the surviving elite members of the Gao family. Their faces were all pale, and their legs that stood up instantly became weak. On the other hand, Gao Xingjie's face turned gloomy again. He didn't expect that this guy was still alive after all this. But this should be its last strength, right? Then let me chop you alive myself to see what's in your body. There are so many farts. Gao Xingjie found his saber and staggered towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's previous use of Buddha's angry fart lotus also injured him. It's like being poisoned. Little master, be careful. This guy is very weird. Cough, cough, cough. The masked man reminded with a pale face. During the explosion, he was more seriously injured in order to protect Gao Xingjie, and his body was full of turbid air at this moment. If I don't kill him today, I will take his surname. However, faced with the masked man's warning, Gao Xingjie, who was full of anger, could not listen. Zhou Xian must be killed. Looking at Gao Xingjie, who was approaching with murderous intent on his face. Zhou Xian wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and showed his trademark middle-class evil smile. This smile is so familiar. It was so familiar that the masked man and all the elites of the Gao family could not help but tremble and hold their breath. Because every time this happens, Zhou Xian will come up with a new ultimate move. Can we come again? Then this is too unscientific? Compared to everyone's nervousness, Gao Xingjie showed no fear in his eyes. His attack just now almost destroyed the inner bones of this guy's limbs. Even if it's like this, he doesn't believe it. Can this bastard still go to heaven? Come on, boss. The male caregivers and a group of little black men in the distance were equally surprised and delighted when Zhou Xian suddenly stood up. Even many of the little black people cried. But facing everyone's gaze, Zhou Xian seemed to have entered another realm. At this moment, he felt like an unyielding young man in a fantasy novel. Looking at Gao Xingjie and others who were bullying him, Zhou Xian smiled unyieldingly. Immediately, he closed his eyes, spread his arms, slightly crooked the corners of his mouth, and spoke slowly and domineeringly. When the heavens collapse, I, the king, can collapse mountains, cut off rivers, topple seas, subjugate demons, suppress demons, command gods, catch stars, destroy cities, open the sky, open up the earth. Come on, he's back. Zhou Xian is back again. His middle-aged and overbearing voice sounded. This time, it was more overbearing and sad than countless times before. Along with it, wisps of black gas that had disappeared with the explosion slowly flowed out from under him. His tattered clothes and hair suddenly became windless. At this moment, Zhou Xian once again acted on the spot and realized a unique skill. Extremely domineering. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the male caregiver and the young black men suddenly lit up. No one expected that Zhou Xian still had some in stock. It's over. He still has it. How could this happen? How could this happen? Quick, little master. He is going to twist his mouth. Stop him quickly. Don't let him twist his mouth. He will fart when he twists his mouth. On the contrary, when they saw Zhou Xian who started to twist his mouth, the masked man and all the elite members of the Gao family turned pale in an instant and hurriedly spoke. All of them were scared to death. Facing Zhou Xian, none of them had the will to fight. At this moment, Gao Xingjie's face was also full of shock, and he also couldn't understand why Zhou Xian could let go after so many. Die to me. Gao Xingjie, who also realized the seriousness of the matter, fired with explosive force, trying to interrupt Zhou Xian's spellcasting. Resurrection. Damn it. Looking at the approaching Gao Xingjie, the corners of Zhou Xian's mouth quirked up quickly. He looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, and his figure flew into the sky again, passed by Gao Xingjie's knife. Come on. Zhou Xian regained control of the air, and the fart he released turned into the shape of a giant sword and crashed directly towards Gao Xingjie. Gao Xingjie's expression changed slightly, and he quickly formed an air barrier in front of him to block the fart. But he was knocked back continuously. The masked man also quickly took the opportunity to take action, shooting countless amounts of dirt at Zhou Xian. We must not let this girl rise into the air, otherwise no matter how strong they are, they will not be able to do anything to each other. Zhou Xian laughed loudly and was instantly hidden under the black energy he released. The black energy is still expanding rapidly, and soon it will cover the world again as before. Zhou Xian also relied on the cover of his fart to prevent the masked man from attacking at all. Huh? Are you still coming? Looking at the fart that gradually dispersed again, all the elite members of the Gao family despaired. Gao Xingjie and the masked man were also stunned. I don't understand why Zhou Xian is so lethargic. Jia. My farts are inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Next, I will have my new understanding of 13,900 farts to welcome you, you bastard. While Gao Xingjie and others were stunned, Zhou Xian's ferocious laughter rang out from the black air high in the sky. The best fart in the world, the 9-turn mysterious fart, sneer. Without giving them a chance to react, the sound of Zhou Xian's release sounded. The next second, a fart sound collapsed from the black air like thunder from the sky, hitting the gopher on the spot. The latter instantly carbonized on the spot. When Gao Xingjie and others saw this scene, their pupils trembled violently. But the real despair lies below. The second form of opening the world, subduing the dragon with 18 farts, Puff, 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 puff. The third form of opening the sky and the fart, the random cloak fart technique. Puffed, clatter, bing, bing. The eighth posture of opening the sky and the earth, the 8 poles collapse. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Xian's farts struck down like thunder, each fart stronger than the last. Every fart can kill someone, just like the thunder from the sky that overcomes the tribulation. Run quickly. Crazy, crazy. The surviving elite members of the Gao family fled in despair. At this moment, they just wanted to escape from this desperate place. But before they could escape a few steps, they were killed by Zhou Xian on the spot. Zhou Xian above his head is like a bomber, loaded with more than 10,000 farts. You bastard, come down here. Come down here if you can. Gao Xingjie looked up to the sky and roared, no matter how much he could block Zhou Xian's fart. But at this moment, Zhou Xian's fart cannot be selected at all. By accident, Zhou Xian's fart fell on his head on the spot. Gao Xingjie fell silent for an instant and froze on the spot. He was even more blackened by the collapse, and black smoke kept rising from his head. Looking at the elite members of the Gao family who were being killed one after another. And Zhou Xian said more than 10,000 bullshit. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. This is horrible. This is not human at all. Gao Shenglong. How do you know my name is Shenglong? But my surname is not Gao, my surname is Song. Facing Gao Ling who could call out his name, Song Shenglong was slightly stunned, but soon his bloodthirsty fighting spirit gave up his thoughts. At that moment, he didn't hesitate at all. Like a ferocious beast, he pounced unceremoniously towards Gao Ling, his former nominal sister. Xiaolong, don't mess around, come back quickly. Seeing Song Shenglong take action without saying a word, Song En and Lu Su's expressions changed greatly, but they had no time to stop him. Surname Song. Here, Gao Ling's heart trembled when he heard Song Shenglong's answer. But without giving her time to think, Song Shenglong was already killing her like a wild beast. Tisk. Arriving next to Gao Ling, Song Shenglong raised his sharp claws and tore at Gao Ling. The violent sound tore through the air. Gao Ling raised her hand to block, but at the moment of contact, her expression changed. Because Song Shenglong's speed and strength exceeded her imagination. Its sharp claws instantly scratched her skin. Song Shenglong even took the opportunity to pounce, with his hands and feet outstretched. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit Gao Ling's neck. It was really like a bloodthirsty beast, seizing the opportunity without giving its prey a chance to survive. Not far away, Song En and Lu Su, who were worried about Song Shenglong's safety 1 second, saw Song Shenglong who was like a ferocious beast the next second. The two of them froze on the spot dumbfounded. Is this still their obedient little dragon? At the same time, looking at Song Shenglong's ruthless and bloodthirsty energy, Gao Ling instantly felt chills on his head. She clearly felt that if she didn't take action, Song Shenglong would really tear her apart without hesitation. Just like tearing apart those prey before. Thinking of this, Gao Ling instantly exerted his strength, bursting out with level 5 combat power, using a set of flexible countermeasures to control the limbs captured by Song Shenglong. Just as Song Shenglong was about to bite her neck, Gao Ling's colorful long tail shot out at the same time, instantly wrapped around Song Shenglong's neck. Immediately, he exerted force and threw Song Shenglong away. Bang! Song Shenglong instantly crashed into the rockery not far away. The entire rockery collapsed instantly. Little dragon. Seeing this scene, Lu Su was worried and wanted to step forward. She had already regarded Song Shenglong as her own child, no matter what Song Shenglong becomes. But before she could walk out, Wang Kai bit her clothes. Gao Ling in the distance also took the opportunity to stand up, looked at the blood soaking on his hands and arms, and then looked at the collapsed rockery again. Her pretty face darkened. At the same time, deep in the rockery, several pieces of gravel were turned over, and Song Shenglong fell down as expected. But this time, he did not kill Gao Ling immediately, but turned to look at Lu Su and Song and who were worried about him. He showed his usual well-behaved look and smiled. Dad, Mom, you find a place to hide and wait until I kill her. Hearing Song Shenglong's address to Song Bing's parents, Gao Ling's face became even more gloomy. I figured it all out in an instant. But at this moment, Song Shenglong had looked at her again. His expression instantly lost the obedient and docile expression, replaced by bloodthirsty madness. Holy dragon, what are you going to do? I am your biological sister. Please wake up. They are not your parents. Don't be fooled by that bastard Song Bing. Gao Ling spoke coldly, trying to wake up Song Shenglong. Then use it for yourself. Although she didn't know what Song Shenglong went through and why he didn't die, but she dared to believe that Song Bing was responsible for all this. If you dare to scold me, big brother, I will tear you to pieces. When Song Shenglong heard that Gao Ling dared to scold Song Bing, he became even more excited and turned into a beast again and pounced on Gao Ling. Gao Ling was forced to deal with it and planned to control Song Shenglong first. However, she underestimated Song Shenglong's combat power. Song Shenglong's attack was still as desperate as ever. Like a madman, Gao Ling tried to rely on his level advantage to defeat Song Shenglong, who was only level 4. But Song Shenglong was like a weakling who couldn't be killed. He was knocked away and rushed back again. Each time it became more ferocious. Every time he takes a shot, it is a fatal move. Gao Shenglong, kneel down for me. I am your sister. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes were cold, looking at Gao Shenglong, who was completely out of control and gradually lost his patience. She planned to disable its limbs first. When Song Shenglong pounced, the colorful tail behind Gao Ling shot out instantly. This time, she wasn't in control. Tisk. That colorful tail, like a sharp sword, penetrated the void and instantly penetrated the joint of one of Song Shenglong's arms as he jumped into the air. Ho! However, the pain did not cause Song Shenglong any pain, but instead stimulated his original fighting genes. Tisk. He continued to pounce on Gao Ling, letting Gao Ling's slender and tough tail continue to pass through his arm. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, truly realizing the madness of his younger brother. But it was only for a moment, just when Song Shenglong was about to arrive in front of her. The tail she penetrated through one of Song Shenglong's arms turned back again, and instantly penetrated the key of the other arm that Song Shenglong had grabbed. Song Shenglong's fierceness remained unabated. His arms were restrained, and he used his feet directly. Tisk, tsk, tisk. However, the next second, Gao Ling's sharp tail continued to extend and shoot out, like a needle threading a thread, and continued to penetrate Song Shenglong's limbs. Just like this, Song Shenglong was lifted up in the air by Gao Ling, who pierced his limbs with his tail. Holy dragon, be good. I am your sister. Wake up and be the good brother you were before, okay? Seeing that Song Shenglong was finally restrained, Gao Ling changed his tone and suddenly became gentle and smiled at Song Shenglong. As before, she reached out her hand to Song Shenglong's head and stroked it gently like a puppy. Just like before, she trained Song Shenglong just like training a puppy. Song Shenglong stared at Gao Ling, tensing his body and trying to move forward, but his limbs were pierced by Gao Ling's tail, and he couldn't break free at all. This was also the reason why Gao Ling dared to touch Song Shenglong. However, what she didn't notice was that under Song Shenglong's scarlet gaze, traces of black blood gradually gathered and emerged. Let go of my little dragon. If anything happens, come at us. In the distance, seeing Song Shenglong being cruelly restrained by Gao Ling, Song In and Lu Su couldn't stay any longer and ran out regardless of the danger. How could they watch Song Shenglong being tortured? A gleam of wisdom flashed in Wang Cai's eyes, and he followed closely beside the two of them. The muscles on his body are slowly bulging. Okay, then I'll kill you first, so maybe my good brother will come back. Gao Ling looked at Song Un and Lu Su, with a sneer on his red lips. Hey, I'm going to tear you apart. But at this moment, Song Shenglong's familiar voice sounded, but this time it was even more eerie. Gao Ling frowned and looked, only to find that Song Shenglong was looking at her with a crazy smile on his face. Click! The next second, without giving her a chance to think, Song Shenglong broke free from her restraints in an instant. All this happened in an instant, and Song Shenglong didn't expend much strength. It was extremely easy to break free, because he directly broke half of his arm. This was the reason why he broke free so easily. Gao Ling's pupils trembled violently, and he suddenly felt a chill. Kacha, kacha, kacha. But without giving her time to move, Song Shenglong once again broke the joints of his other hand and 2 feet. Blood spattered from its limbs, and the white broken bones exposed were sharp and terrifying. Song Shenlong directly used the broken and exposed joint bones as weapons and took the opportunity to rush towards Gao Ling. He still had a crazy look on his face. I couldn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, it is an extremely open passion. Under such a close attack, Gao Ling was knocked down instantly. But at the last moment, she still used her flexible tail to quickly wrap around Song Shenlong's broken limbs. Only then did he avoid the risk of being inserted by 4 broken bones. However, although she controlled Song Shenlong's limbs, she ignored Song Shenlong's mouth. Roar! While the hair on his head stood on his head, Song Shenlong opened his bloody mouth and bit Gao Ling's snow-white neck. Unlike planting strawberries, Song Shenlong didn't show any pity for her at all. If you take this bite, you will definitely bite it through. Biu-biu-biu. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Bang bang bang. The sky above the forbidden area is shrouded in black air, and everything is extinct. Zhou Xian was like an inexhaustible fighter jet, shuttling through the black air, dropping a cannonball from time to time. Every bombing can make a group of Gao family elites miserable. Under the cover of black energy, Gao Xingjie and the masked man below were unable to do anything, no matter how high their level was. He could only be reduced to a living target and allowed to be bombarded by Zhou Xian. Even if he is not careful, Zhou Xian can give them 2 blows. This is the absolute advantage of air combat. Ahem. Young master, this person is too weird. He can fly, fight, and bomb wildly. In addition, this is his territory, so we cannot show our true strength at all. Or should we avoid its sharp edges first? The masked man gave up the attack, dug a hole in the ground, and came to Gao Xingjie for advice. It has long been broken out of the shadows. At this moment, Gao Xingjie was also deafened. Although the power of these farts is not very harmful to him, it is extremely insulting. Should I avoid his sharp edge? I am a dignified 5th-level person who wants to avoid his sharp edge. Gao Xingjie was stimulated by these words, and his eyes suddenly turned to the cheering little black men with hatred. He said gloomily, "Since we can't catch him, let's use these stupid forks to see if he can get off." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Xingjie didn't hesitate at all. He held the half-black, gold and purple sword in his hand and fiercely killed the small black people in the direction. Above the sky, Zhou Xian noticed Gao Xingjie's movements, and his eyes widened a bit. But in the next second, he realized another unique fart technique, and his face suddenly became stern. "Are you worthy of harming my child? Look at my newly discovered trick." As he spoke, Zhou Xian began to inhale, recovering the black energy released all over the sky. His belly started to grow bigger, and another big move was brewing. Just when Gao Xingjie broke through the siege and was about to come in front of a group of black men, Zhou Xian spoke again. "The law of farts is the first fart, and it will be arbitrary for eternity." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian shot in the air. A speeding up and transporting ultimate move was instantly released. Wow! Suddenly, the world turned dark, and a terrifying shock wave, like a nuclear bomb, descended between the Supreme Saint and a group of little black people, and exploded immediately. The terrifying shock wave split the world into 2 halves on the spot. Ouch! A group of little black men were immediately blown up into the air, but they cheered endlessly. They had already adapted to Zhou Xian's fart. On the other hand, Gao Xingjie quickly changed his defensive posture when faced with the Buddha's angry but lotus, which was as powerful as the explosion just now. The surrounding air gathered in an instant to block it, but it was still sent flying far away. After being assertive for eternity, Zhou Xian did not intend to let Gao Xingjie go and flew straight away, chasing Zhou Xian and continuing to bombard him. This time, a highly corrosive bomb was really released. The sky was filled with dead flowers that poured down on Gao Xingjie, making it difficult for people to guard against him. Gao Xingjie had not recovered from the collapse. He staggered his head and tried to block again, but he could clearly see the dead flowers all over the sky. Suddenly my scalp felt numb. Fortunately, when these dead flowers were about to hit Gao Xingjie's face, a large piece of soil came first. For Gao Xingjie, he tried his best to prevent this fatal disaster. "Little master, this guy can be recycled. He won't get tired at all. If we don't leave, we may all collapse to death here." The masked man was holding a piece of dirt and looked at Gao Xingjie with an ugly expression. Looking at the nearly dead elite members of the Gao family around him, Gao Shengjia's heart trembled, and he finally felt the fear of death. Zhou Xian has no limits at all. If he continues to stay like this, if Song Bing is not caught, he may really be left here. Thinking of this, Gao Xingjie clenched his fists, and even though he was unwilling to give in, he still ordered to retreat. But there was no response. The elite members of the Gao family he brought were all dead and disabled. At the moment, he could only use the cover of the masked man to flee in the direction he came from. The masked man relied on the power of G2 to cover and follow. Want to escape? I still have more than 80,000 unique moves that I haven't used yet. Catch my ass. Seeing that Gao Xingjie and the masked man were trying to escape, Zhou Xian didn't let them go at all. He flew with flying wings, lowered the altitude, and chased the two men with a barrage of bombs. The two of them moved to the limit, but they couldn't withstand Zhou Xian's dense shells, and they were inevitably hit. Fortunately, the two of them were strong enough to run away against Zhou Xian. Little master, help. Where are we? Don't leave us here. We want to get out, Wu. In the bombing zone, the few surviving elites with thick health bars suddenly became desperate when they saw Gao Xingjie and the masked man being chased by Zhou Xian. But Gao Xingjie and the masked man couldn't care less about them at this moment. Holding their breath for a long time has already consumed a huge amount of energy. Coupled with Zhou Xian's endless bombing, they were even more overwhelmed. Fortunately, with the help of level 5 combat power, the two finally escaped from the black air and arrived at the backyard gate. The moment the black energy broke out, the two of them seemed to have returned to the human world from the deep and fiery hell. The air is so sweet. At the same time, two black gold sniper rifles glowing with purple light were hidden on the high wall behind the gate. Behind the sniper rifle are two pairs of sharp eyes. The two of them are also elite members of the Gao family. But Gao Xingjie specially stayed here to guard and ambush Song Bing to prevent Song Bing from escaping from here. Therefore, the two of them escaped. Is there such a big movement? What happened inside? Is the young master massacring Song Bing's people? A female elite asked doubtfully. It should be like this. That bastard Song Bing used his alien strength to massacre our entire Gao family. Now that our Gao family has risen in the troubled times of Tianqi, how can the young master not massacre all his people? It's a pity that I can't personally participate in this happy massacre. Another male elite said with a faint smile. It doesn't matter. There will always be fish that slip through the net. As long as someone dares to escape here, won't they become a living target for the two of us? The corner of the female elite's mouth curled up into a sneer. It makes sense. Come quickly. My prey, my big sniper, is already hungry and thirsty. The male elite looked impatient. Coming. But at this moment, the female elite suddenly said excitedly. The two of them looked around, and sure enough, 100 meters away, they saw two black figures running towards them in panic. Why are you black? The female elite frowned slightly. It doesn't matter who he is, just kill him. The male elite didn't care at all, and immediately took aim with a sniper. On the other side, Gao Xingjie and the masked man went through 9 or 81 farts and finally saw the door they came from. Hurry, open the door and meet us. Hurry up. The masked man quickly spoke loudly to alert the two elite guards. I completely forgot about my skin color at the moment. Bang. The next second, a black gold bullet pierced the void and pierced his raised hand. The masked man's pupils contracted. Gao Xingjie was also confused. His sharp eyes instantly penetrated the two elites on the wall and said angrily, Melee, what are you going to do? Huh? And you is not bad? Then I'll reward you with 2 shots. The male elite had a sad smile on his face. Speed pulled the trigger twice. Xiao, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and 2 black gold bullets with purple stripes were fired at Gao Xingjie. Both of them were aimed at Gao Xingjie's second brother. Gao Xingjie's pupils narrowed. Looking at the black gold bullet heading towards his brother at high speed, Gao Xingjie stood on his head with chills all over his body, and his potential was instantly stimulated. Jumped up violently. Xiao, however, the extremely fast bullet still pierced his pants and missed his brother. Gao Xingjie's face was distorted by the hot air. On the high wall in the distance, seeing Gao Xingjie dodge their shots, the expressions of the two Gao family elites changed slightly. This is a master. Shoot quickly and don't hold back. The elite male made a quick decision and immediately began to ejaculate. The female elite hesitated for a moment and followed closely behind. The two of them instantly displayed the level of top snipers, firing 5 shots per second. The fierce black-gold bullets, more like Barrett's, swept towards Gao Xingjie and the masked man. Here, before Gao Xingjie could catch his breath after narrowly dodging 2 bullets, bullets filled the sky again. "Little master, be careful." The masked man quickly regrouped his earth shield to block. These 2 sandalers. Gao Xingjie's face was gloomy. But before he could get angry, a frightening sound came from the sky behind the 2 of them again. Zhou Xian Yufa chased after him, his whole body filled with black energy, like an old demon from the Black Mountains. Crazy firing. With the 2 elite talents on the opposite side, they formed a double team. Seeing Zhou Xian, Gao Xingjie and the masked man turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, he chose to take the bullets of the 2 snipers in front of him. They were more willing to accept black gold bullets than Zhou Xian's cannonballs. What is this? Why can it still fly? Can we still fire cannons? On the high wall, the 2 elites who shot Gao Xingjie and the masked man wildly saw Zhou Xian in his strongest state at the first glance. Suddenly, everyone was frightened and stunned. Flying in the air, bombing infinitely. How many levels does it take to reach this point? "You 2 bastards, why don't you open the door quickly?" While the 2 of them were frightened by Zhou Xian, Gao Xingjie's roar came from close range. The 2 of them felt their hearts tremble again. Why does this voice sound so much like their young master? While the 2 were distracted, Gao Xingjie and the masked man had already arrived. At close range, they realized that the man in front of them looked more like their little grandfather. "It's just a bit dark and has curly hair. Even I dare to come, so go to hell." Gao Xingjie's angry voice sounded, and he immediately raised his hand and shook it without giving the 2 a chance to speak. The 2 elites were immediately lifted up from the air around them was sucked dry, and their faces suddenly turned red. This familiar method made their faces change drastically, and they finally recognized Gao Xingjie. The elite male who reacted quickly wanted to beg for mercy, but his words were obviously inappropriate. At this moment, Zhou Xian came with another spurt of cum. It was like a black fart filled with countless small flying sticks. Gao Xingjie and the masked man must be left here. Gao Xingjie's mouth twitched slightly, his face hardened, and without hesitation, he suddenly grabbed the 2 elites in the air and threw them towards Zhou Xian. Oh! The 2 of them were instantly blackened by this fart. Gao Xingjie and the masked man took advantage of this opportunity and hid in the woods. "Haha! Now you know how powerful this king is, right? Even if you run fast, don't let me see you again in the future, otherwise I will collapse once I see you." Zhou Xian stood in the air, looking up to the sky and laughing. This battle was fought smoothly, cured his years of constipation. He had never felt so refreshed after being able to release so many farts at once. Deep in the forbidden area, Zhou Xian left. The world gradually became quiet. The male caregiver hiding under the stone in the distance looked at the mess on the ground after the battle and still can't calm down. Zhou Xian, the insane king who has been detained in a mental hospital. Today, when the hospital is in crisis, one person fights 2 5th-level experts alone, as well as countless 3rd and 4th-level strangers. The situation of the battle is that these 3rd and 4th-level aliens are dying and disabled. 2 level 5 experts were chased all the way. Almost all were left here. Is this possible at level 4? Before this, who would have thought that Zhou Xian had such terrifying potential? At most, it's just farting, and the farts are very smelly. Crazy, so crazy. The male caregiver found it all difficult to understand. "Ha, children, I am back." At the same time when the male nurse was shocked beyond words, above the void, Zhou Xuanyu, who had returned victoriously, returned. "Wah! See you, your majesty. Long live your majesty. See Emperor Futian. Long live Emperor Futian." A group of little black people immediately knelt down in excitement and were extremely united, shouting in unison with great momentum. In this battle, the enemy lost many troops and generals. The 300 Farts army led by Zhou Xian lost some farts. It's full of honors. Everyone loves you. Zhou Xian raised his hand with a smile, and then all the little black men stood up. Zhou Xian's figure slowly landed back to the ground. The 2 elders hurriedly pushed Zhou Xian's dragon chair forward. The yellow wind roared, and Zhou Xian just fell back on the dragon chair, extremely domineering. After picking his nose, he looked at the elite members of the Gao family on the ground not far away. At this moment, they were almost all dead, all turned into blackened corpses. Only a few with thick health bars were still breathing. Seeing the looks from Zhou Xian and the little black men, the few surviving elite members of the Gao family turned pale, and they were frightened and quickly kowtowed in apology. Several people were crying. If they had known it would be this ending, they would not have come even if they were killed. However, what shocked several people was that Zhou Xian did not get angry again, but observed these elites of the Gao family who were as dark as himself. He grinned and said, "You guys look a lot like us. Are you interested in joining us? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you don't join. I always convince people with my farts." Several elite members of the Gao family trembled when they heard this. They dared to refuse and nodded quickly. He also imitated the way a group of young black people paid homage just now and said, we are willing to see the king. Long live the king. Ha ha, good, let's get flat." Zhou Xian smiled generously, happy that he had conquered a few more little black men. Your Majesty, I have something to report." At this time, the male caregiver mustered up the courage and ran towards Zhou Xian and others. Seeing the male caregiver's attire, Zhou Xian and all the little black men instantly held back their farts. These are their parents who provide them with food and clothing. Ahem, don't worry. These intruders have been dealt with by me. If there are any more in the future, please feel free to hand them over to me. This king is a fart. Zhou Xian patted his chest proudly and said, "No, it's not just these intruders. These are just sneak attacks. There is a large group at the main gate." The male caregiver quickly revealed. "What else?" Hearing this, Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. He was worried that he had not finished using the fart technique he had learned. Night falls and the cold wind howls. The entire South Island was shrouded in the wind and snow, making it even more cold and desolate. Only the besieged city in the center of the island, seen from a distance, looks like a heater in this cold and troubled world, adding a sense of vitality. Benefactor, my name is Luo Jin, the gold of gold and silver. My sister's name is Luo Yin, the silver of gold and silver. Today you saved my sister and me, and you even saved my mother in disguise. From now on, Luo Jin's life will be yours." Song Bing followed the Luo Yin brothers and sisters into the besieged city unimpeded. The exchanges along the way also let Song Bing know the names of the brother and sister. The three of them finally arrived at a residential area at the foot of Xiqing. The so-called residential areas are more like temporary and random refugee gathering places. All the living places are made of wood and rags, and simply built tents. They are intricately intertwined, tightly surrounding the foot of the entire besieged city. This is how they keep each other warm and avoid the cold. It's like a more crude slum. At a glance, under each dilapidated building are people trying to survive like walking zombies. Of course, Song Bing also saw several depleted corpses through the forbidden eye. They just curled up and died quietly, and no one around them even noticed. "Yin, please take your benefactor home first and take good care of him. I'll be back as soon as I go." Luo Jin looked at Luo Yin and gave instructions. Then he carried the ham wrapped in clothes and ran quickly towards the center of the siege. Song Bing looked along and found that there were many tall concrete buildings in the center of the besieged city. "Brother Song, let's go home first. It's windy outside." Luo Yin interrupted Song Bing's observation and also changed his name to Song Bing. Just because Song Bing said that she didn't like the title benefactor, she changed it. "What did your brother do?" Song Bing took a deep look at the cute girl in front of him and asked curiously. "Exchange, Hope Gold," Luo Yin explained while leading the way. "Those people call this place the City of Hope, so if you want to stay here, you must pay Hope money every month, 10 Hope money per person per month. With Hope Gold, you can also buy the supplies you want from those people. For example, buy whole grains that will make you fuller or medicines needed for illness and injury. But it's best not to get sick or injured because they can set whatever price they want and you can't negotiate the price. To put it simply, Hope Gold is the currency here." While explaining, Luo Yin had already led Song Bing through several simple tents and arrived at a tent closer to the inside. The tent was as simple as a few wooden boards and rags. Luoyin skillfully opened a wooden board and got in. Inside the tent, there were just a few simple pieces of furniture. The most valuable items were the two quilts. "Brother Song, come in quickly. It'll be warmer inside." Quickly spreading the quilt, Luoyin smiled sheepishly. Song Bing frowned slightly, but asked, "Where is your mother?" If he remembered correctly, didn't the two of them say that they had a mother at the beginning? She. Mentioning this, Luoyin's eyes were obviously dim, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile and looked at the building in the center of the besieged city, saying, "She was seriously ill, so she had to be admitted to the Hope Hospital in the center of the siege and relied on medicine to survive." Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, and he understood something instantly and continued to ask curiously, "What disease does your mother have?" "I don't know, but it costs 100 hope coins every day to take medicine to stay alive. If you don't take it, your life will be in danger. Add in the 20 hope coins for hospitalization, and it's almost a sky-high price. That's why that ham is so important to us." Luoyin's eyes dimmed, and he spoke. In order to save her mother's life, she and Luojin went out looking for supplies every day, just to earn 120 hope coins. And these 120 hope coins are enough for them to live here for 3 months. At this time, Luojin came back in a hurry. His tired and haggard face was filled with happiness and hope at this moment. In his arms were 2 dark dumplings. "Ayin, Grandma is much better, and the medical expenses have been paid at once." A total of 125 hope coins were exchanged this time. "Come, you eat." Luojin came over happily and pushed a black dumpling to Luoyin. Then he looked at Song Bing and took out another dumpling and the remaining 4 hope coins that looked like coins. Luojin spoke cautiously, fearing that Song Bing would be displeased. Song Bing looked at this dark so-called protein mass and frowned slightly. Under the eyes of Taboo, this is nothing but bullshit protein candy. It is just a mixture of dregs and spoiled food. Song Bing even saw some meat in it that was not meant for human consumption. "You go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry." Song Bing saw that Luojin was very hungry, but he dared to buy 2. "Brother Song, don't dislike it, I'm going to look around, don't worry about me." However, Song Bing no longer gave Luojin a chance to refuse and turned around to leave. But seeing Song Bing about to leave, the expressions of the brother and sister changed drastically at the same time. Luoyin followed and ran out quickly. "Brother Song, you must not go out. Although it is very bitter here, it can always protect our safety, but your life will be in danger if you go out." "Oh, what do you say?" Song Bing was attracted by the two people's words and reactions. "We don't know either. Anyway, when it gets dark, it's very dangerous outside." There were once a few powerful 3rd and 4th level aliens who couldn't bear such oppression and wanted to escape from the constraints here. But the next day, we found their bodies not far outside the siege. Their death was extremely brutal, as if they were eaten alive by zombies. Anyway, so far, no one has been able to survive without the City of Hope. Luojin spoke with a solemn expression. This is also an important reason why no one dares to escape in the face of such oppression. The outside world is too dangerous. Only the City of Hope is safe. This is engraved in almost everyone's heart. Listening to what the two of them said, Song Bing's face became a little more interesting. "I have a better understanding of this besieged city. I know. I'm not going out. I'm just wandering around." Song Bing nodded to reassure the brothers and sisters before leaving. The brother and sister wanted to say something more, but found that Song Bing had already disappeared from sight. Here, Song Bing has walked out of this dirty and crowded residential area, with his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at the bottom of the tall buildings in the center of the city. There was a trace of solemnity on his face. What kind of people live there? After pondering for a moment, Song Bing tightened his black trench coat over his white coat, then turned around and walked towards the exit from which he came from without hesitation. Sen sick mental illness, residential area. In the dilapidated grove, Song Shenglong cut off his limbs, and with just his madness, he suppressed the 5th level Gao Ling beneath him. It was as if his whole body could be turned into a weapon, and he opened his mouth and bit Gao Ling's snow-white neck. This scene is just like the past in the Gao family, when he fought against Song Bing. But this time, Song Shenglong's opponent became Gao Ling, the sister who once treated him like a dog. Holy dragon, how dare you? Seeing Song Shenlong bite fiercely, Gao Ling's beautiful eyes trembled, and he could only quickly raise his hands to block. Song Shenlong's sudden burst of madness made her clearly feel that she would be bitten on the neck. Her life is really in danger. TSK. Sure enough, Song Shenlong's mouth accurately landed on Gao Ling's blocking wrist. The bite force, like a beast, instantly penetrated her flesh and hit the bones. The bone-chilling pain made Gao Ling's delicate body tremble. But it also exploded at this moment, hands, feet, all working together, trying to throw Song Shenlong away. However, Song Shenlong was like a pit bull. He seized this opportunity and did not let go at all. Instead, he bit harder and harder. No matter how Gao Ling fights, the clear sound of bone cracking and the stinging pain directly hitting the nerves frightened the high spirit. She knew that if Song Shenlong was allowed to bite him again, this guy would definitely bite off her entire hand. Get out of here. In fear, Gao Ling gritted his teeth and finally decided to give up the piece of meat. Tisk. When she exerted force again, Song Shenlong was finally pulled away and thrown away. The price was that a piece of flesh was bitten off from her arm by Song Shenlong. Blood gushed out crazily, but Gao Ling covered his arms, stood up quickly, and looked at the direction Song Shenlong flew out with cold eyes. In the distance, Lu Su and Song En, who were about to step forward, witnessed this sudden scene. Facing Song Shenlong's unprecedented terror, the two elders' eyes widened with horror written on their faces. The body also stiffened in place. Is this still their docile and well-behaved son? Not long after, Song Shenlong's body got up little by little under the collapsed ruins. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes trembled violently, staring at Song Shenlong's wound that was originally broken but began to heal quickly. This self-healing speed can be called a high-speed technology. Let's continue. Without giving Gao Ling time to be shocked, Song Shenlong's severed limbs had already healed themselves. Song Shenlong couldn't even wait for complete recovery before he turned into a wild beast again and ran towards Gao Ling with scarlet eyes. During this adrenaline rush, his limbs recovered faster. Gao Ling subconsciously took half a step back, and his beautiful eyes quickly turned cold. Since you are disobedient, I will have no choice but to send you to death. Gao Ling spoke coldly, Lung Mei's face filled with murderous intent. At first, she was surprised and happy when Song Shenlong was still alive. After all, where can I find such a good brother who is obedient and protective of his master, but also ferocious and powerful? Therefore, she never thought about killing the other party. I just want to keep it by my side and work for myself. But now, Song Shenlong's power far exceeded her imagination. That ferocity and madness. That terrible self-healing ability. What matters most is who he is loyal to. Already far better than the former Gao Shenlong. This made it difficult for her to surrender. Only beheading. While thinking, the crazy Song Shenlong has arrived. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes froze, and the colorful tail behind her suddenly shot out. This time, it was packed with more terrifying energy and hit Song Shenlong's chest without any mercy. Uffed. Song Shenlong still had no defense at all, allowing his tail to pierce through. However, Song Shenlong, whose chest was pierced, still didn't feel any pain. He even took the opportunity to grab Gao Ling's tail, opened his mouth, and bit it down. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes widened, and she was shocked again. Immediately afterwards, the pain in his tail came, like an electric current, rushing through Gao Ling's body in an instant. Gao Ling's face showed pain, but there was more confusion in her beautiful eyes. She clearly penetrated Song Shenlong's heart. This was basically Gao Shenlong's weakness before. But at this moment, why could Song Shenlong still act like a fine person? It's like he is a little strong guy who can't be beaten to death. Of course, if Gao Ling had the forbidden eye, he would be surprised to find that Song Shenlong has no heart at all. There were just countless active and excited balls of flesh secreting hormones that drove him crazy. His heart had been crushed by Song Bing during the battle with the Gao family. The severe pain gave Gao Ling no time to think, and she quickly tried to retract her tail. This caused Song Shenlong, who was determined not to let go, to be pulled over. Gao Ling quickly pulled out a sharp black, gold and purple dagger from between his thighs and stabbed Song Shenlong in the mouth. He wanted to pry open Song Shenlong's mouth. Tisk. The dagger penetrated Song Shenlong's mouth accurately and swiftly. Gao Ling took the opportunity to retract his tail. Song Shenlong also took this opportunity to bite Gao Ling. The mouth that was pierced by the dagger still bit Gao Ling's hand fearlessly. Gao Ling was in pain and kicked out in the air. The high heel kicked Song Shenlong directly on the chin. Bang! Song Shenlong vomited blood again and flew out, slamming into the ruins. It feels so good. Keep going. The next second, among the ruins, Song Shenlong once again turned into a terrifying afterimage of power, rushing towards Gao Ling. Gao Ling's eyes were cold, and he could only fight. But this time, she didn't dare to be careless at all. Song Shenlong is no longer regarded as a level 4. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided violently in this field. The speed and fighting are getting faster and faster. Gao Ling has always had the upper hand due to his level advantage and an extra sharp and flexible tail. But she gradually discovered Song Shenlong's close range was almost incomprehensible. Incredible resilience. The power of terror. Fighting desperately. There was nothing she could do against Song Shenlong. On the contrary, the more Song Shenlong fought, the higher he got, and the more he fought, the more fierce he became. His eyes became increasingly scarlet, and every time he was knocked away by Gao Ling, he would always rush out the next second. The fatal wounds on his body also recovered quickly during the battle. Just like a crazy fighting machine, adrenaline keeps soaring. Hurry up. Continue. Song Shenlong's face was full of excitement, and he was obviously very satisfied with Gao Ling's performance. He has never encountered such a powerful opponent, which made him feel so happy. He became more and more crazy. The super ferocious genes hidden in his body awakened crazily, and his speed and attacks became faster and faster. Every collision, even if he loses an arm, a foot, or even half of his head, will leave something behind on Gao Ling. Tear it apart. At a certain moment, Song Shenlong was kicked away by Gao Ling again. But he grabbed Gao Ling's thigh. The sharp claws mercilessly clawed down, leaving 5 blood-red scratches on Gao Ling's slender, snow-white thighs. Along with it, most of Gao Ling's red dress was also torn off. Fortunately, Gao Ling reacted quickly, covering his chest and cutting off his colorful tail at the same time, only to save half of it. But this also exposed a large area of her snow-white skin. This was carefully prepared by her for Song Bing. Of course, compared to the exposure at this moment, Gao Ling's cool face could not hide the fluctuations at this moment. Looking at Song Shenlong, who was getting more and more crazy and excited as he fought, she felt for the first time the terror of her biological brother. If the fight continues like this, not only will she not be able to kill the opponent, maybe even be left here. Roar. Bang. At the same time, Song Shenlong fired again, with a terrifying impact speed, like a high-speed running subway, and the strong wind howling around him. Damn it! Gao Ling bit her lip. Unwillingness flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she still turned her head, and her eyes instantly fell on Lu Su and Song En. Her tail flew out, wrapped around a boulder, and hit the charging Song Xingjia. Phew! The next second, she rushed towards Lu Su and Song En without hesitation. If she couldn't catch Song Shenlong, she would catch Lu Su and Song En first. Of course, Gao Ling only had Lu Su and Song En in his eyes at the moment, but he completely ignored the wealth around the two elders. Little did she know that her behavior would be favored by 2 ferocious beasts. Bang! Song Shenlong, who rushed in with a burst of fire, collided with the flying boulder. The hard stone was like a bubble in front of Song Shenlong and instantly shattered. But this also temporarily weakened Song Shenlong's speed. Gao Ling had already taken advantage of this opportunity to kill Lu Su and Song En. Faster! Whoops! She immediately came to Lu Su and Song En's side, raising the corners of her mouth slightly. The colorful tail behind him turned into a brilliant, colorful shadow, winding towards the two elders. Facing the 5th level Gao Ling, Lu Su and Song En had no power to resist. Wang Wang Wang. But almost at the same time, Wang Kai, who had always been inconspicuous in front of the two elders, stood up. Its tail was raised high. The muscles on its body began to squirm, and it gave a warning growl to Gao Ling. Go away. However, Gao Ling didn't care at all, and Tai continued to ignore Wang Caisha's arrival. He has even made plans to directly tear Wang Kai into pieces. After all, in her eyes at this moment, Wang Kai is just a local dog. How could she be afraid of a dog? Ho 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 ho. But the next second, when Gao Ling's tail entered the attack range, Wang Kai exploded. It was like a ferocious beast breaking out of a cage, as if some kind of seal had been lifted, and a burst of black energy suddenly erupted from its body. It was accompanied by a sudden and explosive surge of muscles all over its body. Let it instantly transform into the size of an adult male elephant. It's just that the ferocious beast that looks like a tengu is more intimidating than 100 bull elephants. This sudden scene made Gao Ling's beautiful eyes, which were originally dismissive, violently turbulent again. The expressions on his face also changed rapidly. However, the wealth of releasing the tengu did not give her time to think, and opened the bloody mouth that was several times larger than Song Shenlong. It was a real Fong in name. Then he swooped out and bit the tail that was shot towards Gao Ling. Gao Ling's heart trembled, and his beautiful eyes turned cold immediately. He did not retract his tail, but continued to shoot towards Wang Cai's bloody mouth. She didn't believe that Wang Kai could be as unkillable as Song Shenlong, with a superheroic physique. The two were close in an instant, but Gao Ling was obviously faster, and his sharp and flexible tail shot into Wang Cai's mouth first, passed directly through the back of Wang Cai's head. Immediately blood sputtered. Ouch! But the next second, Wang Kai continued to bite Gao Ling's tail as if nothing was wrong. Immediately under Gao Ling's horrified gaze, Wang Kai showed his biting nature and made a death swing, instantly throwing Gao Ling away, who was unable to react. Roar! Wang Cai's throat squirmed and turned red. He opened his mouth and roared again in the direction Gao Ling flew out. The next second, a beam of flames shot into the sky, followed by a terrifying impact. Like a 100-fold flamethrower, it sprayed towards Gao Ling. This scene is really like Godzilla's atomic breath. Gao Ling's expression changed again after being thrown into the air. But facing the spraying flames and air waves, she quickly blocked it, and the bitten tail behind her stretched out helplessly again. It spun rapidly like a propeller, barely forming a high-speed defensive shield that blocked most of the flames. But the terrifying wave of flames and the inertia of the flight still caught Gao Ling off guard and sent him flying into the ruins. Everything fell into a brief silence. Wang Cai's move was so unexpected. The power of Tengu shocked the entire audience. Lu Su and Song and raised their heads with difficulty, looking up at the wealth that suddenly grew in size and stood in front of them. That tall figure, that majestic temperament, like a barking dog descending to earth. Is this still his family's wealth? The two elders suddenly felt that Wang Kai was also unfamiliar. Not far away, Song Shenlong was also attracted by the sudden mutation of wealth. Looking at Wang Cai's rapidly healing wound, his eyes couldn't help but shine, because he actually smelled the same aura from Wang Kai. It gave him a rare sense of intimacy. Roar! Wang Kai also looked at Song Shenlong tacitly at this time, and he also felt cordial. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Gao Ling, who was hit by Wang Kai's series of moves, also climbed out of the ruins. There was a rare trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. His originally proud temperament now looked a little more embarrassed. Roar! Roar! Gao Ling's appearance attracted the attention of Song Shenlong and Wang Kai at the same time. One person and one dog, attacking from both sides, looked at Gao Ling at the same time. They all growled, their eyes full of aggression. Looking at Song Shenlong and this inexplicable extra wealth, Gao Ling's delicate body trembled. Somewhat dumbfounded, but it was more of an inexplicable chill. Ho ho ho. However, Song Shenlong and Wang Kai didn't give her time to think. Without hesitation, Song Shenlong and Wang Kai rushed towards Gao Ling at extremely fast speeds, attacking from both sides. They were like two ferocious beasts that had not eaten for 100 years, eager to eat. Gao Ling looked like a pitiful little girl in front of the two. Damn, how could this happen? Facing the ferocious killing of Song Shenlong and Wang Kai, Gao Ling was forced to fight. She took the lead and turned into a very fast silhouette, appearing behind Song Shenlong. Another whip kicked Song Shenlong away. At the same time, Wang Cai's huge figure arrived. The enlarged sharp claws instantly enveloped Gao Ling. Gao Ling's figure pulled out an afterimage and managed to avoid the blow. I have to say that as a 5th level Gao Ling, he is indeed powerful. Whether it is speed or attack and killing skills, it is definitely not comparable to the average level 5. Unfortunately, she encountered two monsters. Roar! Before Gao Ling could stop, Song Shenlong, who had been knocked away, rushed over again with excitement on his face. Gao Ling knocked it away again. Don't wait for her to buffer for a moment. What awaits her is an even more ferocious wealth. Roar! Ho ho ho! Ho 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 ho! Just like this, Song Shenlong and Wang Kai were like two ferocious beasts, taking turns to attack Gao Ling crazily. One was knocked away, and the other followed. Like two tireless pit bulls, Gao Ling was not given a chance to buffer at all. Moreover, the attacks of one man and one beast became more and more fierce. They all had a tacit understanding. One person from the ground. A dog emerges from the ground. It's just short of being in the sky. Even sometimes, Song Shenlong rode Wang Kai to attack together, breathing fire again and digging holes in the ground. Even the 5th level Gao Ling was stunned. She was already struggling when facing Song Shenlong alone. What's more, there is an equally ferocious Wang Kai at this moment. It was completely difficult for her to resist. It was like being chased and bitten by two mad dogs that would never die. And the most important thing is that she didn't dare to use her injured tail when facing Wang Kai and Song Shenlong. It's not just Gao Ling who is confused. Under the building in the distance, Lu Su and Song En, who were holding hands to comfort each other, were even more confused. Looking at Wang Kai and Song Shenlong, who were more fierce than the other, at this moment, the two elders felt like thousands of horses galloping in their hearts. Song Shenlong and Wang Kai are so powerful, they have no idea. Looking at this scene from a distance, it feels quite like the two old men letting their dogs bite Gao Ling. Roar! Tear! At a certain moment, the battle situation changed. Gao Lingang staggered and fought off the crazy Song Shenlong, and Wang Kai rushed out from the ground. Gao Ling reacted and quickly pulled away, but this time, she was half a beat too slow. The corner of the torn skirt was bitten by Wang Kai. With just a tearing sound, Gao Ling's carefully prepared skirt was completely scrapped. Song Shenlong and Wang Kai were just half of each other. Gao Ling fell behind a collapsed boulder, covering his chest and looking at this scene with rapid breathing, his pretty face already extremely ugly. At this moment, she had been beaten to the point of doubting her life. Wang Kai and Song Shenlong could not feel the suppression of hierarchy at all. Ho! Ho! But Song Shenlong and Wang Kai didn't care so much and continued to attack. This time, Chang Wang Kai rushed forward on Song Shenlong. On the contrary, it became more intense. Fear appeared on Gao Ling's livid face. She finally used her injured tail to wrap the boulder in front of her and hit the two of them. Taking this opportunity, he covered his chest and ran away in despair. Bang! Ho ho ho! Wang Kai directly rode Song Shenlong, easily smashing the flying rocks, and continued to chase. The man and the dog above had no intention of letting Gao Ling go. The main entrance of the mental hospital. On the final battlefield, a group of family guards relied on their numerical advantage to suppress the hospital members. But as the battle continued, the various strange abilities displayed by Zhang Taizhu and others gradually made the systematically trained Gao family guards lose their confidence. Zhang Taizhu was able to frighten 3 Gao family level 4 players with just his electric muscle. Wang Xiaoxiao used Red Slaughter to kill one of the 2 Gao family 4th level elites. The Luo family's mother and daughter were covered in condensed water, and it was as if they had turned into a cursed field. No matter how many level 4 people there were, they would not dare to step forward. Once they get within 10 meters of the mother and daughter, the blood in their bodies will boil uncontrollably, as if it will flow out of the 9 orifices in the next second. All the powerful men of the Gao family were frightened. They found that no matter how many of them there were, no matter how many 3rd and 4th level aliens there were, it would be impossible to defeat Zhang Taizhu and the others. On the contrary, it always brings out the greater potential of these people time and time again. On top of the high wall, Xia was fighting against the level 5 masked man left behind by Gao Ling. The battle between the two can be said to be the key to deciding this battle. Facing Xia, the masked man was also contemptuous at first. After all, in his opinion, Xia's superpower didn't show any lethality at all. On the contrary, Xia's elegant and beautiful face was even more attractive. But as the battle started, he finally saw the horror of mental brain power. His attacks and kills were always interfered with by Sia's brain power, causing him to fail again and again. The whole process was like a bullfight. No matter how lethal he is, it's all in vain. Even if he was not careful, he was almost controlled by Sia's brain power. Little beauty, surrender. My eldest lady has been here for a long time. What's the use of your indifferent persistence here? By the way, let me tell you another secret. Before that, my Gao family had a more powerful elite, led by the young master of my Gao family, to go behind you. I guess there are people stationed behind you? If nothing else goes wrong, my young master may have successfully occupied the entire hospital and captured Songbing. Seeing that there was nothing he could do about Sia, the masked man stopped and simply spoke sinisterly. As expected, as soon as these words came out, Sia's pretty face changed slightly as she responded calmly. She didn't expect that the Gao family was so powerful that there were so many strangers. Ha, don't be too surprised. As the original Tianchi family, my Gao family can easily deal with a small Songbing. As long as you surrender now, for the sake of your beauty, I can accept you as my woman and protect your life in front of the eldest lady and the young master. Seeing that Sia was really panicked, the masked man smiled proudly and continued to speak, trying to break Sia's heart. During the battle, he could see that although Sia's abilities were powerful, she seemed to lack experience. The masked man's voice was not concealed and was heard by all the hospital members. Everyone could not hide their panic. And this is also the result that the masked man wants. Only Zhang Taizhu, who had seen the power of Song Shenglong, still prayed a little. He didn't dare to expect that Song Shenglong and Zhou Xian could defeat the 5th level Gaoling. He only hoped that the two of them could protect Lu Su and Song and leave. You are dreaming that if your Gao family wants to occupy this place, you must step over my Sia's body first. Sensing the changes in the hospital members, Sia's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold, and she took the initiative to attack the masked man. Countless gravel objects around him were lifted into the air under the influence of Sia's brain power, turned into weapons, and shot towards the masked man. It's like a rain of pear blossoms and arrows all over the sky. Looking at this scene, the masked man was not afraid and raised the corners of his mouth. The next second, his mouth suddenly opened wide, like a big bag. Hula! A huge suction force came from his big mouth. Countless gravel and debris shot towards it were all sucked into its mouth. It's as if he has the power to swallow everything. Sia took this opportunity and headed towards the hospital, obviously also worried about the situation inside. Seeing this scene, the masked man smiled even more. Facing the direction in which Sia fled, he opened his big mouth again. The next second, the gravel and debris that had been easily absorbed by the masked man were spit out from his mouth again like a machine gun. Shoot it, Sia. More powerful. Sia's sharp brain power instantly made her feel the crisis behind her, and she was forced to stop and look back. Her brain power once again turned into an invisible wall to block him. Bang, 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 bang. When countless rubbles and debris were shot to a distance of 10 meters away from Sia, they seemed to be held by an invisible big hand and exploded instantly. Dust suddenly flew everywhere. Almost at the same time, the masked man came from the dust and successfully arrived in front of Sia. Sees this flaw. Siyame's eyes trembled, trying to gather her brain power again. The masked man seemed to give her no chance. The big hand grabbed mercilessly and aimed accurately at Sia's chest. Under the masked man smiled evilly. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. Uft! His big hand finally fell mercilessly on Sia's chest, as if it was too hard, and Sia's body actually exploded. But instead of enjoying it, the masked man's face changed drastically in an instant. Not good. Before he could react, Sia's disintegrated body turned into a burst of purple fragrant wind, blowing towards the masked man. When the purple energy passed by, everything in front of the masked man changed. The battlefield scene in the hospital gradually receded and was replaced by a luxurious and alluring forest of wine and meat. The masked man's heart trembled violently, knowing that he had been possessed by Sia's succubus. He hurriedly beat himself up, trying to get himself out of this succubus world. But no matter how hard he tried, the wine pool and meat forest around him were still improving. Come on, handsome guy, let me take good care of you. I'm so lonely. Can you give me a good job? Handsome boy, you are so handsome. Come on, let's have fun together, giggle. In the wine pond and the meat forest, sexy and charming beauties appeared one after another. There are Lolita girls in uniforms. There is a scantily clad lady. There are various castes. There are even Asians and white people. Women appeared in this world one after another, taking enchanting steps and surrounding the masked man. Looking at these beautiful women approaching, the masked man trembled violently. Because these women seemed to follow his heart and were tailor-made for him, he couldn't help but want to sink. But he knew that it was a lie, and once it sank, it would be the end of it. No, no, get out of here, get out of here. So he roared crazily, opened his mouth and attacked with jets of air, trying to destroy everything. But all this is nothing. No matter how hard the masked man struggled, he remained motionless. The beautiful music around him continued to hit him along with an intoxicating aroma, instantly making the atmosphere even more sinking. Various sexy women also came to the masked man at this time. The masked man wanted to refuse, but his body's instinct defeated his last will. Finally, he gave up resistance and allowed these women to ravage him. Ha ha ha, here I come, beauty. Come and kiss. Ha ha ha, jia jia jia. The masked man was completely immersed in the gentle land and enjoyed the treatment that only King Zhou could enjoy. However, outside, it is a different picture. The masked man would sometimes rub against a stone pillar. Sometimes I would hold another one and rub it. The increasingly debauched voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the masked man's silly smile and lustful look. Especially the people of the Gao family. They didn't expect that the masked man, who was always cold and mysterious, would have such a contrast. So cute. What are you doing, sir? Bullshit, that's not what I meant. In the black gold chariot in the distance, the Gao family snipers who had been hiding and waiting for news couldn't help but look weird when they saw this scene. No, sir, you are confused. Suddenly, the sniper captain captured Sia, who had disappeared, through the telescope of the black gold sniper rifle. On a watchtower on the high wall, Sia appeared there in a white dress. Her long hair and skirt danced with the high wind, and the purple light in her beautiful eyes bloomed to the extreme. At this moment, Sia seemed to be a completely different person. Under her elegant appearance, there was a charming temperament that could not be concealed. Those beautiful purple eyes seemed to contain energy that made all men willing to sink. Sia just looked down at the masked man not far away. Once he falls into the succubus, all his fantasies will be fulfilled. But it's just fantasy. Just when the masked man was so depraved that he was about to take out his gun and shoot, the cold light in Sia's eyes moved. Several pieces of gravel floated into the air again. Naturally, he wanted to take this opportunity to kill the other party. Whoosh! However, just when Sia was about to take action, the Gao family sniper hiding in the black gold chariot finally couldn't bear it anymore and took action. Countless black gold bullets, glowing with purple light, shot through the air. The speed and penetration are both terrifying to the extreme. The sensitive Sia once again easily caught the bullet sneaking up from behind. Immediately turned his head and stared away. Buzz, buzz. Under the flickering of purple eyes, several black gold bullets shot, were instantly frozen in front of Sia's eyes, unable to move any further. And this moment of mental distraction also caused Succubus' illusion to break. Fortunately, the masked man was so erotic that he only paused for a moment before immersing himself in it again, playing a shooting game with a wicked smile on his face. In the distance, in the black gold chariot, several black gold snipers saw this scene, and their eyes trembled. What they have is the top-level 4.0 black gold bullets, all of which have purple lines. This indicates that it is infinitely close to level 5.0 black gold. It is absolutely lethal to level 5 aliens. But Sia stopped their sneak attack with just one look. What was even more difficult for them to accept was that such movement could not wake up the masked man. The latter just changed a pillar. Glancing at the black gold chariot in the distance, Sia frowned slightly and instantly caught the presence of those black gold snipers. But she did not take action against these people, but continued to turn her head to look at the masked man. Controlling these black gold bullets, he shot them towards the masked man. Obviously, killing the masked man is important. Quick, shoot his nitrogen. The The sniper captain instantly knew Sia's intention, and almost at the same time, he decisively pulled the trigger on the masked man's brother. Still fired 3 times in a row. This was the only way he could think of to wake up the masked man. Sia and the sniper captain took action almost at the same time. But while Sia was using a lot of brain power to control the masked man, she also had to be wary of sneak attacks from behind. Therefore, it is obvious that the black gold bullets fired from the gun in the sniper captain's hand are faster. Pa-bang! 3 black gold bullets took the lead and killed the masked man's brother. The crisp sound of broken eggs is particularly pleasant. The heartbreaking pain was like an electric current in an instant, coming from underneath the body and rushing straight to the brain. In an instant, he ruthlessly wiped out all the passion of the masked man and pulled him out of the succubus. The masked man opened his eyes instantly, and what came into view was the black gold bullet fired by Sia. This made him instantly forget the pain of losing his parents, and he quickly opened his mouth wide. Ouch! The bloody mouth opened wide, and he swallowed several fatal bullets in an instant. But he was still penetrated by several bullets. Oh! But these pains were obviously not comparable to the pain of losing a brother. The masked man then covered his body and began to cry in pain. Siame's eyes trembled. Obviously, she didn't expect these snipers to think of using this method to pull the masked man out of the illusion. How courageous is this? Soon, the painful masked man realized that something was wrong. When he found out that he might be castrated, his whole person collapsed instantly. The physical pain at this moment was less than 1/10,000th of the mental pain. It's you, you vicious woman. You are so vicious. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The masked man then looked at Sia ferociously. His whole body went crazy, and he obviously regarded Sia as the culprit. He then looked at the black gold chariots surrounded by walls in the distance, and finally roared and issued the last order. All black gold snipers and gunners obey orders. Kill them all. These evil people are stubborn. Start shooting now. No need to hold back. Kill them all for me. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. The pain of losing Kuan made the masked man no longer hold back. Only half of the Gao family's guards surrounded them from beginning to end, and only half of the Gao family's strangers took action. The other half, who have mastered black gold hot weapons, are always waiting for orders at those black gold chariots. As for why they didn't just shoot with black gold thermal weapons at the beginning, they naturally thought they could easily capture the hospital, used by the Gao family. Therefore, Gao Ling's initial order was just for the masked man to capture Sia and others alive. But now, reality has taught the masked man a vivid lesson. Not only did he fail to capture Sia and others, he also fell into Sia's trap and lost his closest brother. Wow! After hearing the masked man's loud command, he saw dozens of black gold chariots 100 meters away. Hundreds of Gao family guards armed with various black and gold hot weapons stood up one after another. On the roofs of several cars, there were guards in charge of black gold cannonballs. The dark muzzles of guns and cannons were instantly aimed at the hospital members on the battlefield. As if giving an order, indiscriminate shooting will begin. Inside the black gold chariot are several well-hidden black gold snipers. The black gold sniper rifles in their hands are enough to threaten the lives of level 4 aliens. The Gao family's alien team, which had been unable to attack for a long time, retreated in tacit agreement upon hearing the order. Facing the weird abilities of Zhang Taizhu and others, they were really at a loss. Even if they continued to fight, they would probably lose. So this order from the masked man is undoubtedly their life-saving straw. Since you don't surrender, you should prepare to be baptized by the artillery fire of my Gao family. It's not too late to kneel down and surrender, you bunch of idiots. Before retreating, many Gao family strangers did not forget to ridicule. Just because they had suffered at the hands of Zhang Taizhu and others, they could only vent their anger in this way. Looking at the guns that were suddenly aimed at them in the distance, the expressions of Zhang Taizhu and others also changed. Especially the nurses in many hospitals. The firearms in their hands were simply too crude compared to the elite firearms of the Gao family. How to fight this? On top of the high wall, facing the trump card played by the masked man, Siame's eyes couldn't help but shiver. Those black gold guns and shells are okay, although scary. But she believed that Zhang Taizhu and others could avoid it at the cost of going to the hospital. After all, Zhang Taizhu and Wang Xiaoxiao had received the Gao family's black gold missile sneak attack before. But what really worried Xia was the secret black gold snipers. She had just personally felt those black gold bullets, and she knew the horror of them best. Not only is the power terrifying, it is also extremely difficult to guard against. Welcome to spare, bitch. Seeing that the rectification was completed, the masked man also smiled bitterly at Xia, then looked into the distance and roared without hesitation. Shoot! As soon as he finished speaking, the attacking Gao family members quickly retreated to both sides in a tacit agreement. But it also virtually blocked the escape route of hospital members. Obviously, he didn't intend to leave anyone alive. Wow! The crisp sound of loading resounded throughout the world. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, in the direction of the Gao family's tank, the team holding black gold submachine guns were the first to aim at Zhang Taizhu and others and pull the trigger. Although the power of these black gold bullets is not as good as the black gold bullets with purple stripes in today's sniper rifles, but after upgrading and improving, its power is even better than the black gold sniper rifle before the apocalypse. The fierce and dense black gold bullets burst out like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. The surrounded hospital members became living targets for a while. A group of hospital nurses also raised their guns and fired, but the old-fashioned firearms in their hands could not even break through the combat uniforms of the Gao family guards. Seeing this scene, Xia quickly mobilized her brainpower to intercept it. But the masked man who has already noticed Xia's intentions will let Xia get her wish. Haha, do you think I'm just a decoration? He laughed ferociously and immediately ignored his brother's pain, opened his big mouth, and went towards Xia Tan. Facing the even crazier masked man, Xia had no choice but to resist. Below, the solemn Zhang Taizhu and others saw the gap between the weapons, and they all appeared in front of the nurses with tacit understanding. Dang, dang, dang. When these black gold bullets arrived, Wang Xiaoxiao was the first to take action. The two black gold straight knives accurately slashed at these high-speed black gold bullets, causing sparks to fly. She is like a heroine, agile and heroic. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Zhang Taizhu followed closely and released the electric muscle again. As the electric light flashed, he blocked more bullets. Luo Xinyu and Luo Yin did not lag behind. The mother and daughter looked at each other in tacit understanding and quickly formed a wall of water in front of them. He actually blocked the black gold bullet fired at high speed. After this life and death battle, everyone has already mastered the use of their own powers. The four of them acted in tacit agreement and turned into a shield for all the guards. This scene also made the third and fourth level strangers from the Gao family who were watching the show on both sides look askance. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that if they were to fight alone, they were really no match for Zhang Taizhu and others. It's a pity that this world is destined to be unfair. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Uft. Sure enough, before Zhang Taizhu and others could breathe a sigh of relief, the wall of water gathered by the Luo family's mother and daughter exploded first. Then it pierced the head of a hospital nurse. It was a black gold bullet glowing purple. There is no doubt that the Gao family snipers hiding in the dark took action. The pupils of Zhang Taizhu and others suddenly shrank, but the sniper bullets that greeted them also came. Uft. Zhang Taizhu dodged as fast as he could, but the sudden sniper bullet caught him off guard and instantly pierced one of his arms. Immediately blood splattered everywhere. Block. Wang Xiaoxiao reacted quickly and blocked accurately with a knife. Click. But the next second, the originally sharp black gold blade broke when faced with the black gold and purple bullets. The sharp black gold fragments, like broken lenses, scratched across Wang Xiaoxiao's flawless cheek, leaving a trail of blood immediately. On the other side, the Luo family's mother and daughter were also bruised, both on their shoulders. This sudden and terrifying sniper attack caught people completely off guard. Wow! Breaking through the defense of Zhang Taizhu and others, the Gao family gunners loaded their guns again without giving them a chance to breathe. This time, all the Gao family gunners took aim, planned to solve it once and for all. When the strangers from the Gao family on both sides saw this scene, they all sneered. Maybe this can wash away all the humiliation they just suffered, right? On top of the high wall, Xia, who was being dragged by her masked father-in-law, saw this scene, and her pretty face changed drastically. She knew that after this round of shooting, Zhang Taizhu and others were really in danger. How will she explain to Songbing then? Thinking of this, a flash of absolute certainty flashed across her beautiful eyes. While using succubus to escape another attack from the masked father-in-law, Xia appeared above Zhang Taizhu and others. Wow! The next second, countless debris around him rose into the air with Xia as the center. Jia, you can't save them. I want you to watch them being beaten into a sieve. The masked father-in-law rushed over with a ferocious smile again. But this time, the countless miscellaneous objects controlled by Xia no longer dealt with him, nor did they protect Zhang Taizhu and others. Instead, he headed desperately towards the Gaojia mechanical team, who was preparing to shoot in the distance. This move is called surrounding Wei and rescuing Zhao. As expected, Xia was desperate to kill the Gao family's firearms team. The masked father-in-law's sinister expression changed drastically, and he had no choice but to give up intercepting Xia immediately and appeared in front of the firearms team. He opened his big mouth again and sucked in the debris shot from the sky. Xia took this opportunity to come to Zhang Taizhu and others. With a brain shake, she personally opened the hospital door that she had been guarding behind her. Then he said decisively, "Let's go to the hospital. It's important to save your life." Zhang Taizhu and others heard this. Although they were unwilling to give up, but the current situation could not tolerate their reluctance. They are no match for the Gao family at all, either in terms of numbers or weapons. What's more, the Gao family also had Gao Ling, who had already entered the hospital, and another Gao family elite group who attacked from the backyard. I'm afraid that the hospital has been breached, as the masked father-in-law said. If they continue to resist like this, it will be in vain. Let's go. Keep the green hills, and don't worry about running out of firewood. Zhang Taizhu and others gritted their teeth and evacuated towards the hospital with tears in their eyes. Stop them, don't let them escape. When the Gao family Iran team intercepting on both sides saw this scene, a mentally retarded level 4 shouted and rushed forward. But don't wait for him to run out. Xia's look instantly made him feel like he was in a different place. The rest of the people immediately took a few steps back in fear, and no one dared to step forward again. He just looked at the dead level 4 in surprise. When facing Zhang Taizhu and others, they were almost defeated, let alone the 5th level Xia who was opening the way. They don't understand what's wrong with these two idiots. Just stay on both sides. What's the point of taking the initiative to kill someone? Just like that, Xia used a gambling move to surround Wei and save Zhao, and successfully led everyone back to the hospital temporarily. And in the distance, the masked father-in-law finally finished sucking the debris that Xia had ejaculated. But looking at Xia and others who were retreating, the smile on the masked father-in-law's face became even bigger. The chariots advance, pursue, encircle and suppress, leaving no one behind. The masked father-in-law immediately and decisively ordered an attack. As soon as the words fell, the masked father-in-law took the lead and rushed into the hospital. Seeing this, the alien team instantly gained courage and followed excitedly. Rumble. The surrounding black gold chariot started, and hundreds of Gao family's firearms teams got on the vehicle, following closely behind. This mighty trend is bound to flatten the entire hospital. What they didn't know was that in the hospital, another army of similar size to them was also coming in force. The faces of every soldier in this army were equally excited. Let's go to the secret passage. In the hospital, Xia led everyone, relying on the familiar terrain, to quickly shuttle through a path towards the forbidden area in the backyard. Because in addition to imprisoning Zhou Xian and others, there is also a secret escape tunnel they built secretly. Jia, you can't escape. You are all going to die. You are all going to die. However, soon, the masked father-in-law's hideous smile came from behind. A bit of cat-and-mouse banter. He was not in a hurry. The rear of the hospital must have been occupied by elites led by their young master. He wanted to see where Xia and others could run to. Xia looked back and found her masked father-in-law who had already caught up. She still underestimated the speed of the masked father-in-law. It would be easy for her to escape alone. But at this moment, she still needs to bring along a group of caregivers who are only level 3. You go first. Just when Xia was planning to stay alone to contain the masked father-in-law and the army behind him, there was also a sudden shock in front of their escape. Look! A caregiver pointed at the swaying woods 100 meters ahead with quick eyes and hands. Ula Allah. Immediately afterwards, blurry figures began to appear in the forest, running towards them quickly. Looking at the scale, there are at least several hundred people. Seeing this scene, Sia and others' expressions changed slightly, and their hearts suddenly became cold. The first thing everyone thinks of is the elite young master mentioned by the masked father-in-law. Ha ha, the young master's team is here. Run away. You can run away as much as you want. Ha ha. Behind, the masked father-in-law chasing from a high place looked at the figure in the forest and also thought that the elite soldiers led by Gao Xingjia had come here. This excited him even more. Behind him, a large number of Gao family strangers and chariots also rushed over, destroying everything. All escape routes for Sia and others were instantly surrounded. Looking at the blurry figures coming from the depths of the woods, they were also excited, raised their weapons, and shouted. Deafening cheers resounded. Haha, I can give you a chance to survive. If anyone wants to survive, just put down your weapons and crawl over like a dog. The masked father-in-law landed on a chariot with a malicious look in his eyes. He just wants to psychologically defeat and insult these people. Go to the mud horse, you damn eunuch. You're still so happy after being castrated? Brothers, even if you die today, you still need someone to support you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Taizhu and others stood up and immediately gave him a critical strike. Totally unafraid. The same is true for all the nursing staff. Their lives were given by Song Bing. After experiencing so many storms, they have long regarded the hospital as their home. Everyone is back to back, ready for a fight to the death. The masked father-in-law was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He just raised his eyes and looked at the woods in the distance. Welcome the arrival of Gao Xingjia. Wow. Yura Yue Ula Yue. So under everyone's gaze, countless active figures in the forest finally jumped out. The leader is a handsome young man in a wheelchair. When Zhou Xian led the 300-strong army, it was like the moment when the beggar clan walked out. The world was quiet. The smiles of the masked father-in-law and the expectant Gao family guard stiffened. Where are the elite members of the Gao family, led by their young master? Why are they a bunch of nervous-looking people? On the contrary, Sia and others, who were already prepared to fight to the death, were stunned. How could they not recognize Zhou Xian and others? This is a real patient sent to a mental hospital. But at this moment, Zhou Xian and others appeared in great force, which was beyond their expectations. Could it be that the elite members of the Gao family who had been bypassed were chasing them here? Miss Sia, Brother Taizhu, I released them. While Sia and others were puzzled, the male nurse responsible for opening the door to let Zhou Xian out ran out excitedly from the group of soldiers. Broke the silence. After hearing the male nurse's words, Zhang Taizhu and others finally had someone to talk to. The male caregiver was panting and couldn't hide his excitement as he ran to the front door. He originally planned to speak impassionedly about Zhou Xian's impressive record, but out of the corner of his eye, he quickly noticed the numerous Gao family teams that broke into the rear, and his expression suddenly froze. Sia and others also successfully heard some key words in his mouth. King Zhou Xian. A sneak attack. Are you all so pissed off? What are these words? The eyes of all the hospital members couldn't help but fall on Zhou Xian, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Feeling the admiration of everyone, Zhou Xian immediately stopped picking his nose. The hospital members were stunned by Zhou Xian's sudden aloofness, and for a moment they didn't know how to answer. The male nurse who had seen Zhou Xian's toughness reacted and quickly pointed excitedly at the masked father-in-law and others in the distance. The great fart emperor, over there, it's them. Look at them all rushing into the hospital with great fanfare. Fart them to death, quickly. Following the male caregiver's fingers, Zhou Xian looked around and frowned when he saw the masked father-in-law and a group of invading Gao family guards. He actually invaded the territory that Song Bing wanted him to protect. In the distance, the masked father-in-law and others finally came to their senses after listening to the male caregiver's excited words. Carefully looking at Zhou Xian and others who were wearing hospital gowns, disheveled, pitch black, and nervous, they finally determined that these people were definitely not the elite of the Gao family, led by their young master. This was obviously something they didn't expect. That's right. The team behind you has been crushed to death by our powerful Futian emperor. If you had known better, it would have been too late for you to kneel down and surrender. With Zhou Xian's support, the male caregiver knew that his moment of performance had come and immediately stepped forward and shouted at the masked father-in-law and others. Pretending to be a ghost, everyone obeys orders. These people must have been chased here, and our young master must still be on his way back. But even without our young master, that's enough. Come with me and completely obliterate these people. The masked father-in-law quickly figured this out, shouted loudly, and came with a burst of calm. No more opportunities will be given to Sia and others. Kill, kill, kill. A group of Gao family guards also roared and charged. When Sia saw this, countless objects that had already been charged up were instantly shot out of the air. Haha, this trick again? I suck. Seeing this, the masked father-in-law opened his big mouth again and easily absorbed the debris that was shot. Clear the way for the Gao family's army to charge. At this moment, Zhou Xian's eyes lit up in the wheelchair, and he instantly soared to the sky. Those who violate our hospital will be punished without mercy. Those who violate our hospital will be punished without mercy. Zhou Xian's loud voice sounded from above. Everyone looked up in surprise and found that Zhou Xian was already above them. This controlled everyone for 2.5 seconds. Get out of your way. You have done a good job. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Xian, who was flying like a fart, stood proudly in midair, looking back at Sia and others domineeringly. Now he is terrifyingly strong. He was afraid that his aftermath would hurt his own people. The members of the hospital were still confused, but fortunately the male nurse also hurriedly spoke. Miss Sia, Brother Taiju, let's run away first. Emperor Futian is so awesome that he almost died from 2 level 5s. Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen a bit, looking at the male caregiver in disbelief. Almost killed 2 level 5s? Are you serious? They have all seen the power of level 5. The masked father-in-law who can swallow everything is like this. Everyone, get out of the way. We have to believe King Fart. After being surprised, Zhang Taiju took the initiative to step aside. He chose to trust Zhou Xian, who could even fly in the air. So everyone silently retreated to the rear of the Fart army. Don't leave. Seeing that Sia and others wanted to leave, the masked father-in-law couldn't care less about the shock of Zhou Xian's flight and immediately wanted to chase and intercept them. Your opponent is my king. Zhou Xian, who was in midair, sneered, volleyed, and the remaining shoe shot through the air towards the masked father-in-law. Bang! The sharp broken shoes directly pulled out a black rainbow. The masked father-in-law instantly sensed the difficulty of this hidden weapon and once again showed off his special skills. I suck. His mouth opened wide in an instant, and he easily sucked the broken shoe that Zhou Xian shot into his stomach. But the next second, his expression changed. The whole person instantly became red and warm. A foul stench billowed in his belly. As if he had eaten some hot potato, he quickly opened his mouth and spat out the broken shoes he had inhaled towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian spun in the air and put on the worn shoes accurately. But Zhou Xian's face instantly brightened up. Hey, not bad. Die to me. The masked father-in-law's face turned from red to livid in an instant, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to open his mouth to spit out all the debris he had just absorbed and stored at Zhou Xian. Haha, what a small trick. Seeing this, Zhou Xian sneered, raised the ingot, and unleashed his ultimate move. 5th style of fart technique, Divine Dragon Cannon. Bang! The ferocious black energy turned into a large black cannonball and shot out directly, instantly annihilating the incoming debris and rushing towards the masked father-in-law. The masked father-in-law's eyes widened, and he immediately opened his mouth wide open. I suck. Hula. In an instant, all the black energy shells sent by Zhou Xian were swallowed up by the masked father-in-law. This scene stunned everyone. Mighty, mighty, mighty. The guards of the Gao family, who did not know the seriousness of the matter, cheered loudly. I admire the masked father-in-law's invincible ability to devour everything. However, what they didn't notice was that the face of the masked father-in-law who had inhaled the shells began to distort violently. The masked father-in-law suppressed his nausea and hurriedly vomited it back to Zhou Xian. But I didn't have enough luck and couldn't condense it, so it fell apart as soon as I spit it out. Like choking from smoking. Okay, very good. No one in the world dares to mess with me, not even the 2 guys before. You are awesome. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian couldn't help but give the masked father-in-law a thumbs up. But the next second, his expression became crazy and evil again. Since you like sucking so much, I will let you suck as much as you can, using the 80,000 style of Kaitian fart, rainstorm pear fart. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian started to get lucky. The next second, black energy enveloped countless small yellow hidden weapons, and just like this, they covered the masked father-in-law with water. Seeing this terrible scene, the masked father-in-law's delicate body trembled, his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to open his mouth for a moment. Mighty, mighty, mighty. Unknowingly, the strangers of the Gao family are still encouraging the masked father-in-law. Run away. But the next second, looking at the dying pear blossom in the rain, the masked father-in-law jumped away in fear. The sky was full of heavy rain, and the pear farts were instantly like soul juice, pouring on the cheering Gao family strangers. All the strangers from the Gao family were stunned for half a second, and then they got sick of the smell and fell to the ground wailing, as if they had been splashed with strong sulfuric acid. Dozens of people were doused so hard that they even burped on the spot. Without the absorption of the masked father-in-law, the spreading smell instantly changed the expressions of the Gao family guards who were lucky enough to escape. Looking at Zhou Xian's ferocious fart from a distance, not only did he scare away the masked father-in-law, who could absorb all things. A lot of strangers from the Gao family were smoked to death on the spot. Zhang Taizhu and others' eyes lit up. Where's the firearms team? Quick, shoot, shoot quickly, kill this monster, kill this bastard. The masked father-in-law who escaped the disaster was frightened for a while when he saw the miserable state of all the strangers from the Gao family. After reacting, he hurriedly shouted at the Gao family firearms team in the distant chariot. He felt that Zhou Xian seemed to be his nemesis. Wow! In an instant, a group of heavily armed Gao family firearms teams in the distance once again held black gold hot weapons and aimed at Zhou Xian and a group of Pai family troops. When Xia and others saw this scene, their expressions changed. They know how powerful these black gold hot weapons are, because they were defeated by these thermal weapons. However, when Zhou Xian, who was above the void, saw this scene, it was not false at all. Haha, do you want a gunfight? I'll make it happen for you. His eyes became even more disdainful, and he immediately ordered to the 300 soldiers below. Children, prepare for a gun battle. In this battle, we must show off the momentum of our army. Yes. The 300 little black men shouted loudly and immediately formed their troops. They divided into several teams, found bunkers, and then raised their butts one after another to directly compete with the Gao family firearms teams. This scene dumbfounded Xia and others, as well as all the Gao family guards. What is this for? Comparing farts with their black and gold guns? Ridiculous. Hit me hard. The masked father-in-law ordered coldly. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a group of Gao family guards took the initiative and fired the first shot at the 300 Pai family troops. Commando, shoot. On the Pai family army side, a veteran also immediately gave an order. I saw 100 little black men arrayed at the front firing at the same time. 2-2-2-2-2. In an instant, the ferocious yellow farts turned into bullet shapes and shot towards Gao Jiejun. The black bullet looks like gas ejected by high pressure. The power and speed have both reached a terrifying level. Rumble. The two bullets collided instantly, and clouds of yellow gas exploded. However, all the black gold bullets that were fired were blocked by these yellow gases. At a glance, it looks like two types of bullets are facing each other, and both are blocked in the end. This strange scene dumbfounded Gao Jiejun, who was originally confident in shooting. Their eyes widened one by one, and they forgot to shoot for a moment. Not only Gao Jiejun was dumbfounded, but Xia and others who were worried about taking action at any time in the distance were also dumbfounded. Is this okay? Was there a real gunfight? Of course, what the Gao Jiejun didn't know yet was their nightmare is about to begin, because this is just a gun team of the Fu family army. Italian artillery, fire. Ignoring the shocked Gao Jiejun and the Pai Jiejun formation, another veteran incarnation commander stepped out and waved a commanding gesture with a serious look on his face. Got it. The next second, a dozen fat little black men stepped out and took the place of the stormtroopers. They immediately lay down, raised their butts, pointed in the direction of Gao's army, and set up their Italian cannon. Another targeting team, an egg-loading team, came forward. Reload ammunition quickly and take aim. Then he reported. Reporting to senior brother, the pretense is over. Please give instructions. Fire, the elder yelled. Wow. The next second, several egg-wrapped potato shells burst out and bombed accurately in the direction of Gao's army. This scene made all the Gao Jejun stunned. What are you doing standing still? Missiles, quickly launch missiles to counterattack. Fortunately, the masked father-in-law reacted quickly and yelled quickly. With his special ability, it is easy to absorb the bombardment. But facing these shells at this moment, he didn't dare to smoke at all. Bang, bang, bang. The missile army on the tank reacted and quickly pressed the missile to launch. Several black gold missiles were shot out instantly and collided with the Italian artillery fired by the Fu family army in midair. Wow! In an instant, dead flowers splashed everywhere, and the stench filled the sky, evenly covering every Gao Jejun. It stinks so bad, I don't want this hand anymore. All the Gao Jejun were so smoked that they could not open their eyes, and their fighting spirits suddenly disappeared. What the hell is this human being? You are not allowed to escape. You are the best troops of the Gao family. I don't believe they can keep letting go. Keep shooting. If anyone dares to escape, I will kill him. The masked father-in-law covered his nose and fled 100 meters away. At the same time, he yelled at Gao Jejun, who was instantly demoralized. Fire, fire, fire. On the side of the Fu family army, more than a dozen Italian artillery pieces were still bombing wildly. Egg-wrapped potato shells continued to bombard the Gao family army camp crazily. Basically 5 shots per second. The muzzle of the cannon was filled with smoke, and it could still be fired. Not skimping on shells at all. The Gao family army camp was intimidated by the words of the masked father-in-law. The Gao family army could only grit their teeth and hold their breath, hide under the chariot, and continue to resist. What I was thinking about was also the exhaustion of my family's army. But soon, they ran out of missiles, and the ammunition for the Pijiao army was still inexhaustible. The yellow cannonballs lost their interception and exploded violently the moment they landed. The terrifying fire coverage was simply more powerful than their black gold missiles. A group of Gao Jejun were immediately suppressed and could not fire their guns. They could only hide behind the car to avoid this terrible rain of death. Of course, what they don't know is that their nightmare has just begun. The Fu family's military went up into the sky. Seeing that the bombing was almost done, Zhou Xian immediately raised his hand, ready to show off the power of the Yellow Army. Get your hands in position and fuck from the left wing. The gas bomber is in position, attack from the right wing. The burrowing gunner is ready, attack from the rear wing. The death squads are in position and charge from the front. Machine gunner cover. This time, we must annihilate all the enemies. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Xian seemed to transform into an outstanding conductor at this moment, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded all the soldiers of the Far Army. After receiving the order, the 300 little black men actually performed their duties and formed several teams one after another, heading left and right to outflank the Gao family's army. The front direction is covered by gunners, machine gunners, and grenadiers, who provide crazy fire suppression. Brothers, kill together. Protect the hospital and kill these idiots. Bayubayubayu. As if they were beaten to death, all the Pai family troops were viciously attacking the Gao family army. It was as if the anti-Japanese blood was awakened in an instant. Sniper shooting, shoot for me. Seeing this scene, the masked father-in-law was shocked and instantly issued an order with resentment to the most powerful sniper team in the Gao family army. The Gao family sniper hiding in the tank heard this and immediately started shooting decisively. Haha, you thought you were the only ones with snipers? I have one too. In midair, seeing that the enemy's snipers were even dispatched, Zhou Xian smiled confidently and immediately looked at his own snipers. More than a dozen Fujiao snipers took command instantly. The moment the Gao family's sniper fired, their position was captured. Immediately, a yolk egg compressed by high temperature and high pressure was ejected. Whoops! Uffed! A yellow egg shot out, hitting the head of a Gao family sniper who poked his head out on the spot. No, the enemy also has snipers. At this time, the Gao family sniper was also dumbfounded. Looking at the tragic death of their teammates with yellow smoke coming out of their heads, they also felt guilty. In the distance, the masked father-in-law was even more dumbfounded when he saw with his own eyes that a fart could kill a sniper in the head. He was speechless for a moment. What the hell is this group of things? Ah, these are not humans, they are monsters, run away. Without the cover of the snipers, the Pai family's army charged harder and their firepower became more ferocious. One by one, the Gao family's guards died under the firepower. All the Gao Jiejun couldn't stand it anymore. Immediately, some people wanted to abandon their guns and run away. Humph, want to escape? No way, prepare tear gas. The veteran who was responsible for commanding the bombardiers saw this and immediately made strategic improvements. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, little black men frantically threw gas bombs around Gao Jiejun. The yellow compressed gas spread ruthlessly the moment it flew towards Gao Jiejun. In an instant, the location where Gao Jiejun was located turned into a poisonous place. Cough, cough, cough. All the soldiers were so smoked that they couldn't tell the difference between north and south, and they burst into tears. Make a pot of porridge completely messy. At the same time, the victory horn of the Pai family army sounded, and each one of them rushed into the yellow air without hesitation, and carried out an inhumane close-range attack on a group of Gao family soldiers. Brothers, take off your pants and prepare for melee combat. You must eat me. Oh, no. I surrender, I surrender. You lose half if you surrender. Eat half of my pill. Guanyin sitting on lotus. Wah! In an instant, Gao Jiejun's miserable screams came from the yellow air. Facing the 300 armies of the Pei family, the Gao family army was completely powerless to resist. Whether it's a long-range gunfight or a melee bayonet fight, it's not on the same level at all. As soon as the 300 Pei family troops approached, the Gao family army instantly lost the ability to resist. At the same time, as the most elite sniper pair of the Gao family, the same is true. Faced with the sudden spread of yellow air, and the populations of both sides fighting together, they couldn't aim at all. On the contrary, the snipers of the Pajayajin do not have this problem. They can easily catch enemies from the yellow gas. Once a Gao family sniper dares to poke his head out, a compressed high-pressure yellow egg will hit his head. This is their domain. Puff, puff, puff. Bayubiubiu. Wow. No. Commander, help me. The Pai family's army and the Gao family's army were fighting together like this, and the battle reached a fierce stage in an instant. Each of the Gao family guards had no choice but to run for their lives when faced with 300 little black men. It's a pity that as soon as they climbed out of the area covered by the yellow gas, they were pulled in again by the Pai family's army, and they were once again brutally annihilated. Only half an hour has passed since the battle started. In the distance, Sia and others looked at this scene, and all of them had lost their words. The widened eyes and disbelieving faces perfectly expressed their shock at this moment. The Gao family army that originally forced them into a desperate situation was just subdued like this? The arrogant and domineering faces of these Gao Jiejun a second ago were still clearly in their minds at this moment. But now, everything has changed. It's all like a dream. No, it's just ridiculously dreamy. Looking at the slowly spreading yellow gas, all the hospital members retreated silently, in unison. They finally gradually believed what the male caregiver said. The Gao family team that made the sneak attack might have all been killed. 100 meters away, the Gao family army that saw him was wiped out in an instant, and then he looked up at Zhou Xian in the air. The masked father-in-law finally showed his fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are just pretending. When the young master and the eldest lady come, you will all die. You will all die. The masked father-in-law was so frightened that he staggered. In his mind, he believed what the male caregiver had just said, but he still spoke firmly. It is simply difficult to accept that the powerful young master will lose. What's more, there is the eldest lady who has already entered the hospital. But after all, his body still retreated towards the rear honestly. Haha, the battle among the brothers has begun. Now it's our turn. Come on, let's fight for 300 rounds. Let's see if you can bear my 300 farts. Zhou Xian ignored the threat from the masked father-in-law, and instead stepped out of the air arrogantly, filled with black energy, ready to fight to the death with the masked father-in-law. Seeing his disciples let loose, his farts itched. Get out of here, you fucking monster, I won't fight you. Seeing Zhou Xian flying towards him without saying a word, the masked father-in-law was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to run away. After tasting Zhou Xian's farts, how could he still have the desire to fight Zhou Xian? Huh? You can't escape my five-finger fart. Seeing that the masked father-in-law wanted to escape, Zhou Xian was not weak at all. He accelerated his nitrogen pump and shot straight into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. The first form of the fart technique, Tathagata, divine fart. The next second, a big black but fell from the sky and suppressed the masked father-in-law. Bang! The masked father-in-law turned pale with fright on the spot. Facing this big fart falling from the sky, even though he had the power to swallow everything, he didn't dare to open his mouth at all and rolled his eyes in shock on the spot. Rumble! In an instant, a heart shape collapsed on the ground, and the masked father-in-law collapsed in the heart. Foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled. It was instantly turned black. This shocking scene once again deeply touched the hearts of everyone in Sia. The members of the hospital looked at him from a distance, all dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Everyone can see the power of the masked father-in-law. Especially Sia felt the most empathy. The power that could swallow everything left her completely helpless. However, in front of Zhou Xian, solved by a fart. What does this make them think? Who would have thought that the Fart King and a group of psychopaths who usually serve him would have such terrifying combat power? It's almost like God will kill God if he blocks it, and Buddha will kill Buddha if he blocks it. Is this the #1 Fart King, that big brother transformed? Zhang Taizhu murmured in a low voice, finally seeing how powerful Zhou Xian was. He thought it was outrageous enough to see Song Shanglong kill dozens of miles of zombies by himself. When I saw Zhou Xian and this group of psychopaths in the hospital, he instantly felt justified. No, don't break me again. I surrender, please. Under the collapsed love, looking at Zhou Xian appearing in the sky, he was frightened by the collapsed masked father-in-law and quickly got up and knelt down to beg for mercy. The whole person has been smoked into a grandson. Huh? I still have my ultimate move yet to be used? How can you surrender? No, just get up and continue fighting with me. You agreed to eat my 300 farts. Can't you absorb everything? You do. What are you afraid of? In fact, I am very weak. If you show your strongest state, you will definitely be able to defeat me. Have confidence, you are the best. Zhou Xian, who had just raised his will to fight, saw that the masked father-in-law surrendered after only being spanked by him. Zhou Xian suddenly felt very unhappy and hurriedly persuaded him sincerely. Wah! Seeing Zhou Xian's persuasion, the masked father-in-law completely collapsed and lay on the ground crying like a child. Ho 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 ho. But at this moment, beast-like roars suddenly came from the distance. Everyone looked around and saw a silhouette running quickly towards the building in the distance. The masked father-in-law took a closer look and found that the beautiful figure running towards him was actually the eldest lady Gao Ling he had longed for. His eyes suddenly condensed, and his collapsed heart instantly recovered. The eldest lady? Really the eldest lady? Ha! You are dead. Our eldest lady is here. You are dead. Ha! Confirmed to be Gao Ling, the collapsed masked father-in-law immediately got up and regained his confidence. Gao Ling at this moment has undoubtedly become a ray of light in his life. Wang Xiaoxiao and others also caught the fast-running Gao Ling. Their expressions suddenly sank, and they were all ready for battle. They all knew from Gao Ling's previous brief attack that Gao Ling was terrifying. They are all terrifying existences of at least level 5. Although they now have Fart King Zhou Xian, who can easily suppress the masked father-in-law, the power of Gao Ling is unknown. Therefore, there is no room for them not to be vigilant. Wait, something seems wrong with her. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Sia's purple eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly noticed something was wrong with Gao Ling. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Wang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Her clothes. Sia said 4 words in surprise. Only then did everyone's eyes fall on Gao Ling's clothes, and they were all filled with surprise. Compared to the noble red dress and high heels Gao Ling wore before, at this moment, Gao Ling was running barefoot, and his clothes were in tatters. Only a few rags were left to cover it. Like being bitten by a dog. Miss, save me. I'm here, come and uncle me. The masked father-in-law didn't notice anything unusual about Gao Ling. When he saw Gao Ling, he just felt that he was saved. He immediately changed his humble posture and ran towards Gao Ling desperately. After seeing the masked father-in-law in the distance, Gao Ling's beautiful eyes brightened slightly with embarrassment, and he also accelerated towards the masked father-in-law as he wished. Perhaps it was too powerful. Wherever Gao Ling passed by, the buildings and soil beneath her also collapsed. This made Xia and others even more vigilant. On the other hand, Zhou Xian's eyes were brighter. Are there any experts? Ha ha. You are dead. You bastards are dead. Just wait. Go home and buy a coffin to put you. Seeing Gao Ling speeding towards him in both directions, the masked father-in-law smiled even more wildly and looked at Zhou Xian and others with a triumphant villain look. Suddenly, he was no longer afraid of Zhou Xian. He knew how powerful Gao Ling was, and the three of them tied together were no match for Gao Ling. Therefore, when he saw Gao Ling coming domineeringly, he believed that everything was over. Zhou Xian must die. Bang, bang, bang. Gao Ling was extremely fast, almost flying over the constantly breaking building soil, and soon he was close to the masked father-in-law. He seemed very anxious and concerned about his masked father-in-law. Not too handsome at all. Missat, the masked father-in-law was also moved and ran over. Go away. However, as soon as he approached Gao Ling, what he heard was Gao Ling's cold and disgusted voice. Whoops! Along with it, there was Gao Ling's colorful tail, which instantly wrapped around the masked father-in-law's neck. Ho 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 ho! The unsuspecting masked father-in-law was so entangled that his eyes widened, but he didn't wait for him to say a word. Then he saw an elephant-like ferocious beast behind Gao Ling, protruding from the ground where the offering was made. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Gao Ling to bite him. No, not exactly one, but two. Under the elephant-like ferocious beast, there is a crazy figure. He just carried the ferocious beast and ran towards Gao Ling. The picture is simply not too inconsistent. But this strange combination is extremely fast. When everyone in Xia far away saw this shocking scene, their eyes widened. What is this? The speed was too fast for them to see clearly. Ho 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 ho! Wang Kai rode Song Shenglong and immediately came behind Gao Ling. Without saying a word, he opened his big mouth and bit into it. One bites the top. One specializes in the bottom plate. It's a perfect combination. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes were slightly cold, and with a move of her tail, she decisively threw the masked father-in-law towards Song Shenglong and Wang Kai. He quickly changed direction and fled in panic outside the hospital. He was not in the mood to even look at Xia and the others. She was chased all over the hospital by these two monsters. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of him. Wang Sai's nose, coupled with Song Shenglong's speed, the combination of one person and one dog can be called a walking dogskin plaster. Keeping an eye on the target, he chased Gao Ling and bit him. Gao Ling was immediately driven into despair. Fortunately, there is no sure path. Just when she is about to collapse, she discovered the masked father-in-law. The masked father-in-law also cooperated and ran towards her, which led to this thrilling scene. After finding someone to support him, Gao Ling was relieved, and without any hesitation, he covered the pieces of rags on his chest. He ran away as fast as he could. The masked father-in-law, who had just gained confidence, was left alone, and he was thrown towards Wang Kai and Song Shenglong, who were all in trouble. Looking at these two monsters, the masked father-in-law's confident smile instantly turned into pale despair. He also instantly understood the reason why Gao Ling was running toward him. Where is the domineering appearance here? This is clearly a temple escape, but it was obviously too late. No. As a result, under the desperate and frightened eyes of the masked father-in-law, he was swallowed up by the wealth that rushed towards him on the spot. With such high-speed inertia, he had no time to react. Moreover, even if he could respond, his mouth was not as big as that of Wang Kai. Obviously, people's joys and sorrows often happen in an instant, and you never know which surprise or accident will come first. This scene happened so fast that not only the masked father-in-law was confused, but also Xia and others. No one could have imagined that Gao Ling would be followed by two monsters like this. No one could have imagined that the domineering Gao Ling would end in this way. Everyone reacted and looked in the direction Gao Ling was escaping. Where was the figure? She ran away like that. Not a single cloud was taken away. Looking at the two monsters of different sizes, Wang Kai still had half of Gao Ling's red skirt hanging from the corner of his mouth. Everyone seemed to know the reason why Gao Ling was covered in rags and barefoot. Are feelings really bitten? Suddenly, Zhang Tieju's eyes narrowed and he stared at Song Shenlong, who was carrying a lot of money. At this moment, Song Shenlong was still carrying Wang Kai and shouting everywhere. But Wang Kai swallowed the masked father-in-law and forgot to track Gao Ling for a while. Without Wang Sai's nose, Song Shenlong could not find his direction no matter how fast he was. Holy Dragon! Song Shenlong was running around in such a hurry until a familiar voice came from the distance. Song Shenlong's tiger body trembled, and he looked up, only to find Zhang Taizhu walking out of the crowd in the distance. The ferocity in Song Shenlong's eyes gradually dissipated. Roar! He thought for a moment, threw away the wealth he was carrying, and then happily ran to Zhang Taizhu. Second brother. This, is it really a holy dragon? This. After hearing the voice, everyone finally believed that the bloody guy in front of them was Song Shenlong. For a moment, everyone was stunned. It was completely impossible to connect the blood-covered and extremely ferocious figure in front of him with the always obedient and docile Song Shenlong. But the facts are right in front of us. The eyes of Xia and others soon fell on the elephant-like Wang Kai. At this moment, Wang Kai has stopped shouting. Being thrown to the ground by Song Shenlong also lost his ferocity. Instead, he looked like he was drunk and started vomiting. Ouch! Along with Wang Sai's final vomiting, it instantly vomited out a large pile of dark stuff. A closer look revealed that it was none other than the masked father-in-law who had just swallowed it. There is no doubt that the masked father-in-law, who was obviously influenced by Zhou Xian, is too smelly. Wang Kai felt nauseated and vomited. Wang. Sure enough, after vomiting out the masked father-in-law, Wang Sai's figure quickly shrank and immediately returned to his previous appearance. Bring wealth. Everyone exclaimed again, including Zhang Taizhu. He knew a little about the two trump cards, Song Shenlong and Zhou Xian. But Wang Kai doesn't know anything about it. Who would have thought that this little local dog could turn into a ferocious big guy at a critical moment? It turns out that Divine Dr. Song has already left us so many trump cards. After being surprised, Xia and others also came to their senses. Looking at the fierce Song Shenlong and Wang Kai. Then look at the domineering Zhou Xian in the void, as well as the group of chaotic fart family troops who are still fighting. Which one is not Song Bing's trump card for the hospital? As the younger brother of Gao Xingjie and Gao Ling, Song Shenlong seemed to be specially prepared for these two siblings. Everyone in Xia suddenly understood. The Gao family had already lost this battle before it even started. They don't even need to take action at all. Release one Zhou Xian. That's enough. In the yellow atmosphere of the battle between the two armies, the screams of Gao Jiejun gradually became weaker. When the yellow air dissipates, it is also announced that the result has settled. There is no doubt that the Pai family's army won a complete victory, and with an invincible attitude with 0 casualties, they defeated all the Gao family's army. Looking around, on the yellow battlefield, Gao Jiejun was lying on the ground in ragged clothes. A convulsive twitch, foaming and frothing. Their eyes were empty and their expressions were lifeless. Their little mouths were as sweet as honey, and no one was spared and could no longer scream. Report to your majesty. We have wiped out all the enemies. After pulling up their trousers, several elders happily ran to Zhou Xian and asked for praise happily. The rest of the little black men did the same, smiling extremely brightly. Seeing this scene, Xia and others in the distance could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This is true total annihilation. Tragic, really miserable. Zhou Xian glanced at the miserable Gao Jiejun lying on the ground. They were all as withered as grass. There are only a few people with strong resistance who are still awake, but they are all hopeless. One can only imagine what they went through in these short few minutes. Zhou Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly, but his face soon darkened. Pa bang bang. He then came to several elders who looked satisfied and happy, and slapped them hard. At the same time, he said angrily, I asked you to annihilate them all, but are you really going to annihilate them all? Why are you so vicious? Do you still have any conscience? I'm sorry, boss, we were wrong. We won't annihilate them all next time. Several elders felt that Zhou Xian was really angry, and they couldn't laugh for a moment, and quickly lowered their heads to admit their mistake. The other little black men were so frightened that they immediately lowered their heads. Don't understand where you went wrong. Sia and others were also confused. Why was Zhou Xian angry? Although the methods are indeed cruel, the other party is still the enemy. When everyone was confused, Zhou Xian roared again. Is this what I'm talking about? Why don't you leave a few for me? What if you wipe out all of me? What if you make me lonely? The world became quiet. All the hospital members present were dumbfounded. I bet that's why you're angry. On the other hand, after hearing this, all the Pujiajin immediately realized this serious problem. Yes, why didn't they think of leaving a few for their boss? Are you just enjoying yourself? Hey boss, don't be angry. There are still a few alive here. Once they see their resistance, they are specially reserved for you, Your Majesty, to choose from. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a wise elder came forward and took the initiative to lead Zhou Xian to the battlefield. Only then did Zhou Xian's anger calm down. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you pick out the live ones and give them to the king to choose from? The other elders reacted and quickly ordered the little black men to dig for gold in the shit and found the 5 living elites of the Gao family. They formed a queue and gave Zhou Xian a choice. It has to be said that the 5 of them are still alive today, and they are absolutely unique geniuses. At first glance, it looks like good material to become a little black man. Wah! Now, don't fuss me. I can't stand it anymore. Kill me. Please be kind and kill me. The 5 elite members of the Gao family who were pulled up looked at Zhou Xian, who was approaching with yellowish faces and weak and desperate expressions. At this moment, I just want to die. Zhou Xian, with the respectful welcome of several elders, came to these survivors and began to select. Zhou Xian looked at the first Gao family guard, who was extremely haggard, but said with a pitiful expression, "Oh, it's so pitiful. Look at the dark circles under his eyes and the haggard face. It's obvious that he didn't get enough sleep." When the guard heard this, he thought he had grasped a life-saving straw and was about to say something happily. Zhou Xian's next words instantly pulled him from heaven to the 18th level of hell. "Just send him to my house and let me sleep with him for 2 nights. Zhou Xian added with a kind face. No, I don't want to sleep. I was smoked. I didn't lack sleep. I'm very energetic, don't." When the first guard heard this, his face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly wanted to explain something, but was forcibly dragged towards the forbidden area by 2 little black men. Zhou Xian continued to put his hands behind his back and looked at the second fattened guard. The fat guard suddenly felt hairy all over at the sight. But Zhou Xian suddenly said angrily, You are so cruel and ruthless. Do you think you made her swollen like this? Send it to my home, and I will help him treat it slowly." The second guard's hanging heart finally died, and he was dragged down like a dead pig. Zhou Xian's eyes continued to slowly fall on the third guard, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The guard's hair was so smoked that it turned yellow. Zhou Xian immediately opened his eyes angrily and said, Golden Retriever Lion King? It seems like he is a spy. Send him to my house, and I will torture him severely." "No, I'm not the Golden Retriever Lion King. I just had my hair broken into an afro. Don't roast me." The third guard became even more excited when he heard that he was going to be tortured and his treatment was obviously wrong. But he was quickly knocked unconscious by a veteran and dragged down. "Wow, you've all been blackened by others." Zhou Xian continued to look at the 4th blackened guard like an emperor choosing a concubine, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, he couldn't imagine that anyone other than himself could blacken others. But it's obviously not dark enough. It was also sent to my house, and I smoked it again. But he was only surprised for a moment before Zhou Xian waved his hand. When the 4th guard heard this, he was frightened and fainted on the spot, and also fainted. But he still couldn't escape the fate of being carried down. Zhou Xian looked at the last Gao family guard, who was directly aged, and suddenly said angrily, "How come you bastards have made people grow old? How can I, the king, use them?" Your Majesty, you have a bit of a misunderstanding. This person is not aged by smoke. This person is this old in the first place." The shrewd elder quickly stood up to explain, and at the same time he chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to come together?" Zhou Xian was stunned, then waved his hand and said generously, "I'll reward you." When the shrewd elder heard this, he was startled for a moment, then realized and immediately became very happy. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. After thanking him, he immediately carried the old guard on his shoulders and ran towards the forbidden area impatiently. The other elders all looked envious. Sia and the others looked at him from a distance, their mouths twitching sharply. You look at me, I look at you. In the end, they all cast their blessing eyes on the 5 surviving Gao family guards. They are lucky, and they are also unlucky. Just when Zhou Xian was still a little dissatisfied after finishing the selection, not far away, the masked father-in-law who was disgusted by Wang Kai suddenly coughed violently. At this very opportune moment, he woke up. Zhou Xian looked over, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I'm not dead. The masked father-in-law wiped the saliva from his face and was glad that he was not dead. But when he got up with difficulty, he looked left and right. First he saw Sia and others, and then he saw a group of little black people, and a group of Gao family elites who had been wiped out. Finally, Zhou Xian. Everyone was looking at him. Among them, Zhou Xian's eyes were the hottest. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. Hello, Xiao baby, we meet again. The next second, Zhou Xian appeared in front of the masked father-in-law, showing his big yellow teeth and teasing with a wicked smile. Looking at Zhou Xian's big dark face and longing eyes at close range, the masked father-in-law trembled, and his face turned pale with fright. The whole person was in despair. The masked father-in-law cried with pear blossoms in the rain, and returned to his previous humble posture. I just hope Zhou Xian can forgive him again. Okay, then I will be merciful and forgive you once more. You can go. See you next time. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Who would have expected that Zhou Xian was so generous and forgave the masked father-in-law again, and immediately turned his back, showing off his heroic demeanor. This made the masked father-in-law himself stunned. Apparently, he didn't expect that Zhou Xian would really want to spare him so easily. He is indeed a psychopath. Jia, we meet again. Don't blame me for being ruthless this time. However, before the masked father-in-law could finish being stunned, Zhou Xian suddenly turned his head without any sense of martial ethics and smiled evilly, showing his big yellow teeth again. The masked father-in-law's pupils were wide open, with a look of disbelief on his face. He was obviously confused by Zhou Xian's tricks. No, you can still play like this? On the other hand, Sia and the others in the distance stared blankly, although the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch and wanted to laugh, but they didn't seem surprised at all. You lunatic, your special code is lunatic, I will fight you. The masked father-in-law broke his guard. He wanted to fight back, but he was first castrated into a father-in-law. Then Zhou Xian collapsed, and then he was swallowed alive by Wang Kai. He had already lost his fighting power, and his whole body was unsteady. Where is the strength to fight hard? However, Zhou Xian didn't care so much. He waved his hand and said ruthlessly, Come here, lift this little baby down. I have decided to marry her as Mrs. Yajai and get married on a certain day. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. The angry masked father-in-law lost his anger instantly. His whole body tensed up, and his delicate body trembled violently. A look of disbelief. Did he hear it correctly? Zhou Xian seemed to have said that he wanted to marry him and become his wife. Is this a plot that normal people can come up with? The masked father-in-law raised his head in disbelief and looked at Zhou Xian with fear that shot straight to his bones. Wah! Long live the king! A group of Fu family soldiers reacted and immediately cheered and celebrated. The 2 senators stepped forward in person and lifted up the masked father-in-law. The masked father-in-law recovered from the shock and struggled violently. Everyone is feeling bad. It's quite naughty, I like it. Jia. This made Zhou Xian instantly like it even more. Hiss. In the distance, Sia and others were also dumbfounded when they saw this terrifying scene, especially some male caregivers. They would never guess Zhou Xian's plot. You never know what this nervous king will suddenly do in the next second. While Sia and others were stunned, Zhou Xian suddenly looked this way, frightening everyone so much that they forgot to breathe for a moment. I am deeply afraid that this guy will despise one as not enough and want another one. But the next second, Zhou Xian suddenly said in a serious manner, clasping his fists and saying goodbye. Zhou Xian looked very anxious, whether he was in a hurry to get married or was afraid that Sia and others would snatch his spoils. A group of little black people were also very happy. Carrying the 5 survivors of the Gao family and the masked father-in-law, They lined up and headed towards the forbidden area excitedly. Like a group of dark-skinned savages, jumping and dancing, extremely happy. Can't wait for the wedding. After all, this time was full of rewards. As for the black gold weapons all over the ground, as well as the trophies of the black gold chariot, they didn't even look at it. For them, the masked father-in-law and others are their trophies. Sia and others quickly moved out of the way. Please uncle us. They will smoke us to death. When passing by Sia and others, the masked father-in-law and others who were being carried gave him a last desperate rescue. Everyone cried heartbreakingly. It's really too bad. They have already thought about what will happen next. But Sia and others just watched quietly, and no one showed sympathy or intolerance. Without Zhou Xian, one can imagine how the masked father-in-law and this group of Gao family elites would trample them. Save you? Go and be your wife of Yajai. Just like that, the mighty Pai family army, led by Zhou Xian, gradually headed towards the forbidden area, loaded with harvest from the jungle. In the forbidden area, the masked father-in-law's final pig-killing screams were also heard. This world is quiet. Sia and others withdrew their gazes and looked at the countless black gold weapons on the battlefield again, their eyes brightening slightly. They have seen the power of these black gold weapons. Compared with their original firearms, they are simply dwarfed. But now, all the spoils of war that these soldiers did not want belonged to them. Wear a gas mask and protective clothing before cleaning up. Seeing the heat in everyone's eyes, Sia didn't forget to remind them. Yes. Everyone reacted with fear in their eyes, and the nurse responsible for cleaning up quickly put on protective clothing before cleaning up. Besides, we need to repair the hospital as soon as possible. Gao Ling and Gao Xingjia are not dead, so the danger has not been eliminated yet. Sia then looked at Luo Yin and the others and said solemnly. This time almost the entire Gao family was wiped out, except for Gao Ling and Gao Xingjia. Now that we have got so many more black gold chariot weapons, and with the Fart King and the others here, even if they still have the courage, I believe they will not dare to mess around again in a short time. We have enough time to fix the plan. Luo Yin stood up and reassured. Everyone nodded. Witnessing the strength of Zhou Xian, Song Shenglong, and Wang Kai, they undoubtedly felt a lot more at ease at the moment. I'm going to see the princess. Wang Xiaoxiao, who was silent, thought of something, put away the straight knife, and immediately headed towards the residential area. Sia and Luo Yin continued to arrange for everyone to start the repair work. What no one would notice is that in the mountains and forests 1,000 meters away, there are pairs of eyes hiding in the dark, watching this battle. Night falls. The curtain was drawn on this thrilling and exciting battle. Although there was no award ceremony, as we all know, the best actor in this battle was none other than Fart King Zhou Xian. The commotion caused by the war inevitably attracted many zombies. Sia and Luo Yin quickly commanded and cleared all the loot. First, he took out the spare red flag left by Song Bing. Refill the empty spots. At the same time, the collected black gold weapons will be equipped to each caregiver without hesitation. Only then did they successfully isolate the zombies they attracted. Then repair work was carried out overnight. The damaged high walls and gates were repaired and reinforced. If this was in the past peaceful times, it would probably take at least a few days. But with the help of Sia and others' abilities, apparently it will be done quickly. With a tacit understanding, everyone frantically renovated the first 3 locations of the hospital. As for the backyard, no need to even hang a red flag. The zombies that were attracted smelled the smell and immediately left in disgust. There must be no place more dangerous than that. On the other side, Wang Xiaoxiao was concerned about Enruoi and came all the way to the room in the ward where Enruoi was. Seeing that the door had not been touched, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when her peripheral vision fell on a fresh leaf growing from the crack of the door, her heart suddenly trembled. Click! Wang Xiaoxiao quickly opened the door without hesitation. The sight that greeted her eyes caused her cold and pretty face to change color instantly. Just because, under her gaze, there was only Enruoi in the intensive care unit. At this moment, it was covered with green leaves and vines. It was as if a room that had been unoccupied all year round was overgrown with vigorous ivy. Zoe. Wang Xiaoxiao recovered from the shock and immediately rushed to the hospital bed. The surrounding vines spread around the hospital bed. Wang Xiaoxiao saw Ruoi's flawless face from among the green leaves and vines. Her face is still pretty and fair, but at this moment, this flawless face was covered with vines and green leaves. No, to be precise, Ruoi's delicate body was covered with vines and green leaves. Wang Xiaoxiao was shocked. She subconsciously reached out her hand to pry open these green leafy vines. Sasha, however, the moment she touched a certain green leaf. These green leaves and vines are like mimosa, closing and shrinking quickly. The whole body was moved by a pull, and in an instant, the surrounding vines and green leaves were also affected. Quickly visible to the naked eye, it closed and shrank back to Ruoi's body. Soon, the green leafy vines that originally covered the entire room were retracted into Ruoi's body. Only 5 buds remained on Ruoi's toes, hands, and head. They swayed delicately, bending towards the little bits of light illuminated by the light. And Ruoi was still lying quietly on the hospital bed, showing no signs of waking up. Wang Xiaoxiao was shocked again by this sudden scene. Could this be the legendary plant man? But after the shock, she quickly captured this magical scene. Then, she stepped forward decisively and turned on the lights a little higher. Let more light shine on Ruoi's head. Sasha. In an instant, the buds exposed to the light unfolded their green leaves again and stretched out their vines, greedily absorbing the sunlight. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes brightened slightly. She caught something and decisively turned on the light to the maximum. Salsa. Soon, vines grew again on Ruoi's body. They wrapped around Ruoi's petite body, and finally grew green leaves, borne towards the light. Andu. In an abandoned forest park, Gao Ling fled here in embarrassment. Under the night, Gao Ling's chest rose and fell. His long nails clenched his flesh and blood, and his beautiful eyes were extremely cold. Unable to bear it, Gao Ling suddenly punched down a big tree in anger and whipped out his tail wildly behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding big trees were suddenly pierced and broken by its tail, until he felt pain from his injured tail. She just stopped. Sister, cough, cough, cough. At this time, Gao Shengjia's slightly embarrassed hacking cough came from the darkness in the distance. Gao Ling instantly restrained his anger and raised his eyes. Looking left and right, Gao Shengjia was nowhere to be seen. Where are you? Gao Ling said with a displeased expression. How long has it been since you were still playing hide and seek? Sister, I'm here, cough, cough, cough. Gao Shengjia's voice came from the darkness again, and the voice was obviously very close. This time, Gao Ling finally found a pair of eyes in the darkness, and was able to capture Gao Shengjia, who had the same skin color, as ye say. And of course there's the masked man. Who are you? However, upon discovering Gao Shengjia, Gao Ling instantly showed murderous intent, and the tail behind him shot out, wrapping around the necks of Gao Shengjia and the masked man. Ling Kong mentioned it. Gao Shengjia coughed harder and quickly made a sound in confusion. Lifting the 2 men under the moonlight with his tail, Gao Ling carefully looked at the 2 black men in front of him. Dai Mei frowned deeply for a long time, and then her face changed slightly when she finally recognized Gao Shengjia. He quickly retracted his tail and let go of the 2 of them. Ahem, cough, sister, what are you doing? Why don't you even recognize me? Gao Shengjia, who regained his freedom, said with a bit of displeasure. Who made you so crazy that your face is covered with pot dust, just like a black man? Gao Ling, who was already full of hostility, was unhappy. Pot ashes. Black people. Gao Shengjia was poked in a painful spot on the spot and gritted his teeth angrily. What kind of bullshit pot ash is this? Why should I apply that stuff when I have nothing to do? This is the result of fart fumes. Being smoked by farts. Gao Ling raised his head and looked at Gao Shengjia with some surprise, trying to wonder if what you just heard was human. Who? A breeze blew past Gao Ling from the direction of Gao Shengjia and the masked man. It brought the smell of Zhou Xian's fart. Gao Ling's body froze in place, and he no longer had any doubts. When we cover from behind, there is no song disease at all, but a psychopath, no, a group of psychopaths. While Gao Ling was stiff, Gao Shengjia began to tell his story through gritted teeth. They are pitch black, and they are all crazy, and they can fart like gas bombs in a crazy way, and there is no end to it. Especially that psychotic king, hell, that big sand dollar. He can fart like a rocket into the sky. Then he let out all kinds of weird big farts and used some bullshit tricks, such as Buddha's angry fart lotus and rainstorm pear blossom farts. Just like nuclear bombs, they were bombarding us crazily. Not only is the stench extremely bad, but its power is comparable to a level 5.0 black gold bomb. That's not a human being at all. When mentioning Zhou Xian, Gao Shengjia's eyes were filled with anger and unconcealable fear. Just like that, all the elites I brought were killed by those lunatics before they even saw Song Bing. We had no time to react. That crazy king is not a human being at all. He is just a sand dollar, a big sand dollar that is desperate for his life. Ghost face, and I couldn't hurt him at all. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we would have been killed by his farts. Gao Xingjie gritted his teeth and told Gao Ling exactly what happened in the backyard of the mental hospital. Gao Ling's originally displeased face was now filled with weirdness. She just stared at Gao Xingjie. If it weren't for Gao Xingjie's behavior at the moment, she would have suspected that he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Only then can you come up with such an outrageous plot. The crazy fart killed all the elite members of the Gao family and smoked them so black. This is beyond human comprehension. Smoked bacon is not that fast. Sister, you don't believe me? Seeing Gao Ling's weird face, Gao Xingjie raised his head, his face even darker. No, I believe it. After a moment of silence, Gao Ling shook his head. Combined with her own experience, she couldn't tolerate disbelief. At this moment, the anger in her heart couldn't help but become less violent. I don't know why. Perhaps compared with what happened to her younger brother, her situation suddenly seemed much better. By the way, sister, why are your clothes like this? Gao Xingjie breathed a sigh of relief after gaining Gao Ling's trust, and then he noticed that Gao Ling was in ragged clothes. Like a beggar, bitten by a dog? After poking the painful spot, Gao Ling's anger suddenly rose again, and he said with a gloomy face, "Thanks to our good brother." Good brother? Gao Xingjie, however, was at a loss. Apparently, he had no idea about the younger brother he didn't care about. The younger brother who obeyed our orders before the apocalypse and was used as a test subject by us. After all, he was our biological brother. You forgot about him so quickly, Gao Ling sneered. I don't know whether he was laughing at himself or Gao Xingjie. Being reminded like this, Gao Xingjie's pupils shrank, and the figure of Song Shenglong finally appeared in his mind. Gao Shenglong, that good-for-nothing bitch. He stared wide-eyed and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Isn't he already dead?" Seeing Gao Xingjie's reaction, Gao Ling laughed at himself again and said, "He is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he has now become a good son to Song Bing's parents. That is, Song Bing's younger brother. And he gave all of his past loyalty to us to Song Bing. When I met him, he had no memory of me. Even in order to protect Song Bing's parents, he took great action against me, showed no mercy, and was even more fierce than before." Gao Ling also told Gao Xingjie what he had encountered. Of course, the details of being chased by Wang Kai and Song Shenglong were omitted. After listening to Gao Ling's description, Gao Xingjie was also shocked. But soon, he clenched his fists and was filled with anger. He said angrily, "How dare he do this, bitch? How dare he do this to you?" But we raised him. In Gao Xingjie's impression, Song Shenglong was an abandoned son abandoned by the Gao family. A despicable outcast who was born to serve in the Gao family's experiments. Although he was a biological brother, he had never regarded Song Shenglong as a human being, not to mention as a biological brother. In his eyes, Song Shenglong was just a dog he kept in captivity, a dog that could only lie on the ground and obey his orders. Therefore, when Song Shenglong died at the hands of Song Bing to protect them, Gao Xingjie didn't feel sad or moved at all. It was just a dead dog. But at this moment, the dog is alive. Not only did he survive, but he also recognized his enemies as his masters and bit them in turn. How could this make Gao Xingjie not angry? Haha. Do you still think he is the obedient and well-behaved Gao Shenglong from before? Seeing Gao Xingjie's anger and shock, Gao Ling laughed lightly. In fact, when Song Shenglong attacked her at the beginning, she had the same thoughts as Gao Xingjie. How dare Song Shenglong? Until Song Shenglong bit into half of her skirt and swallowed a piece of her flesh. But she was sure. Song Shenglong, he is so brave. He is no longer the Gao Shenglong who obeyed their orders before. If a dog disobeys you, there will only be one end, death. Gao Xingjie only became colder, looked at Gao Ling, and said coldly, "Next time we meet, I will let this born bitch realize who is his master." Don't you think that Song Bing arranged all this deliberately? Gao Ling did not dwell on this issue, but changed the subject. Now, what makes it even more concerned is the defeat of the Gao family. Whether it was the spiritual king Gao Xingjie met, or the Song Shenglong and Wang Kaishi met, it seemed that they were all deliberately prepared for them. Gao Xingjie's heart trembled, and he stared at Gao Ling. But how did he find these monsters? Before the apocalypse, his level was obviously only level 3. The Apocalypse organization only rated him at level 4. Why is this happening now? Perhaps he also reintegrated another advanced virus after the apocalypse. It's not necessarily certain. Gao Ling narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. As for the Apocalypse organization, although we are all one, that was before the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse is coming, which family group doesn't want to develop rapidly? Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the Apocalypse organization must have ulterior motives for announcing this news to all apocalypse forces. Hearing this, Gao Xingjie's face changed slightly, but he quickly said unwillingly, "What should I do? Are we going to give up like this? Can't even see Song Bing and that woman. Give up? How is that possible?" Gao Ling's beautiful eyes were cold, but extremely determined. Not for that woman, but also for Song Bing. How could she give up? But now all the elite Gao family we brought have been destroyed. With that fart king here, even if we transfer all the Gao family soldiers from the base, it will be difficult for us to have any chance of winning. Gao Xingjie gritted his teeth and said, every time he thought of Zhou Xian, he instantly lost his temper. Are you confused? It's not just our Gao family who wants to get that woman, but all the apocalypse forces. It's just that our Gao family is the first apocalypse force to arrive. No matter how deep Song Bing is hidden, he will not be able to penetrate the crusade of all the apocalypse forces. Gao Ling looked at Gao Xingjie, who was full of shadows, and reminded him. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Gao Xingjie reacted, his eyes widened, and he looked at Gao Ling. Gao Ling looked into the darkness in the distance, with a sneer on his lips, and said, I'm afraid a lot of Angua's apocalypse group forces have arrived by now, right? Okay, then let's join forces with these forces, and let's see how those lunatics die. Gao Xingjie's face instantly turned ferocious, his fists clenched, as if he had found a way to take revenge. Join forces? Huh. Gao Ling smiled disdainfully, and continued to look into the darkness in the distance, his beautiful eyes twinkling as he wondered what he was thinking. Why not? As long as we can join forces with these apocalypse forces in Anghua, Song Bing will definitely die even if he has the means. Seeing Gao Ling's disdain, Gao Xingjie said in confusion. Before the apocalypse, all the apocalypse forces were low-key and hidden among various countries. It can be as large as a corporate group or a charity, or as small as a family or an individual. You never know that in that harmonious era, the person closest to you or the company you work for may be an apocalyptic force. Even the apocalypse forces don't know each other. Under such circumstances, how do you join forces with them? Gao Ling looked at Gao Xingjie and asked, but with the methods of my Gao family, haven't we already investigated the existence of many Anghua apocalypse forces? In the entire Anghua, only the 3 large Tianqi groups pose a threat to my Gao family, and the rest are just fake. My Gao family is the representative of Anghua in the Tianqi organization. Presumably those 3 hidden groups also know about the existence of my Gao family. As long as we show up and explain our intention, they have no reason to refuse. Gao Xingjie was even more puzzled. Now my Gao family has been seriously damaged. All the elders of the family are still sleeping, and only our sister and brother are left. Even if the hospital is destroyed and Song Bing and that woman are captured, how will the spoils be divided? This is obviously extremely detrimental to my Gao family. Gao Ling shook his head and expressed another concern. Hearing this, Gao Xingjie also fell silent. This really needs to be considered. Among the apocalypse forces in Anghua, the Gao family can be ranked first in terms of comprehensive strength. But now, the Gao family has lost so many familiar members. If they join forces, it will obviously be difficult to defeat the 3 apocalypse forces. Rather than joining forces, I prefer to reap the benefits. At this moment, Gao Ling raised the corner of his mouth and finally revealed his true purpose. Just reaping the benefits? Gao Xingjie raised his eyes with slightly bright eyes. The loss of our Gao family this time will definitely not be hidden from those apocalypse forces. It is even very possible that when we attacked the hospital, many apocalypse forces had already arrived, watching the show in secret, and were also ready to rob. Gao Ling's words reminded Gao Xingjie again, making his face instantly darken. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Compared to Gao Xingjie's anger, Gao Ling smiled and said, "Let them see with their own eyes the entire army of my Gao family is destroyed, and you and I run away in embarrassment, without any threat. And the hospital has been mostly breached by us, so it's a good time to take action. How many forces can resist such an opportunity? As long as they join forces to take action, then it will be us who reap the benefits." Gao Xingjie's eyes suddenly brightened, and he instantly understood Gao Ling's intention. Gao Ling continued to narrow his eyes and said, "Although I lost this battle, I also gained insight into some secrets." "What secret?" Gao Xingjie asked. Gao Ling looked at Gao Xingjie and said word by word, "If my guess is correct, maybe Song Bing is not in the hospital. This is not because Song Bing never showed up and she made a wild guess. Instead, it was combined with Gao Xingjie's experience and the reactions of Xia and others at that time. If Song Bing was really in the hospital, how could he leave his biological parents to Song Shenglong and a dog to guard them, instead of staying with yourself? These signs are more like revealing. Song Bing had already gone out, so he specially arranged so many trump cards to protect the hospital and his parents and friends. Gao Xingjie's heart also trembled. In fact, he had also thought about this issue. Although I don't know why he left, since he has arranged so many trump cards to guard here, it is enough to show how important these people are to him. It's even very possible that he hid that woman here to ward off zombies. Gao Ling continued to deduce. After all, Candy is a person, not a treasure. It's impossible for Song Bing to travel far away under such circumstances, right? That would be too big and attract the wind. Speaking of Candy, Gao Xingjie thought of the red flags hanging on the high walls of the hospital, and his breath couldn't help but stagnate. If that's the case, that would be easy, he said with burning eyes. So, what we need to do next is wait for those guys to take action first and draw out all the trump cards arranged by Song Bing. And then we take the opportunity to sneak into the hospital and find the woman and Song Bing's parents. There is no need for us to look for him by then. I believe he will come to us obediently. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Okay, let's do it. Gao Xingjie even excitedly agreed instantly. There was no hesitation. There is no better way than this. But before that, we still need a few shots of pathogenic medicine to make sure everything is safe. Gao Ling looked into the distance with firm eyes. But when the pathogen agent Gao Xingjie's expression was mentioned, his expression changed drastically. "You are crazy. We still have the last sleep and fusion stage to achieve perfection. Injecting an excessive amount of pathogen agent during this period can certainly quickly increase our combat power to the ultimate level, but the damage to the body will almost ruin our chance of falling asleep for the last time." Pathogenic agent. It is a large number of original virus agents corresponding to the fused virus. A quantitative injection is enough to fix the infection and combine the properties of the virus. But massive injections can be fatal. Just like sleeping pills. Eating less is called sleeping. Eating too much is called long sleep. As long as I can make Song Bing kneel at my feet, what does all this mean? Gao Ling's beautiful eyes were full of morbidity and madness, and she didn't care about the dangers of pathogen. Obviously, Gao Ling's obsession with Song Bing has reached a terrifying state. I don't know if it's a sequelae of the surgery or if it's something I'm born with. Ghostface, I'll leave it to you to return to the Demon City to get the potion. She then looked at the masked man standing aside, who said nothing. Yes, Mississippi. Ghostface respectfully accepted the order, but before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss, I would like to ask, where is my brother Demon Face? He was caught trying to save me. This action is also to save your brother," Gao Ling said without changing his expression. "Thank you, Mississippi. I will arrive within 1 day." Hearing this, Ghostface became even more motivated, immediately turned into a black shadow, and headed towards the Demon City. Without the drag of the team, the speed of a 5th-level alien who wants to travel quietly is comparable to that of a high-speed train. Of course, With Zhou Xian's enchantment on the ghost face, no zombies would dare to eat it. After Ghostface left, Gao Ling looked at Gao Xingjie and said with some disgust, "Go find a place to take a bath. It really stinks." "Okay, I'll come back to you after I'm clean." Gao Xingjie's mouth twitched slightly, but he could only nod, because it really stinks. At this moment, his whole body was like a piece of shit, and it smelled so bad that he didn't even want to smell it. Gao Xingjie just melted into the darkness and went to find a place to take a bath. Gao Ling continued to pick up his tail, smelled it, and suddenly frowned slightly with disgust on his face. Because her tail had just wrapped around Gao Xingjie and Ghostface. "It stinks the same now. It tastes like pickling with rotten eggs." She quickly disappeared into the darkness and urgently needed to go to the city to find some clothes and brush her tail. It's quiet at night. From a clean pool deep in the forest, Gao Xingjie's painful wails could be heard. Sakura Island, the former exclusive land of Sakura country. Now under the impact of the apocalypse, it has been almost submerged by the rising sea water. Let the originally narrow island shrink significantly. Viewed from the sky, at the original location of Sakura Island, only the highest-lying Spoke Island area still exists. It has become a truly independent island country. And as the waves continue to surge, it seems that the entire Spoke Island is in danger of being submerged at any time. Radial Island. The most eye-catching one is Sakura Fukuyama, which is the highest. In the past, the Qingchuan family's manor was hidden and independent in the middle of the mountain. Therefore, under the ravages of this apocalyptic tsunami, countless buildings and houses were damaged and occupied by zombies. Only the Qingchuan family's manor was almost intact and hidden in the forest. Looking around, there were vaguely armed soldiers with Qingchuan family standards, constantly walking out of the manor, or secretly search for materials in the Spoke Island area, or dive into the sea to loot flooded areas. Of course, the more important thing is to capture the surviving Sakura people, especially those who are lucky enough to become aliens. The looted materials and captured people were either transported in black gold vehicles or directly transported by black gold fighter jets. Compared with the raids and arrests of the Gao family or the Campbell family, it is obviously much more difficult. After all, Sakura country is now almost becoming a subjugated country under the sea. The materials and people captured during the search were all transported to the Qingchuan family's manor. There was an endless stream of teams, and the Qingchuan family's manor was like a bottomless pit. If you look inside the entire manor, you will be surprised to find that it is obviously unique. Because the entire manor is just a surface, and its depth is connected to the entire Fushan. It is like a hollow mountain with its interior hollowed out. There are countless buildings built inside that look like ancient pagoda structures. It is obvious from the traces of building materials that this was definitely built before the apocalypse. Just waiting for this day. But no one in Sakura country knows about such a big project. This shows the strength of the Qingchuan family. Inside Fukuyama, the top 3 floors are all residential training activity areas. All the captured Sakura people were sent here for brainwashing training. The lower 3 floors are storage warehouses. Internal soldiers are busy transporting various materials collected from the outside world. In addition to food, these supplies also include many peacetime items, such as electronic products, clothing equipment, etc. They are all sorted and arranged. Below the 5th floor, there is a large amount of food stored in advance by the Qingchuan family. Further down, there are factories and laboratories that produce black gold weapons. It can be said that the entire interior of Fushan is like a large human base. At this moment, on a high platform on the 1st floor, Harukawa Yuri, who had also woken up, was wearing a kimono, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, sipping tea brewed by the maid. Supervising the brainwashing training of the captured people in the open training ground below. Today's Qingchuan Yuri has also lost the impetuousness of the past and has become a bit more cold and confident. Apparently, it comes from becoming an alien. The empty field is like a large indoor football field. The venue was even more neatly filled with densely packed Sakura people. At a glance, there were 5,000 people. They all wore yellow combat uniforms with the Qingchuan family logo, stood tall and straight, and had fierce eyes. It's like being brainwashed and trained. On the podium was a 4-star Qingchuan family chief, giving a lecture to the soldiers. Excellent soldiers, congratulations. After several days of training, you have finally grown into the most brave and loyal warriors of our Qingchuan family. Nowadays, disasters are happening. The country has fallen, and our great Sakura Empire is in danger. You are my great Sakura's hope. For the sake of the prosperity of the great Sakura Empire, we must abandon all distracting thoughts and emotions, be brave and sacrifice, and train hard. Loyal to the Sakura Empire and the leadership of the Qingchuan family. Long live the Qingchuan family. The four-star officer had a high-pitched voice, frantically instilling ideas into the 5,000 soldiers below, and the last one was a ferocious scream. Long live the Qingchuan family. Long live the Qingchuan family. A group of soldiers who had been successfully brainwashed immediately shouted loudly. All of them had ferocious expressions, and they no longer had any doubts about the Qingchuan family. Those who have questions are still undergoing brainwashing training below. The four-star officer nodded with satisfaction before ordering the drill. Hi. The 5,000 soldiers immediately dispersed. All kinds of crazy and lifeless training began in this only wide space. Each one is like a killing machine. Qingchuan Yuri on the high platform was sipping tea and watching, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, equally satisfied with the expressions of these soldiers. Master Yuri, the head of the family, sent a message saying that he will return to the country soon. At this time, a security guard in charge of communications came behind Qingchuan Yuri and bowed to report. Oh, so fast. Qingchuan Yuri's eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately stood up and said, "Go and prepare for the reception." After saying that, he quickly got up and walked towards the outside of the mountain. I didn't even have time to put on my shoes. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, outside Fushan, the sky was above Qingchuan Villa. A medium to large black gold fighter plane slowly landed from the sky towards the villa courtyard. This moment attracted the attention of many guarding soldiers. Get out of my way, everyone. While they were puzzled, Qingchuan Yuri had already led the first batch of awakened Qingchuan tribesmen to arrive. The black gold fighter landed quickly, and the hatch slowly opened. A handsome young man wearing a yellow leather jacket finally appeared first in everyone's sight. He was accompanied by two equally young men in sunglasses. However, when they saw the leather-clad young man, the guards were confused. Only Qingchuan Yuri was stunned for a moment, then excitedly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. "Father, you have worked hard on your journey." As soon as these words came out, not only were the soldiers around him shocked, but even the members of the Qingchuan family who followed them widened their eyes. Suddenly, yeah, the younger Qingchuan Zhujun nodded and got off the fighter plane. That's right. The man in front of him is none other than the former #1 Chinese medicine doctor in Sakura country. He was also the former apprentice of Song Bing in Ligua. If Song Bing were here, he would definitely be surprised. The loyal disciple who used to spend money to serve him could actually hide so deeply. Today's Qingchuan Zhujun not only looks young, but also exudes a cold temperament that is difficult to see through. Don't let people get close. In addition to me, there are 10 distinguished guests coming this time. Qingchuan Zhujun said, then continued to face the fighter and actually bowed very respectfully. At the same time, he invited, 10 distinguished guests, we have arrived, please come out. 10 distinguished guests, we have arrived, please come out. As Qingchuan Zhujun's voice fell, 10 mysterious people wearing masks continued to walk out of the fighter plane. Everyone in the Qingchuan family looked shocked, not surprised to have guests. But it was Qingchuan Zhujun's respectful attitude that shocked him. Qingchuan Yuri looked at the 10 mysterious people carefully at a close distance, and his heart couldn't help but move slightly. He could feel the extraordinary temperament exuded by the 10 people. Yuri, these 10 guests have come with me specifically to help build the Qingchuan family. After setting up a banquet, we must entertain them well. Do you understand? Qingchuan Zhujun's warning came at this time. Yes, father. Qingchuan Yuri nodded quickly, looked at the 10 people and raised his hands respectfully. 10 people, please follow me into the house. Well, thank you for your work. A mysterious man who was the leader of the 10 people said in a hoarse male voice. In this way, under the hospitality of Qingchuan Yuri, Qingchuan Zhujun led 10 mysterious people into the villa. In the villa, a banquet has already been set up, and all kinds of delicacies that are only available in peacetime are available at the banquet. The 10 mysterious people ate happily, and it seemed that they had not eaten these delicacies for a long time. After the banquet, Qingchuan Yuri thoughtfully arranged the most luxurious accommodation for 10 people. At the same time, I did not forget to bring out the special national gifts of Sakura country to entertain. A male guard of the Qingchuan family brought 10 gods to the courtyard where they lived. 10 cherry blossom girls who had washed themselves and taken care of themselves were already standing neatly in the courtyard. They were all wearing gorgeous kimonos, wearing wooden clogs, and were bent over. It's like an item for anyone to choose from. 10 distinguished guests, this is a little gift from my young master to you. I hope you won't dislike it. They are all specially trained and know everything. I hope you all have fun. The male guard was ordered by Qingchuan Yuri to introduce 10 mysterious people. The 10 originally cold and mysterious people suddenly lost their mysterious aura after having a feast of wine and dinner, and now a round of desserts. Several of them looked at the 10 alluring Sakura girls with unconcealable hunger under their masks. Ha ha ha. Thank your young master and the head of the family for us. Then we won't be polite. The 6 people immediately stepped forward to pick. They were obviously very satisfied with the reception. Not interested. 3 of the mysterious people returned to the room without any interest. From the female voices they make, you can tell why they are no longer interested. After the 3 people left, only the last mysterious man remained motionless. I don't know if it's sexy, aloof, or what. That's perfect. Give it all to me. Hurrah! A burly, mysterious man was not polite and directly challenged 2 people. Seeing this, the others also picked up the leak. Don't be polite, just take your pick. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. We will try our best to satisfy you. The guard did not forget to add, really? Is it okay to choose you? After the guard finished speaking, the last cold and mysterious man who had not moved suddenly appeared behind him strangely, and a hand fell obscenely on his butt. At the same time, a lewd male voice came out. Ah! The guard who was still talking a second ago turned pale, and his delicate body stiffened. Obviously, he didn't expect to get involved. But before he could react, the last mysterious man had already carried him into a room. The rest of the people also carried their own desserts into the room to have fun. The 10 women were divided up like commodities. There is also a male guard. Don't take any leftovers. Soon, the sound of the tourniquet could be heard intermittently in the room. There is also a Drake voice that is difficult to conceal. On the other side, Harukawa Yuri is taking the returned Harukawa Takatoshi into Fukuyama, starting from the bottom, to see the current development of the Harukawa family one by one. Have you served the guests? Again, these 10 people are extremely important to our Qingchuan family, so we must not neglect them. In a black gold weapons warehouse, Qingchuan Zhujun asked worriedly. Father, don't worry. Everything has been arranged, and they are very satisfied. Qingchuan Yuri confidently assured. Qingchuan Zhujun nodded, and then looked again at the black gold weapons with purple patterns in front of him. There are sniper rifles, bombs, and cold weapons. The most conspicuous among them are the 2 black, gold, and purple samurai swords hanging in the center. The purple lines on it are almost all over the blade. Father, with the foundation before apocalypse, our Qingchuan family now has the strength to forge level 5.0 black gold weapons, and we will definitely not lose to any apocalypse force. These 2 purple samurai swords are the best testimony. Qingchuan Yuri also expressed excitedly. Qingchuan Zhujun was playing with one of them, and with a simple swing of the knife, a cold light suddenly appeared. Clang! Before the knife touched him, there was an eye-catching knife mark on the far wall. Yo West! Qingchuan Zhujun was immediately satisfied. The 2 continued upward and came to the training and brainwashing base for Qingchuan family soldiers. Entering it, the loud and fierce sounds of training were heard all around. Since returning to China, I have been asking people to arrest people and bring them back for training. Now, including the original guards of my Qingchuan family, the existing combat soldiers have reached 10,000. This is almost all the surviving Sakura people on Fukushima. Kinkawa Yuri then introduced Kinkawa Takatoshi. Yo West, Yuri, you did a good job. You are worthy of being my son. He is much better than that traitor's daughter. Qingchuan Zhujun did not hesitate to praise Qingchuan Yuri. Regarding Kinkawa Nair, Kinkawa Yuri had already told him. Thank you, father. Qingchuan Yuri nodded and saluted, and said with a gloomy look, As for that woman, I will personally kill her to wash away the humiliation of that day and the shame of my Qingchuan family. Yo West, this is my son. Qingchuan Zhujun nodded with satisfaction. As for Qingchuan Nair's matter, he doesn't really care about it now. Mentioning Qingchuan Nair, Qingchuan Yuri thought of Song Bing, and suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said, By the way, father, about the news announced by Tianchi organization, Song Bing, and that precious woman. Now that our Qingchuan family has enough food and weapons and strong soldiers, can we take action? Qingchuan Yuri's tone was a bit anxious. In fact, the news about Song Bing and Candy's secret was originally announced by the Apocalypse organization, as a member of the Apocalypse Force. Of course he received it. At that time, like other Apocalypse forces, he couldn't wait to set out to catch Song Bing and Candy. After all, the temptation is too great. But before he set out, he received a secret message from Qingchuan Zhujun, who traveled thousands of miles away. That is to let him continue to develop the Qingchuan family and prohibit sending troops. Although he was confused at the time, he did it anyway. This is how the Qingchuan family is now powerful. But it also held him back for a long time. Now that Qingchuan Zhujun has arrived, how can he still hold back? This news will definitely make many Apocalypse forces go crazy, right? The craziest among them must be the Apocalypse forces in Anghua, right? But in the face of Qingchuan Yuri's impatience, Qingchuan Zhujun showed a meaningful smile. Compared to Song Bing and Candy, at this moment, he cares more about Anghua, the vast territory that the Sakura Kingdom once could not conquer. Yuri, instead of competing with many Apocalypse forces to fight for Song Bing and that woman, what our Qingchuan family should do is take this opportunity to complete the great achievements that have not been completed in the past generations of the great Sakura Empire. This is why I woke up early and came here. Qingchuan Zhujun looked at Qingchuan Yuri and finally revealed his true ambition. Hearing this, Qingchuan Yuri's pupils shrank, and his eyes immediately turned sharp as he said, What do you mean, father, to invade Anghua? Sakura Island is already lacking in resources, land, and population. Now that the radial island is about to sink, how will our Qingchuan family develop if we continue here? How to dominate in this age of apocalypse? Qingchuan Zhujun looked at Qingchuan Yuri and asked, But there are many Apocalypse forces in Anghua. Will they agree? Qingchuan Yuri was worried. How could he not have thought about this? But that was after the Qingchuan family became completely powerful. And now, is it too early? I already knew the Apocalypse forces in Anghua well before Apocalypse. Except for the Gao family represented by Anghua, only the three well-hidden aristocratic groups, Long, Yin, and Wang, pose a threat to our Qingchuan family. But that's all. Qingchuan Zhujun narrowed his eyes and smiled confidently. That's right. Compared to the high profile of the Gao family, the Long, Yin, and Wang families have always been low-key and hidden in the dark. So until the apocalypse, very little was exposed. I'm afraid even the Yin family didn't notice. But their real background may not be weaker than that of the Gao family. Qingchuan Yuri, who was also aware of the existence of these three families, said vigilantly, In the past, it would have really given my Qingchuan family a headache, but now, it's different. Qingchuan Zhujun looked down at the Sakura soldiers training below and said with a slight smile, Now, all their attention must be on Song Bing and that woman. In order to compete for Song Bing and that woman, they will definitely be wary of each other and even fight. Isn't this a good opportunity for our Qingchuan family to take action? Qingchuan Zhujun's words instantly awakened Qingchuan Yuri. Yes, taking advantage of these forces to take action against Song Bing. They attacked and occupied from behind. This is simply the right time, right place, and right people. He might even be able to enjoy the results and catch Song Bing and that woman. But soon, Qingchuan caught something in the tree. He looked at Qingchuan Zhujun in disbelief and said, Father, listening to your words, do you know what the four families are doing? I don't just know the movements of the four of them. The movements of the entire Anghua are under my control. Qingchuan Zhujun smiled wisely and looked at Qingchuan Yuri. Now that things have happened, there is no need to hide it anymore. To tell you the truth, before the apocalypse, I had already placed people in every corner of Anghua who hid the truth from my Qingchuan family, including the many apocalypse forces. They are like a pair of eyes, monitoring Anghua's every move for me, just waiting for our arrival. Qingchuan Yuri's heart was shaken violently, and he looked at Qingchuan Zhujun in disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that Qingchuan Zhujun would hide such a big secret from him. Father is wise. After being stunned for a long time, Qingchuan Yuri could only hold back 6 words, and his heart was instantly filled with confidence. Also, let me tell you another secret. When Qingchuan Yuri could not calm down, Qingchuan Zhujun spoke with a smile again. The 10 guests who came with me are none other than the 8 series of the Emperor's soldiers sent to me by the Apocalypse Organization. How is it possible for the Emperor's personal soldiers? Qingchuan Yuri's newly calmed heart was turned upside down again, and he could no longer remain calm. As an Apocalypse force, he knows some inside information about the Apocalypse Organization. Know the existence of the Emperor. Naturally, he also knows the value of Emperor's personal soldiers. It is rumored that the Emperor personally selected a group of high-quality people before the apocalypse and personally trained slumber, such as Emperor's guards, etc. Among them, the Emperor's soldiers call themselves Dharma Protectors and are codenamed from 1 to 100, divided into 10 series. They are existences that are different from the Apocalypse Organization, especially serving the Emperor. No one knows the identity and strength of these people. No one knows if there are others besides these exposed people. But being cultivated by the Emperor himself, there is no doubt that the virus they fused must be very strong. Nothing is impossible in this world, as long as you can bring enough value. Qingchuan Zhujun said meaningfully. Father, that means that the Apocalypse Organization is also on our side and intends to help our Qingchuan family occupy Anghua? Qingchuan Yuri said excitedly after coming back to his senses. Of course, the Emperor's personal soldiers represent the Emperor's will. The main reason is that Anghua suffered from Song Dynasty disease. Qingchuan Zhujun smiled, which was why he was confident. Great, our Qingchuan family now has sufficient weapons, food, and soldiers. Plus, Father, you have laid out the plan in Anghua for many years, plus you have the support behind the Apocalypse Organization now. It is very easy for our Qingchuan family to control today's Anghua. Qingchuan Yuri's eyes showed sharpness, his confidence increased greatly, and his blood was boiling at this moment. Can't wait. What he originally wanted to do was attack Songbing. Unexpectedly, Qingchuan Zhujun gave him such a big surprise. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, there won't be any surprises. Qingchuan Zhujun smiled coldly. Father, I will go and integrate the troops and supplies right away. Qingchuan Yuri couldn't wait to say. Integrate them all, leaving no soldiers or belongings behind. This time, we will settle on that land forever and never come back. Qingchuan Zhujun reminded. Hi. Qingchuan Yuri was even more excited and couldn't wait to go immediately. Master, your apprentice has come to see you. I hope you won't be too surprised. After Qingchuan Yuri left, Qingchuan Zhujun looked in the direction of Anghua and smiled. The ambition and desire he had hidden for many years were completely released at this moment. No more covering up. South Island. The morning light was approaching, but it was difficult to dispel the coldness and darkness of the night. At first glance, there is no life or hope. In the center of the Hope Siege, there are several high-rise buildings. After a night of trading in the trading station with warm lighting, it was already filled with supplies collected by the survivors. Hey, don't you go to relax again? Those women in the slums only need a protein ball to have sex once. Why is it so expensive? Just cut the price to half. How can women nowadays be worth so much? What's the hurry? Go and hand it in first. Okay, work harder, brothers. A group of soldiers carried the exchange supplies with enthusiasm and walked towards the 2 middle buildings. However, they did not enter the building, but came to the center of the building. There was another group of more majestic soldiers guarding the place. At the end of the tunnel they were guarding was a passage leading underground. Sir, we are here to deliver food to the adults. When the soldiers carrying the food faced the guards, they immediately lost their previous condescension and bowed their heads in respect. Come in. After checking it, the guard guarding him got out of the way and opened the door. A warm air surged out from the passage. A group of soldiers hurriedly carried the food and went underground. So comfortable. The heating wrapped around everyone's body, and the soldiers couldn't help showing expressions of enjoyment. But they did not dare to stay too long to enjoy it, but continued to carry the supplies deeper, and finally came to a gate deep in the passage. "Ha ha, baby, come on, have one. Kiki, you are so bad." In the room, the sound of men and women playing around could be heard, but he was quickly interrupted by the arriving soldiers. Click. The door was opened, revealing the luxurious and warm layout inside. Smooth floors, tables piled high with all kinds of top-notch delicacies. A fat figure is reflected on the warm curtain of the big bed. All the soldiers couldn't help but show envy when they took one look at it. "What's the matter?" But soon, the soldiers' daze was interrupted by a rough voice from behind the curtain. The leader of the team hurriedly said, "Put it down and get out of here." The rough voice behind the curtain said unceremoniously, "Yes, yes, yes." When the soldiers heard this, they quickly put the food into the room and hurriedly retreated. However, just as the few people turned around, they happened to see a female officer with a 4-star medal arriving. "Hello, sir." Several people hurriedly saluted and then left. Hey, baby, let's continue." Here, the fat figure wanted to continue, but was interrupted again by the arriving female officer, Elin. "Priest Sabafa, the 9th batch of experiments has been completed. Please go and take a look." Yilin put one hand on her chest and saluted respectfully towards the bed curtain. "It's really disappointing. I originally wanted to enjoy it slowly. Then I can only wrong you, baby," the fat voice behind the bed curtain said, and suddenly bit down. The sound of a woman struggling soon came from behind the curtain, but the sound quickly disappeared. The fat shadow swallowed it up bit by bit like a snake swallowing its prey. Erin stood outside the door and watched, her face a little pale, but she still tried to restrain herself. Wow! Soon, the bed curtain opened, and a fat man weighing 500 to 600 pounds appeared in front of him. He looked like a small mountain, with all the fat on his body made from fishing. Even the bearded face is covered with flesh lines. The whole person looked very disgusting. "Lead the way." He finished chewing the meat in his mouth with a look of enjoyment on his face, and then smiled at Yilin. Yilin quickly and respectfully led the way. Soon, the two came to the end of another passage. "Open the heavy metal door." What came into view were cells made of black gold. Each cell holds 4 to 8 survivors. But the strange thing is that they didn't struggle to resist. Seeing Irene leading Sabafa, she knelt down with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for providing me with food and allowing me to live in such a warm place. I will repay you all my life." As I passed each cell, everyone's face was filled with gratitude. It seems that in their eyes this is not a prison cell, but a warm ward. "Haha, you're welcome. This is what we should do." Sabafa saw this scene and smiled sincerely at these people, like a savior. However, as soon as he reached the end, the smile on his face disappeared. He looked directly at Yilin and said, "Very good. We can release him now." "Yes." Erin nodded, and then added, "In addition, we also found a surviving mutant little girl this time, about 4 or 5 years old." "Child." At the mention of children, Sabafa's fat face couldn't help but show surprise. Under this apocalypse, those with the weakest resistance are children and the elderly, and these two naturally have the highest mortality rate. Therefore, it is basically difficult to find surviving old people and children in today's apocalyptic world. This is why Sabafa was surprised. "Where is she? Take me to see her," Sabafa said with interest. Erin nodded and led Sabafa to another secret room. Opening the door, inside the black gold iron door is a clean and tidy room. And on that bed was a delicate and lovely little girl. At first glance, she looks like a cute little elf. It makes people want to hold it and squeeze it. It's so cute. However, at this moment, she was holding a roast chicken rack that was bigger than her head and gnawing on it. It was a pleasure to eat. The picture is somewhat inconsistent, but it doesn't affect her cuteness at all. Sure enough, the moment Sabafa saw the little girl, his eyes couldn't help but light up, as if he had seen some rare treasure. Cute, so cute. I never imagined that there would be such a cute little baby in such an environment. Sabafa's heart was instantly melted, but his fat face and scorching eyes made people sick. She is still a strange person. After testing, her level has reached level 2. Aaron on the side said, Iron are good. Strangers are even better. Hearing this, Sabafa was even more satisfied and did not forget to ask, would you like to feed her? Not yet. Waiting for you to decide. Aaron said, then don't waste it. Leave it to me. Sabafa said decisively, seeing that the little girl liked it even more. At this time, the little girl who had finished eating the chicken rack also discovered the two of them. She was not afraid of Sabafa's appearance at all, but showed a cute smile and asked, Sister, can you give me some more chickens to eat? Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. This was already the 20th chicken the little girl had eaten. She really didn't expect the other party to be so edible. He also specially chooses chicken to eat. But she still explained to Sabafa. She likes eating chicken very much. This is how we kept her here. Oh, Sabafa was slightly stunned, but still said without caring. It's just a chicken. Let her eat it. Yes. Hearing this, Yilin had no choice but to nod. Baby, if you like to eat, eat more. If you eat more, you will grow up faster, you know. Sabafa then took the initiative to squat down and smiled at the little girl. Thank you, uncle. I will grow it as soon as possible, and then I can go find my master. The little girl also smiled at Sabafa, looking innocent and cute. Ha, okay, very good. Sabafa swallowed and laughed. If he hadn't just eaten so much, he would have wanted to eat the cute little baby in front of him. Reporting to your lord, the Emperor's 9 series of personal soldiers have come to ask for an audience. At this time, an officer wearing a 5-star on his chest hurriedly came to report. Oh, Series 9? Why are they here? Sabafa frowned and stood up, and immediately said, Let them come. Yes. The male officer retreated. Not long after, 2 masked men wearing black cloaks walked in. 9 series soldiers, number 59, number 69, see Priest Sabafa. When the 2 arrived, they raised their hands on their chests and saluted Sabafa respectfully. Between their arms, there were numbers that looked like birthmarks. 49, 59. Well, I wonder what the 2 soldiers came here to see this priest about. Sabafa restrained his desire for the little girl, turned to look at the 2 9th series soldiers, and asked. Reporting to High Priest Sabafa, we 9 were ordered by the Emperor to investigate and capture Song Bing, but bad news came not long ago. 99 falled in the country of Li. Subsequently, 89, 79, and 69, who were sleeping in Ligua, received the message and quickly went to support, but they also died one after another. When we arrived at the scene, there were only zombies left. Based on the battle traces left at the scene and the information left by the 4-9 series before they died, it is speculated that they most likely died at the hands of Song Bing. 2-9 series reported in detail. They all died at the hands of Song Bing? How is that possible? Do you estimate that Song Bing's level is only level 4? Sabafa's expression couldn't help but change. He was well aware of the strength of the Emperor's personal soldiers. Although the 9 series in front of us is the weakest overall, it is only compared to other series. When the little girl in the iron prison heard what several people were discussing, her big, watery eyes suddenly widened a bit. The chicken in my hand is no longer fragrant. Based on the re-evaluation of speculation, 3 possibilities are drawn. The first is that he was reinfected with another virus, level 6. The second possibility is that there are masters beyond level 6 around him. The third possibility is that he used the witch to attract stronger zombies and killed 99 people. According to our survey on the evolution of zombies today, there have been 7 levels of zombies, so the third guess is the most likely. 49 said, Which, that woman? If there are really level 7 zombies, then this is the most likely possibility. No wonder the Emperor would do whatever it takes to get this woman. It's so mesmerizing. Hearing this, Sabafa's attention instantly focused on the word witch. Owning that woman is equivalent to owning all the zombie minions. Who was not confused. He wanted to swallow it. But he was only lost for a moment before Sabafa came back to his senses, looked at the 2 of them in confusion, and said, Then why did you come to me? Do you still want me to take action? Have you forgotten that this priest is now under the Emperor's order to cultivate the Emperor's legion here? No, you misunderstood. We are only here to report 2 things to you. In addition to the things that benefit the country, there is another thing about the investigation of the Antarctic War before the apocalypse. The 2 hurriedly explained. Have you investigated the Antarctic War thoroughly? Sabafa's eyes lit up. Yes, According to the investigation, we got a lot of useful information. In addition to Song Bing, there were also 3 first-generation experimental subjects involved in that battle. They were the first 3 who escaped. Based on the information they left behind at the time, we made an evaluation and concluded that their secondary fusion talent was comparable to the Zero series among the Emperor's personal soldiers. The specific reason is most likely that they were fused with the blood of a witch and mutated. The 2-9 series couldn't hide their excitement. What did you say? Sabafa was even more shocked when he heard this. His whole body trembled, and his eyes stared at the 2 of them. He knew how terrifying the Zero element among the Emperor's soldiers was. It was a terrifying existence that had never appeared before. Even more so, he, the High Priest, would bow down whenever he saw it. Once they are born, it is estimated that all Tianqi families will tremble. Now, the 2 people told him that the 3 first-generation experimental subjects in the past were qualified to compete with the Zero series. How could this not shock him? The little girl in the iron cell listened, her big eyes moving, full of curiosity. All the information we investigated was personally reviewed by the Emperor, so the High Priest does not have to doubt it. According to the investigation, it can also be deduced that if the 3 experimental subjects possess viruses comparable to the Zero series, they must still be sleeping at this moment and have not successfully fused. At the beginning, the 3 of them were hiding in Antarctica. Among them, the most terrifying number 1, beast transformation, has a close relationship with Song Bing. Therefore, we speculate that when Song Bing disappears from Li country, it is very likely that he will go to Antarctica to find/turn into an animal. Therefore, the Emperor personally ordered the High Priest Wang Sabafa to conduct Legion experiments. Watch out for Song Bing. If necessary, the existence of the 3 experimental bodies can also be explored. Once something is discovered, the Emperor will grant you Emperor's blood to help you level up. The 2 truthfully reported the purpose of their trip. Sabafa's eyes flashed sharply. Seriously? Both of us are here under orders. In the coming time, we will also be working together with the High Priest here. Both of them saluted. Okay, if it is as you speculated, this priest will make sure that Song Bing never comes back. As for the 3 first-generation experimental bodies, I will find them even if I dig all over Antarctica. Dedicated to the Emperor together. Sabafa immediately expressed his excitement, his eyes uncontrollably hot. He didn't expect that he would be assigned to such a quiet place and would stumble upon this opportunity. How could he miss it? Here comes the High Priest. 59 and 49 also said with intense eyes. This time they not only wanted to take credit, but also wanted to avenge the other 4 brothers who died tragically. I will send people to search immediately, Sabafa said decisively. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn around and look at the little girl in the iron prison, squinting and smiling. Baby, it's delicious. Just ask this sister to give you whatever you want to eat. Grow up quickly. Fat Uncle will come visit you when he's done with his work. Okay. Thank you, Fat Uncle. Fat Uncle is so nice. The little girl smiled harmlessly, and her voice was particularly sweet. Sabafa smiled reluctantly, but still followed the 2-9 series and left. Start to capture Song Bing and the first 3 experimental subjects of the first generation. From beginning to end, they chatted openly. No one cares about the little girl in the iron cell. After everyone left, Erin lowered her head and looked at the little girl. Chicken, the big kind. Thank you, sister. The little girl said pitifully again. Okay, wait a minute. Yilin's mouth twitched slightly, but she went down to get ready. After all, this was Sabafa's order. The little girl was given as much as she could eat. Of course, she knew very well that this was not Sabafa's kindness. But the little girl is so delicious. But it's too small. So, he just wants the little girl to eat fatter. Enjoy yourself. Master actually wants to come to me? I'm so touched, woo woo woo. No, I have to eat bigger so that I can wait for the master to come. Otherwise, if it's too small, the master will definitely not like it. After Erin left, the little girl began to talk to herself. As she spoke, she hugged the leftover chicken rack and nodded again. The sky is slightly brighter, but it will still be a long time before the real dawn. A dilapidated urban area in the corner of the city. Many people have already woken up from the cold wind. Of course, some of them can no longer wake up. Brother, I want to go see my mother. I haven't seen her for a long time. In a dilapidated tent, Luo Yin curled up with his cold body and looked at Luo Jin weakly. Okay, let's go see Mom first, and then go out to look for supplies at dawn. Seeing his sister's cute and pitiful appearance, Luo Jin's heart ached slightly, but he still forced a smile. Thank you, brother. Luo Yin stood up happily and showed a bright and innocent smile. Just like this, the brother and sister took advantage of the faint light, wore thin clothes, and headed towards the center of the city, clinging to each other in the biting cold wind. Their mother is there. He was hospitalized in one of the warm wards. The doctor said that in a few days, their mother would be fine. This is their only hope and motivation to survive. People gathered around the inner walls of the entire city of Hope. They are like machines, working at dawn and resting at dusk. Song Bing just circled around calmly, until we came to the gate. Looking at these people clinging to each other for survival, Song Bing's usually indifferent eyes couldn't help but show fluctuations. But in the end, this wave of fluctuation gradually calmed down. Song Bing started again and came to the first gate of the city. Hey, what are you doing? It's still dark, and there are still 3 hours until the door opens. Are you rushing to reincarnate? Get back here. On the observation deck of the city wall, several soldiers who were warming themselves by the fire discovered Song Bing and immediately scolded him like an animal. Song Bing calmly raised his eyes, and a wisp of cold wind blew by, lifting the bangs on his forehead, revealing his cold eyes. Mad, are you pretending to be stupid? I count to 3. If you don't go back, I will blow your head off. 3, 2. A soldier with a bad temper immediately stood up, picked up a black gold shotgun, pointed it at Song Bing, and began a rapid countdown. But when he just counted to 2, he was horrified to find that Song Bing was no longer there. Just the blink of an eye. Where are the people? The gun-wielding soldier rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he opened his eyes, Song Bing appeared in front of him as he wished. The black gold shotgun in his hand turned around inexplicably, and the trigger appeared in Song Bing's hand. Ah! The soldier's pupils dilated, and he had no time to shout. Song Bing had already calmly finished counting the last number for him. 1. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the soldier's dream came true on the spot, and his head was shot. Ah, how dare you! The other soldiers reacted and were about to take action. The black gold shotgun in Song Bing's hand was already aimed at them respectively. Bang, bang, bang. Several more sprays were fired, and 4 of the 5 second-level soldiers on guard were sprayed to death on the spot. The remaining person just picked up the gun, and the spray gun in Song Bing's hand was already pointed at him. Spare your life. Spare your life. I have a 5-year-old daughter, and I don't want to die. He was so frightened that he dropped the gun and knelt down to Song Bing tremblingly. When he looked up, Song Bing had disappeared. Only the spray was left in place. The soldier was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. He immediately showed a ferocious look on his face, ran forward, and pressed the alarm button. Soon, alarms sounded throughout the besieged city. After a while, several figures in black arrived as promised. The leader was a white-haired man wearing glasses. Where are the people? The white-haired man glanced at the 4 soldiers who died tragically, and finally looked at the surviving soldiers and asked calmly. Escaped, he escaped. He escaped while we were not paying attention. I was the one who beat him away. Catch him quickly, this damn thing. The surviving soldiers reported with ferocious faces. The white-haired man didn't say anything. He led the 4 men in black behind him and turned into 4 afterimages, chasing towards the forest ahead. Everything has been done for a long time. The surviving soldier shouted ferociously in the direction where the 5 people left, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt breathless. The whole person instantly fell to the ground and started struggling. Finally, due to lack of oxygen, he rolled his eyes and died in despair. He will never understand until his death that his role is just to call the police. It's even colder in the snow-covered jungle. The 5 figures went all the way deep into the forest, but found that there was no trace of Song Bing at all. Where are the people? The white-haired man in the lead frowned slightly. If Song Bing really escapes, then the taboo established by the City of Hope will really break down. Stop looking. I'm here. While the 5 of them were looking around for traces of Song Bing's calm voice came from a tree above. He has been waiting here for a long time. Luo Jin and Luo Yin once said that you cannot leave the City of Hope, especially at night. Otherwise you will be eaten alive by the zombies outside. There were many people who couldn't stand the oppression and wanted to leave. In the end, They died tragically outside at night. Now it seems that the so-called monsters are these people in front of them. These people of the City of Hope. You are so brave. Not only do you dare to escape at night, but you also dare to kill someone. The white-haired man raised his eyes and stared at Song Bing, his eyes cold. Are you the so-called zombies? Song Bing asked calmly. Haha. If you know this secret, your death will come. How do you think we are going to torture you to death so that you look like you were bitten by zombies? The bald man beside him looked like a butcher with a weak smile. Why do you do this to them? Song Bing continued to ask, confusion written all over Junyi's face. Faced with this inexplicable question, the white-haired man's eyes twitched. He stared at Song Bing again and asked, What do you know? You are from the Apocalypse Organization, right? Is this another experiment, ordered by your so-called emperor? Song Bing looked at the 5 people and continued to speak. This time, the faces of the 5 white-haired men couldn't hide the violent fluctuations on their faces. How do you know? You are not the experimenter. Who are you? The 5 of them could no longer remain calm and stared at Song Bing. The young man in front of him looked nothing like the people in the besieged city. I was guessing, but your answers confirmed it. As for me, I'm just a veterinarian. Song Bing said, slowly stood up and took off the black trench coat. The brand new and white coat underneath was revealed. The white color that symbolizes purity and hope is particularly conspicuous and bright under the faint light. Now that you know all this, no matter who you are, you must die. The white-haired man stared at Song Bing, who had taken off his windbreaker. A ray of uneasiness in his heart made him quickly pull out the black, gold, and purple sword from his waist and shoot at Song Bing. A gust of wind swept past, lifting his black clothes, revealing the dazzling 5-star rating on his chest. Level 5 super combat power also burst out from his body. Bang, 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 bang. The other 4 people also took action, attacking Song Bing from 4 directions, and level 4 energy fluctuations appeared on them, completely cutting off all Song Bing's ways of survival. Facing the 5 people who came to kill, Song Bing remained calm from beginning to end. It wasn't until the 5 people arrived that Song Bing's eyes showed a strange color. The moment he looked into Song Bing's eyes, the white-haired man felt his soul tremble, as if he was being pulled into an abyss by Song Bing's glance. Ding successfully delivered level 5 Heimer Dementia Obedience, merit minus 100,000. In the process, Song Bing also sent out a 5th level mental illness that he had fused. Its function is similar to an upgraded version of Obedient Water. The next second, a sharp pain suddenly shot straight into the white-haired man's brain, as if someone had recited a tightening curse. He instantly fell to the ground in pain, holding his head and struggling. Ah! The other 4 did the same, and soon followed in the footsteps of the white-haired man. In just 1 second, the fierce 5 people became the patients at this moment. Look at the 4 people struggling in pain. Song Bing was not in a hurry, put his hands in his pockets, and sat back on the tree. Let the disease take hold for a while.